Hi, I'm Domino with Guardian Angel League, and I am here today with Bustle Skills, who is giving us a little bit of his time.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Basso. I've been playing TFT for around 5 years now, and I'm 24 and I live in New York.
I am curious to know a little bit what your gaming background is, what gaming was for you before TFT, before becoming a pro player, and how you kind of got into TFT in the first place.
Yeah, so I have a pretty common background, I would say, for TFT. I played a lot of strategy games growing up, so games like I played Pokemon, I played chess, I played a lot of board games with my family, things like Catan, Dominion, which I guess is more of a card game. I played poker, I played bridge, and then like the really easy connection that a lot of people have is like I played League of Legends.
Yeah.
Which I think is probably where most TFT pros came from. So yeah, pretty common standard, I guess, gaming before TFT.
Yeah, super fair. I mean, the transition to from League to TFT is certainly a common one. What kind of pushed you over the edge to becoming a pro player, and if you've been full time since then?
Yeah, for me, it wasn't really like a specific incident. There was no real like eureka moment where I decided like, oh, I can do this. It was kind of something I started when I was in school during COVID, so I just had a lot of time on my hands. I kind of just wanted to do something, right? Like I didn't really
Yeah.
have that much to do. I was just playing a bunch of TFT, and then I got pretty good at it pretty fast. So I decided to just keep playing and see where that went. But there was no real like light bulb moment for me where I decided, oh, I want to do this. I want to commit myself to a lot of this. It was sort of a convenience thing.
Yeah, that's super cool. I mean, and I think a lot of the timelines for pro players kind of go around COVID as well, where everybody suddenly had a lot of time on their hands to get so much better at this game. And I mean, you said earlier you've been playing for about 5 years at this point, and we've seen you in countless tournaments and events. In your opinion, what do you think separates, a high-ranking ladder player and a pro player that's actively in the circuit?
A lot of stuff just kind of comes down to experience, and then a lot of it also, as kind of cliche as it sounds, just is like how good you are. Generally, like to be high ladder, especially now, doesn't mean as much as it used to. Before, if you were high ladder, you were pretty much guaranteed to be like a top 10, top 20 player on the server, just because like everyone cared about ladder a lot. But after the release of Pro Circuit, it's a lot harder to kind of get a grasp of where you actually are based on how good you are at ladder.
Hmm.
Because a lot of the pros don't really take ladder as seriously anymore, and really are just focused on tournaments. And then the other thing is a lot of people who are specifically good at ladder, the skills don't completely transition. I think a lot of people actually that were very good at ladder had struggles, or some people had struggles in tournaments because like it was kind of just wired into their brain a different reward system essentially.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think there's a big difference at the end of the day, like what kind of play style you want to adopt, whether you're playing on ladder or you're playing in a tournament. I'm curious to see what on your side kind of like prep looks like when you're coming into these big tournaments like this weekend.
It's like both study group and then both personal things, right? Like I'll trust my study group on info and like general sort of understanding of like what comps are good and what comps are bad, right? And generally, I think it's very hard to prep as a solo player now, especially for like the bigger tournaments. I do think in tier two that like if you are just above I think there's a lot big more room for like a skill gap in tier two. So if you are at like the upper end of that skill gap, I do think it's not actually necessary to prep with a study group. Yeah, at like the higher levels, generally you want to spend like a lot of your own time figuring out like exactly how to play the lines and like basically like what all the OP things that you should be looking for in like stage two, stage three are for like your forecast lines, for example. Your study group is not necessarily going to know all of them, and even if they did, they can't give you like a 10-page list of all the details of like the comps
Right.
that you could play are. So a lot of like the study group stuff is like general information, and then you kind of have to go put it into practice, right? A lot of the things are like
Hmm.
if Wasian tells me this comp is good, right? I have to figure out how to play the comp. Right? There's just some things that can't be explained through words, right? And they just have to be explained through experience.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, really. One of the big aspects of TFT is that this prep is never ending with not only how often the sets change, but also how often the patches kind of flip the game upside down.
A lot of people really like that patch, myself included. Like a lot of people are saying, if this was the first patch, it would be the best set of all time, stuff like that. I would say like I'm a little lower on it, not because it's necessarily a bad patch, but it's the classic like if you feel like something wasn't going very well, then like the improvement relative to whatever you were experiencing before feels a lot better. And I quite frankly haven't played like I haven't played any ladder this patch. I've only played scrims pretty much. I wonder how my experience and like other people's experience would be different if they went through like the full 2 weeks and were just playing on ladder like people normally do, right? It's just a very different environment. As for me personally, I do really like the patch. I think it's more interesting. Like I think we basically went too far in the other direction where before like 3 cost reroll was not really a thing and like fast 9 wasn't really a thing versus now I think they're both pretty dominant on the patch. So I'm not necessarily sure that it's better. It's just kind of like the opposite of what we had before.
Yeah, to some extent, the patch is kind of just meant to refresh and play what you couldn't play, earlier on in the set. You were saying that you've played mainly scrims for this last patch and not actually played on ladder. And I think this is something interesting because when a lot of spectators, when we watch these tournaments, we see boards or strategies necessarily that we're not seeing all that much on ladder. It's going to be interesting, I think, to see the second weekend of the tournament. Do you have any strategy planned? How are you feeling about it going into the weekend?
I feel all right. It's definitely I think this is probably the hardest patch to gauge exactly where you are compared to other people and compared to your prep, just because everything is so different. So I think it's very hard for anyone to actually feel like they have a large edge going into this tournament. Like I think if they do, they probably are just like misunderstanding like how confident they are in themselves. Although I wish I could be confident and say like I'm sure I have a huge edge. I just think too many things have changed for that to necessarily be true. I do. Sorry, what was the second part of the question?
It's kind of just how are you feeling about it, and if you have any if you had any strategy going into it, because some people will like go into tournament and be like, I'm playing multi-hard reroll, forcing it every game or almost. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Generally, I feel the least comfortable playing Fast 9 and feel like it's most volatile during tournaments. So I probably won't be playing any Fast 9 except from like the top 5% spots to do so.
right.
Other than that, I don't really have any sort of plan along the lines of forcing Malzahar reroll or forcing anything else. I don't think anything is that strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of everybody else who's also considering their plans for the weekend, who do you think we should be keeping an eye on?
There's been a lot of interesting discourse, I guess, on like tier lists and like how good people are going into regionals. I do think people that I would look out for just in terms of like narrative. I'm not really sure on. Again, I think it's really hard to know exactly the strength of the field because again, like so much stuff has changed and it's just like a very different patch than it's been in the past. I do think this is the type of patch that favors Setsuko a lot, and there was like I know there's a lot of discourse about like whether Setsuko is a fraud, right? And it's like because his pro circuit results haven't been like up to his standards. Like they've been good for like they've been good for like a normal player, like an average J1 player, but people kind of hold him to a higher standard.
Sure.
So I think the patch favors him a lot, and it's very interesting because I think a lot of people in the community are very divided about where he should be. And then I think the other person would probably be Chunnington, who's had like an amazing set so far. And I myself have personally said that I'm lower on him than a lot of other people have him, right? Because I think a lot of other people have him very, very high going into the set, going into the tournament. Sorry, not going into the set. But yeah, he's had a great set so far, but in the past hasn't really been like much of a threat. Kind of interested to see how he does. In terms of like people who I would expect to win, I mean honestly, it's hard to say that like you wouldn't expect Weijin to do well, considering like he won 3 tournaments in a row, obviously. And Michael, who had like the second highest. I think if you go through all of the regions, he had the second highest pro points after Weijin, like considering all the other regions. So in any other region, he would have
Right.
gone to Worlds off of the pro point slot. And he has spoken a little bit about Twitter and being a bit unhappy that it just ended up like Weijin Iverson dropped a super nuke this set. So yeah, those are the people I would keep an eye on, which I guess most of them aren't really hot takes.
I think it's always interesting for us, going into tournaments, trying to go through our pick'ems, and there's not really a better advice to get them from another pro player. What has your experience been personally being in a very competitive context with people that you consider friends?
I used to be a lot more of a competitive person. I still am very competitive. You kind of get support from them, and then you kind of have to play against them. So a lot of that is like really helpful motivation wise, because nobody wants to be like the friend who loses any competition in the group, right? Because eventually it's going to get brought up at some point, even if
Sure.
it's like probably in a playful way, but there's definitely that competitive fire to want to win more because you're playing against your friends. I think in terms of like actually forming study groups, when I started playing, it was actually just me and Malala in a call, and we were both able to actually play in, I guess, what would have been tier 2 back then. And he made it to regionals when it was just us in call. We never really got to like the next level of pro play before adding more people, but I do think that like people nowadays, especially in like tier 2 or people who are trying to break in, kind of over index on like having a lot of people helping them and like a lot of voices, where a lot of it just comes from the individual as well, and you just need one guy to look at, or one guy or gal to look at, look over the VODs with you and want to improve with you.
Yeah, and I mean that definitely touches on, kind of my last question for today, which was, for anyone who doesn't know, Guardian Angel League is an organization that supports people of marginalized genders and women in the TFT scene, and we have a particular interest in everything competitive. What would be your piece of advice for everyone else who's kind of just, knocking at the door and trying to break through?
Like a lot of it is just going to be like play a lot of games, make sure you have someone to look at your, at least one person to look at stuff with and bounce ideas off of. And then I guess for like marginalized genders, I do actually think TFT is probably like the best chance right now. Like if you're trying to go pro in any of the games, a lot of it is just like social stuff. I do think generally like we are the most accepting. I hope we are, at least in the spaces I've been in. I think quite a few female challenger players. I think Panchi competed in tier 2. Harmony is also trying to get into. Yeah, there's definitely people on the cusp. The great thing is it's an individual game. So like at the end of the day, if you want opportunities and you're able to be good enough to get them, right? There's no like team dynamics or politics or anything that can really stop you for the most part, right? I'm not really sure what the tier 2 scene is like, but it is just like, as far as I'm concerned, it's merit based, and I don't think there's been like any ladder scandals or anything on NA in a while. Yeah, like if you can get there, you can get there, sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really nice for us to be able to do these interviews with players.
Yeah, thanks again for hosting. I had a great time.
Great, thank you so much. Hello, good evening. Welcome back to another weekend of TPC. I'm here with Twonky. I hope everyone else is super excited for this as well.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I am so excited to get into this weekend. I was busy last weekend and I didn't get to watch as much as I wanted to. So I'm really, really excited to see how the games start up and get going this weekend. There's a lot of really fun players to watch.
Yeah,
And I think that we're going to be in for some good games.
absolutely. For anyone who isn't aware, we are GAL, and we are an organization that is here for people of marginalized genders who play TFT. And we're also just really passionate about the competitive scene. And so we're really happy to be co-streaming these TPC events, and we're gonna have a ton of fun. Um, I think we do have a little bit of time before the game starts, so we're going to be able to look at what the lobbies look like currently after the draft.
Yeah, I do know for game one, we are going to be hopping into that lobby 4 so that we get the chance to look at kind of this CTG VIT like grudge match almost that we got going on.
That's gonna be
Are there
interesting.
are there any players there that you think are worth keeping an eye on?
I mean, there is a ton, right? These players have been seen again and again and again, and have all had absolutely incredible performances. And you know, going into this kind of grudge match, I think I'm going to be really curious to take a look at Soju and Marcel P, particularly. I think, I'm looking at the stat here of them, that's kind of like team versus team and the total org pro points. But although there's a big difference, there's the same number of TAC crown entries, which I think is really interesting and really speaks to like quality over quantity potentially for CTG, kind of.
Yeah, I think that there is obviously a pretty big discrepancy in these total pro points across both of the orgs. But you can see the TPC wins versus like 2 versus none, and you kind of I think it'll be really interesting to see how this lobby shakes out because all of these players are super incredible. You have Marcel P with his like 12.5% win rate, which is kind of insane. Like
It really is, yeah.
That's really high.
Looking at the top 4 rate as well, 62.1%. I mean, anything that's above, a 50-50 is already really, really good. And taking that even further, like above the 60% looks amazing.
Yeah, and it looks like he hasn't qualified for TAC Crown before, and like with stats like this, it's really kind of
might be
I
due.
think that it's a strong showing and making a really strong case for that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think taking a look as well at Soju comparatively is super interesting because we have like players who have incredible statistics over here, and has been qualified to the crown stats, but does not necessarily have the same showing stats wise, at least in the career stats, as Marcel P, but I do believe has played more, or at least the pool of stats is from a larger pool of games than Marcel P. So I think it's going to be interesting to see a little bit how these two teams are going to interact with each other on this battleground.
Absolutely. Soju is just a lot of fun to watch in general, so I'm always excited whenever we get to watch a game that he's in. I also think it's really interesting to look at here with his win rate stat is higher than that of Marcel P by like over 1%, but that top 4 rate is a lot lower. And so like he's not as consistently top 4ing these games, but he is still winning and he's still like getting all of those points that you need, to actually qualify you to the major events.
Soju might be a bit more of a risk-taking player, potentially. And I think, sometimes it pays off really, really well. And we've seen him do it before, and I'm sure we'll see him do it again. But we'll see. I mean, anything can happen. I find myself particularly entertained by the fact that these two teams have decided to, pretty much exclusively draft each other almost to just make sure that they get a good fight,
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a lot of fun. I love when orgs kind of do that sort of thing. Like they understand that it's so fun to watch from an audience perspective to have that. And so
Yeah.
I feel like they kind of feed into it a lot of the time.
Absolutely.
I think, at least for me, I think it would be nice to have kind of a little refresher on what our format is going to look like for the weekend. So our Friday, 16 players who qualified from the first week are joining the top 16 from the pro circuit. And that's what the games that we're watching today are. Initial lobbies were drafted by the top 4 pro point earners. And after 6 games, the top 24 will advance to Saturday with their points carrying over.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. We get to see, draft picks every once in a while during these tournaments, and we get some interesting results. After that, we'll have many, many more eliminations coming through what is technically day 6, but is day 3 for us this weekend. And we'll make it eventually to the grand finals on Sunday with the 8 remaining players. So there's going to be a lot of chopping happening.
Yeah.
So we'll only end up with a quarter of the players by Sunday, but there are a lot of games in between here and then.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of TFT to watch this weekend.
Yes, a ton, and it's going to be great. Looking, as well at the other lobbies, there's a lot of interesting things to look at. Particularly myself looking at lobby 1, the names in here are ready to give us a spectacular matchup as well. And we will be getting the chance to take a look at them during the game 2. Sorry. I think, there's everybody that's on this screen currently is people that we have either seen, that we have heard of, that we know already for a fact are amazing TFT players. So with any luck, we'll be given good games, good encounters, good the augments options, and everything to give us a good, entertaining regional finals.
Absolutely. Like you had mentioned, we are starting with Lobby 4 to kind of see these 2 teams go head to head, but then we're going to be jumping into Lobby 1. And personally, I'm excited to watch Weijin again. I mean, super, super dominant performance all
Absolutely.
up, all through up until this point, and like really continuing it. Yeah, you can see here 20% win rate, second highest in NA. Like it's crazy.
That's
He's qualified
incredible. Yes.
multiple times over. Again, I know after the last like TPC, he won all 3 cups and had the most pro points. Like technically qualified 4 times. For TAC Crown, and incredible performances just all the way around.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, what are the odds? That it happens again.
Yeah.
What if it does?
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible. Theoretically, anything can happen, right? I know that, we've spoken to many a TFT player, and some are thinking it's all luck, some are thinking it's all performance, but I want to see if he can pull it off again. And we also, if you guys had the chance to saw earlier, we had a chance to talk to Basso Skills earlier this week. So I will be personally quite rooting for him. I do know that him and Weijin are friends, so I think some friendly competition is nicely due.
Yeah, the interview, so fun. Glad that we got to talk to him, and I feel like at least after the Weijin interview, I think that there is a little bit of gal luck that comes with those. So maybe we'll see that pay off.
Maybe we'll see the interview buff.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Looking a little bit at Basso's stats here, it's interesting because the win rate is decently high. It is not a 20% fine, but it is a pretty high win rate, I think, in what the average kind of looks like. And it's kind of talking to me in the same kind of way of Soju as like, I think this is a risk-taking player in the sense that the top 4 rate is not super, super high. It is over 50, but it's not like others that we have seen. But when put together with the win rate, that kind of tells me like, okay, this guy is choosing to take some risk to kind of, play first or eighth a little bit. I think that makes for some interesting games for sure.
Absolutely. It definitely makes it more fun when you have players that are willing to take that risk. And like these are super, super high stakes. So I completely understand players who want to play it safe, want to play these like low variance comps, play what you're comfortable with, what you know is good, versus the players who are kind of willing to go a little bit more out there and take those risks. And sometimes they pay off and sometimes they don't. And that's just the risk that you're taking
Yeah.
when you embrace that play style.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's so many risks to take in TFT, and it's going to be exciting to see what everyone chooses. Um, and over here, we are looking a little bit at Setsuko's player profile over here. I mean, see, comparing again, like this is a really good set of stats. Look at the average placement is straight on a 4. The win rate is super high. The top 4 rate is super high. The 8th rate is low. We've seen everybody over the 8.0 so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is, like, you can just tell by looking at those stats. They're consistent, and they're consistently within this top 4 placement, which on it, like, in games like this and these really important ones where you're, especially the early days, when you're really looking to just secure points, make sure that you are making the next day versus, like, really trying to win out these lobbies, having that consistent, even 4th placement is huge and really, really does a lot for you.
Yeah. I think while I agree with this, and I feel like Setsuko, and this is going to sound counterintuitive because I just said he had such a high win rate, but I feel like I don't see him win that many games, or at least not that many important ones. And I think this is kind of what might be affecting like his ranking currently, just because, these are overall career stats. This is not specifically from this year, so it could be quite different.
Right.
To some extent, I kind of feel like Setsuko is a bit more of a safer player in his playstyle. And unfortunately, when you are in tournament, like the penalty difference between a first and a second is much bigger than in ladder.
Absolutely.
In this tournament, you really, really need to go first. Go first. If you go 4th every game, you're probably getting cut. You need some of those, like, I mean, it's true, right? You need some of those big chunks of points to kind of like withstand the games that you don't do as well, and it doesn't even have to be your fault.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you were saying, with this win rate, having those first place is really nice, getting them day 1, day 2, and like kind of building up a point lead and feeling really secure in making that final lobby is great and super important. However, once you're in check, you have to get first, and like making sure that you can close out those games, making sure that that is something that you can do is really important. That's like something that we had seen with Weijin previously, where he obviously was doing really well. He was in points, he made the top 8 lobby, and then just when it mattered most is when he starts pulling out these first place wins, and he's winning entire events off of like playing these higher variance comps, but ensuring that he's going to secure the first place that he needs to win.
Yeah, agreed. 100%. And I mean, we get to take a quick look at Dish Soap over here, who has some of the best stats worldwide, apparently. I mean, this is incredible. So I'm excited to see his performance as well. We are finally headed into game here with the LeBlanc opener for our encounter.
Okay. I do like LeBlanc opener. I think that she's a lot of fun. Sometimes I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the like encounters that you do get. I think that some of them are so high variance that, especially in these tournament settings, like getting that rise and that kind of thing, where it's just like it completely upends the entire game, especially in these early games, in my opinion, doesn't feel as good. And so having something that's easier to play, easier to watch, less stressful, honestly.
Yeah, that's totally
really nice.
fair. I don't disagree with you, and I think that LeBlanc's interesting because it kind of forces you to think fast. You have to come up with your plan early. You need to find your direction early, and there tends to be a little bit less. How would I put this? Tends to be a little bit less of people playing, kind of just strongest board until I find what I want to play, because you have to pick all of your augments so quickly.
Absolutely.
Which, in this meta, I don't know how that's going to translate, because that is kind of what everybody's doing right now, you know, playing these strongest boards and trying to go 9 as soon as
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah, it definitely makes it more interesting when you have to commit to just like you have to be able to have an idea of what your final board is going to look like when you're picking these augments, and that is hard, especially like you had mentioned when we're playing in this meta where everybody does just want to go 8 and then see what they hit, kind of.
Yeah, agreed, 100%. And I mean, for the XP players, they are probably looking at Ionia openers as an option right now, considering it is Path of the Enlightened. But we are being offered a silver augment first, so we'll see what happens from here. Slightly magic roll for Robin.
Okay. That is a Viego too, if we did want to look at maybe unlocking some of the Shadow Isles
Mm-hmm.
units.
I do believe somebody has already unlocked Yorick as well, so I like the fact that with the most recent changes to the unlocks, some of these things are a lot easier to
For sure.
obtain.
Yeah. I think Shadow Isles is so fun. I also think that it's really cool that it is like you have to there's only one path to do it, and like there's no you have to commit to it early. And I think that that's a lot of fun. It's not necessarily great all the time, but I think that it's fun
Mm-hmm.
and it really rewards you for like taking this gamble early and saying, "No, I'm committing to it. I'm playing this."
Yeah, agreed, 100%. Looking over at Soju here, choosing the silver spoon is personally one of my favorite silver augments. Just trying to get that little bit of getting ahead, you know, just
Yeah,
being a little bit ahead of the curve. If you don't have the best units necessarily, or you don't have the best items, this kind of allows you to potentially, you know, get that get that early win streak.
for sure. And we did see quite a few void units over on that side of the board with that silver spoon, making it so that you can hit your level 7 and you can get that Kaisa unlock earlier. Like that always
Yeah,
feels good.
absolutely. I mean, Broseph looks to be in a really good spot right now. Having the Loris opener with the Oriana unlocked already, we've got Yorick, Loris and Yorick. That's very difficult to say. I'm so sorry. But Yorick unlocked, who is one of the better tanks with Leona as well. I mean, this is a really good spot to be, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. I am really interested to kind of see these players that are on a team and are presumably like study grouping together and practicing together and seeing if they're kind of looking towards the same kind of things, if they're valuing augments like the same, if they think that the same comps are good, and just kind of how that plays out.
Yeah, agreed. And I wonder if, to some extent, they are being mindful of what each other are playing. This isn't, you know, a 4v4 tournament, but I feel like
Yeah,
just because of the fact that the draft was done this way, to some extent, they're probably trying to stay out of each other's way.
yeah, for sure.
Taking our second augment over here, Kai Wing, this is cool. Getting the Annie when we've already built, you know, AP items, we seem to have a decent start. But
Yeah,
now it's just going to be about survivability, right? Trying to maintain
yeah,
HP until we can unlock, or I mean, until we can place this Annie down.
yeah, absolutely. I love Ori as a unit. I think she's so fun. You could see the like
Mirror
mirror
matchup on the
match on her
Ori,
too. Like
yeah.
exactly. Just a
Yeah,
really strong unit, gives you really nice synergies. Now easy, super easy to unlock. Like it's just a really, really good unit.
yeah, absolutely agreed. And Camuli's spot looks incredible with the 2-star Yorick there and the items. I mean, this is where you want to be, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, carousel over here. I mean, Ari with a Tira does look particularly interesting. Amelia with a bow isn't too bad either, but we do not seem to have any Ishtal players this game. That is not true, I lied. Robin is playing Ishtal with hefty rerolls. That's going to
Yeah.
be something to keep an eye on for sure.
I do love Ishtal, and I mean with that reroll, I think that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I
It
agree
is like we were talking
completely.
about. That's one of those higher variance comps where sometimes it pays off and sometimes you really, really get yourself in a sticky situation. So
Yeah,
it's definitely takes some confidence to pick that, and I love to see it.
agreed, 100%. And I think that like the starting items are good for it. Having, having the board ready and just being like, okay, I'm going to commit to this, knowing that the hefty rerolls are going to pay off down the line. Look at a press event. This is also interesting. You've got hefty
Yeah.
rerolls, and I have to assume this is going to be a Noxus reroll angle.
Yeah, absolutely. I do believe that that Darius reroll is stronger now than it has been previously. So I am curious if
Oh yeah,
that's the sort of thing that we're gonna see.
yeah. I mean, Darius. I think I said this last week, but when I completed my lore finder, my last one was Darius, and I didn't even know
Mhm.
Darius was in the set. So I'm glad that he is getting his moment of spotlight and 15 minutes of fame.
Absolutely. He was definitely flying under the radar.
Yeah,
But I they
100%.
made his unlock a little bit easier in the patch where they had changed a lot of the unlocks, and then I think because of some other buffs and then nerfs to other champions, he's just kind of finding his spot in the meta, and
Yeah,
you'd love to see it. Better late than never.
absolutely. I got very scared for a second that Setsuko had a Lucian and Senna on T6, and it is just the little legend. That was
Yeah.
terrifying.
They do those unlocked little legends really when it's something that's in that set, it does mess with me.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mm.
Look at a press event here. Just seeing him pick up Eludens, which is interesting choice, if I might say.
Yeah, I wonder if we're kind of thinking about that LeBlanc or something.
We might be thinking about the Mel down the
That yeah.
line.
Yeah,
I feel
that's
like that
true.
might be a little bit more likely because I've been seeing a lot more Mel on people's boards. Trying to get her
Yeah.
to, print some radiance.
Absolutely. I like Noxus a lot just in general. I think it's a lot of fun. I
Mm.
always love comps that have a little friend to come join you. So I'm glad that
Yes,
it's picking up.
the new cultists from way back when.
Exactly. Oh, I remember Cultist.
It was so much fun.
I mean, we are seeing more Noxus even than I feel like we have in the past in general, so
That's
can't
true.
be
I would
upset about
say,
that.
apart from like PBE, we were seeing a ton of Noxus and like early
Yeah.
in the set, where LeBlanc was absolutely amazing, and then they tuned her down a little bit. She came back too.
She did,
Um,
yeah.
I think it's probably one of the comps with the most units that are difficult to balance, just
Yeah.
because they tend to scale a little and they become OP very quickly.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
oh wow,
yeah.
okay,
I
big
mean,
hits.
that's it wants you to play Noxus at that point.
Let's go hitting the Ambessa here. Well,
Yeah.
okay then. With a Vanquisher emblem, with a Triforce on
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
kind of
scary.
scary.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. That Vanquisher on the Belveth just she starts ripping and tearing and gets really big really fast.
Yeah, agreed 100%. This is going to be something to look out for, and it's so early to have this online as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean 3 Vanquisher at 3-1. You definitely feel pretty good about your spot.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, however, like, you're also happy about your spot because there are two other people in this lobby playing Noxus at the very least. It's
Mhm.
going to be a little bit difficult to find your units.
Yeah, absolutely. I know we had
Mm.
mentioned that Annie earlier, but we also have this Azir kind of waiting for his
Mhm.
time to shine on
Yeah.
the just off the bench.
I mean, I think this is kind of perfect to play with Noxus just because you'll get that disruptor with the Mel, and Azir is just such a good all around unit. It's
Yeah,
just kind of, it's one of those, legendaries that doesn't force you to play anything else specifically, right? It can be kind of
right.
slotted in with literally anything. Um, So yeah, not too much of a forceful direction for this one.
Yeah, for sure. Azir is definitely one of those units that you can just kind of throw into anything and he's going to feel pretty good. And
Hmm.
so having that guaranteed Azir 2 with an item, I mean,
Yeah.
that feels pretty comfortable and doesn't really feel like it forces you into playing something specific.
Yeah, agreed completely. Candiele's looking really strong here. I mean, even though this Draven is going crazy and that Shen is not
Yeah.
dying, getting the aggro on the Oriana there was absolutely massive.
Yeah, oh my gosh. And a pretty nice cash to boot.
Draven payout, absolutely
Yep.
lovely.
Yeah. I mean, that Shen was
Not
really
dying.
tanky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of shocking, to be honest. That's a one cost.
Yeah.
Precedent is still 100 streaking over there with 54 gold, 7 streak, looking good. Broseph is on some Piltover Demacia, some interesting shenanigans that spreading roots.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if, I mean, getting up to like that rise kind of thing is a little difficult, but I do like this for Piltover. I think that Piltovers, especially at like this point in the game, generally feels pretty good.
Yeah, I would agree. And then also, to some extent, like Rise is a little bit easier to unlock. And what with having such a strong board, going level 9 isn't going to be
Right.
uh, necessarily difficult.
Oh, that's quite a few frying pans on our carousel.
Yeah. Vanquisher Emblem number 2
That's
for.
what I was thinking.
You never know. See if. I mean, Setsuko did not choose to pick up a pan, though.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. I feel like in previous sets if there was like a spat on carousel, you took it 100% of the time, and I think that it's
Yeah.
shows a lot for the game that that's no longer the case.
Yeah, I agree. I think the moment in which the whole meta was wrapped around how many spats do you have was
Yeah,
interesting in its own right, but at the same time
for sure.
a little bit game breaking in the sense that like it felt like you could not win unless you had a spat set up.
Yeah. I think that it feels good to know that you can deprioritize taking that. You don't have to burn a
Yeah.
carousel to like get a
Yep.
spot, get a frying pan to even be able to compete with other boards. It's that
Hmm.
if you're in a position to play it, then you take it. But you do not have to take it to feel like you're gonna not
You're
be
even
able
in
to
the
top four without
competition.
it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Agreed entirely. Looking at Soju here playing Bilgewater, which is interesting. We haven't been seeing too much Bilgewater
Yeah.
recently. It's not bad inherently, but I think with what a lot
Right.
of other people have been clicking, it's
Yeah,
maybe a little bit hard.
that is the MF and the Fizz though, right off of that roll. So if you're
Mm,
playing Bilge, you just hit your forecasts.
very true. And we did see. I think it was Pandora's Bench as well. So looking at potentially some 3 stars. I really like Brosef's spot. The more I look at this board, the more I feel like this is a super good angle for winning
Uh-huh.
purposes.
Yeah. That Melio is really throwing
Yeah.
throwing some I don't even remember what his Q is called, but I love the animation on it. I think it's so fun.
Yeah, I just call it bouncy ball. It's certainly
Yeah.
not that, but
There you go. Just a little bit of whimsy.
seems like a pretty whimsical unit anyways.
For sure.
going to be going into stage 4 here, so we are
Ooh.
going to be seeing people spend up
Yeah.
and roll down sometime soon.
I am curious. We're currently re-rolling a fizz. Do we?
I we're hoping for misfortune. Really.
Yeah, I guess we just really only care about MF.
I don't think actually Fizz even makes it to final board. Really.
I think so too. Oh well, it's turned to fizz into another fizz. Ooh, the 1% kindred.
Back fortune 3. I think that's the only way out. I mean, we're on 29 HP already. This
Yeah,
is
it's
scary and frustrating.
It's definitely, yeah, for sure. We have like no unit upgrades at all, really. The whole board is pretty much 1 star.
And we're not level 8. We're barely level 7, right?
Yeah. I think that your MF has 3 items. She's gonna do what she can, but it falls off pretty quickly if you aren't able to kind of upgrade your board.
Yeah, and just have the survivability to let your MF cast so much.
Exactly. Yeah.
Rest of it is still looking quite fearsome. And Marcel P over here is looking kind of low on HP as well. Sitting at 21 right now, which is
We've got that
kinda
Azir
spooky.
in now, though.
Yeah, we did manage to get our hands on the Azir. Do not have Ambessa 2-star, which is a little scary.
Yeah, but we do have the fiddle and a Senna in the back line, so we're kind of just 4 and 5 cost units. See what we can do.
Yeah. At this point, it's going to be a case of, play Protect the President.
Yeah,
Protect Azir
exactly.
and hope that he can ramp up quickly enough with the Rage Blade.
Yeah. And I mean, this Seraphine is also really well protected. She's getting off quite a few ults.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah. Mowing through Canby Lee over here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Galio comes online for Kerwan. And look at that Annie, too.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of casting. It's a big tippers as well. I mean, Annie has to be the best unit you can get from Aura farming, just because you actually get 2 legendary 2-star units.
Right. Ooh, we got a TK being re-rolled.
I feel like surely at this point you drop the TF, no? Move the items to the Kindred, play the Tom Kench.
That's what I guess maybe we value Quick Striker.
I feel like it's unnecessary though.
Yeah.
Like there's not that many units profiting from it.
I agree.
And it's a Kindred, right? And it has a Rage Blade.
Right.
The Quick Striker is
we're really close to some 3-star upgrades on that board.
Oh yeah, looking at the
one off of the Nico, one off of the board also. Already hit the Aphelios.
Yeah. And pretty healthy too. For playing Ishtal. 51 HP for Robin.
Yeah.
It's not bad at all.
Definitely
good spot.
Yeah, when we're about to hit so many like 3-star upgrades, fairly healthy. It's not too bad.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where the sun shards are at, and oh no, we're not even playing Ishtal. It's a Philios reroll. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
There's every chance that because this did open with Ishtal, but honestly, maybe the quest choices were too bad. That's a good exit door out of it.
Yeah.
That is an Ornn on Tetsuko's board. And a
Oh.
Shyvana.
We are getting to that point where we're starting to get even more 5-cost units on the board.
I mean, this Belveth is putting in work, and so is the Sambesa, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, Seraphine Old was really, really doing a lot there.
Yep, agreed. If Herald 2 comes online. Soju's on the win streak. We've obtained a 2-star Lucian and Senna as well.
Yeah, we got
And
our
Marcel
Renekton in
P.
here.
Yeah, Marcel P's looking good too, between the Seraphine and the Azir.
Yeah,
All those
absolutely.
items on the Wukong. This looks pretty strong.
Yeah, that Wukong is very healthy.
Yeah. My question is, where does Robin go from here? It's the
Right.
3 stars, but what now? Right? Because
like-
as strong as this is, it's not strong enough to beat all of these boards forever.
Right. Like, are we still gonna keep sitting at 6 and hoping that we hit this board, or are we going to
Are we moving
level?
on?
Yeah.
And I know that we have hefty rolls, but it's limited. You know.
Right. And we're getting to that point. Everything's starting to get low. There's quite a few players that are sub 30. So you're looking at like these two-turn clocks with a bad loss or two, and
Yeah.
kind of trying to decide what is going to get you that top 4.
I tend to agree, and I think that there's also, I mean, this is kind of rare, I feel, in tournament to have, you know, walking into stage 5, everybody's got kind of similar HP, you know, apart from the top 2, everybody else is relatively close to each other, you know?
For sure.
So at this point, every fight you win matters a ton.
Absolutely. This is when you kind of start to see who else loses to who and hoping that they hit somebody stronger than you.
Yeah. It's, there's certainly a little bit of matchup RNG that's going to be taking place.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're close to that Draven 3.
Mm-hmm.
And also looking for the LeBlanc 3 as well. Oh, the Darius too. Oh,
Ooh.
there we go.
Right
Got
time.
it in time.
That was spooky. It was almost not on time, to be honest. Yeah, this looks good. Let's see how much damage. I think that's the thing, though, is that this Annie is just between Annie and Lux. That's so much backline access while being completely protected.
Absolutely. It's and they both have 3 items, and it's 3 good items too. That's really hard to deal with unless you're like specifically positioning to bait Lux ult away from your backline and just hoping that you can get through the front line in time.
And even then, you're getting completely burned by the Annie.
Yep. Yeah. That one, there's not a lot that you can do about.
That's just, you just have to put up with that.
Yeah.
It looks super strong, though, for sure.
Yeah, and that 3 items on tippers also.
We're 1 off.
We are, yeah.
Both of these.
No more gold. Yeah.
With hefty rolls as well, so...
Yeah. We are still, like, probably 2 turn on this with, what, 26 HP? So still got a little bit of time to hit our units. And this LeBlanc has 3 items. She does not as much damage as I was expecting, honestly, after watching that. So maybe...
Yeah, you know?
That
a surprising fight,
really...
to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, Kimberly's alive. That's gonna be the end for Marcel P, though. First one out of the first game.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, these those bottom 2 players are super close, and then the top, aside from first, everything else is within the 20s. That's
Yeah,
basically anybody's game there.
it is. And I mean, apart from Soju, who's on the 7-win streak, everybody else has been going kind of win-loss and kind of just.
Yeah. We did hit our Darius reroll, and he has 3-star. He does get scarily low consistently, but just doesn't die.
This
Oh,
is
there it
just too
is.
much, though. That's going to be the
Yeah,
end for precedent
wow.
as well.
So if we're looking at our kind of team org matchups that we were seeing, it's still it's pretty even.
It is pretty even, yeah. I mean, looking at these boards right now, thanks to the overlay, what's your prediction insofar as winning at this point?
I mean, Soju on that win streak is really, I mean, that's pretty compelling right there.
I agree. I think a lot of these other boards just don't have that many potential upgrades.
Yeah, it does seem like we have that Silas out, though, which is not a unit that you see a whole lot of, or unlocked at least. Yeah,
It is true.
he's out on the board. That's not something that you see in all too many games, so I am interested. He's, yep, there we go. Got a Thief's Glove, so hopefully going to be able to do quite a bit.
Yeah. I mean, Soju somehow managed to hit almost all of his upgrades, and I'm happy to see that the TF items were moved over to the Legion Senna.
Yeah, TF gets to stay, but his items do not.
Yeah. Oh, but these Lux ults, though.
Yeah, but the targeting is just so good that she's not hitting the MF, so she does get to do a lot more than she might have otherwise, but it's just not enough.
And it felt like the MF damage was a little subpar. K1 hitting the 2-star Galio, though. That's interesting.
Yeah. We do have 3 Freljord, which, again, I feel like isn't something that we see a whole lot of. I mean, we've got a couple of emblems on the board. Super strong board for sure, but I feel like even the 3-piece on the Freljord isn't all that common at this point in the game.
I tend to agree with you. I mean, it is a nice buff to have, and I think just because of
for sure,
because of the emblems, like it's you're able to slot it in.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you probably wouldn't see this much.
Yeah.
Although I do feel like Kaiwing is gonna walk away with this one. I mean, look at this Annie damage.
Yeah, this Annie and the Lux, they're just really shredding everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Rise
unlock. Maybe that's the plan.
I think that was it. Yeah, that is definitely what we were.
This is one of the most standard Rise boards, actually, now that I think about it, right? And having the emblems, it just makes sense that you'd want to play Rise, because you can have that many more traits active.
Yeah, I mean, we did talk about that earlier, and then I kind of forgot that he was a champion.
Yeah, me too. I think it's more that we would have expected the Rise to come a tiny bit earlier.
Yeah, definitely.
Getting the Rise added on the board is huge, but I don't know if 1 star is going to be enough.
Yeah, just the 1 star and having no gold to roll with is pretty scary. Oh, well, there's 2.
You've got nothing to sell.
Yeah, you can sell Brum to buy 2, but what's the point if it's not upgrading?
Yeah. Yeah, Kaiwing finally moves some of the items over to the Galio. I think that's a good play. I mean, the Tibbers is tanking well enough, and
yeah, for
sure.
Carrick
just isn't as good of a unit anymore.
Oh, we've got 2 2-star Belveths here, and looking for that 3-star.
Got one on bench, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder if this has been noticed yet.
Yeah, and she is shredding also. Does get a little
mean,
bit stuck as soon as I say that, but up until that point.
you know, and it's the double bramble vest there.
Yeah.
Because I think, you know, these Belvets potentially out heal the Annie damage with the Slayer,
Right.
but
Right.
if they're also hitting the Tiberus and taking damage from their own attacks when they're hitting so hard, this is death sentence for sure. All right. Kai Wang versus Soju, final matchup. I mean, Kai Wang looks so strong. I don't think Soju.
Absolutely. I mean, this board just is so strong.
And there's a 2-star fiddle. It does have a Zanya's. And yet, you know?
Yeah. We're getting Lux ults that aren't hitting our backline, but it's just not enough, I don't think.
It really isn't.
Yeah. Oh wow. You get one more.
Oh, 1 HP.
Yeah. Okay. I do think like the positioning has been great. You're managing to dodge all of those Lux ults, but I mean the Annie and the Tibbers, they just do so much here.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. You know, Fiddle needs to land a perfect ult. Backline needs to not get luxed. And I think at this point it's more about the Kindred pumping out enough damage more than the Misfortune. Because I think we bought more units and items than we did stats for the most part.
Right. Oh, that's a unfortunate Lux ult if you're Soju.
There goes the MF. Yeah.
Yeah, well there we go.
It's a win for Kai Wen.
Yeah.
Huge. Very nice.
We did. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw him get that Annie and really playing into it so well, and also getting the Silas unlock, which we don't see in a ton of games. I thought that was a lot of fun.
I think we'll be seeing it more this tournament compared to other tournaments. I mean, obviously there's the changes of the unlock, but also just he seems to fit better in a lot of comps now.
Yeah, for sure.
It was super interesting, and honestly, that's a great game to start off on. It felt very. I don't know how to explain this other than standard good TFT.
Yeah.
It was very pure TFT. You know what I mean? It wasn't nothing crazy, but
yeah,
incredibly well played.
We did get to see some reroll comps also, which I thought was a lot of fun. A lot of the time, like we were saying before, when you have the meta that's generally so focused on going 8 and like playing these strong 4-cost boards, still having at least a couple of comps that you can play that are reroll comps that are still, I mean, they weren't top 4ing in this lobby specifically, but clearly people think that they're good enough to play in a tournament setting. I think that's really nice.
Yeah.
Kai Wang, let's go.
Looking at 50% top 4 over here. Right?
Yeah.
You know, that's a high 8th rate.
It is a little higher than I think we've been seeing on most of other players for sure.
And I think that makes it all the more satisfying to go first, most likely. If you are a risk taker, you know.
Yeah.
And getting these 8s a little bit more often than everybody else because of those risks when it pays off.
Right.
It must be extra nice. 100%.
Absolutely. I also really liked, like I had said before, seeing that Silas because it is like it's a high investment unit to get even after the changes that they made. Like you really are committing if you're planning to play that and actually playing it and going first with it, I think is really nice and hopefully is foreshadowing of seeing some more Silas.
I believe in it for sure. I think with that, while we wait to be able to get into game 2, we are going to take a short break. So don't go anywhere and we'll be right back. Welcome back. We are ready for game two. We're gonna have a couple instants here before we get into game. I am excited to see what's going to be happening in this lobby, and we are here with Lysandra, who is going to give us 5 random one costs to fight on the Howling Abyss. So a little bit of ARM to open this game up.
For sure. I am excited. We did swap lobbies, so we are now watching lobby one, which has players like Weijin and that Bosso that we had talked about earlier. That I'm really
Mhm.
excited to watch.
Yeah, me too. And then also, I'm really excited to take a look at Deleted. Um, I know that Deleted hasn't had the best performance in this set so far, but they've been a consistently interesting player to watch. You know,
Hmm.
like playing the fun boards, playing the risky boards, and sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't, as we've said it a million times, but it's always nice to watch.
For sure. I mean, I think that those are the most fun players, are the ones who aren't afraid to kind of play something that's not necessarily great, but if you can pilot it well enough, you're still getting the points that you need.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, this is a
Looking at
lot of
these.
pairs. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, looking at this bench, that is
And we got a Briar pair
something.
there. Like, I think that that's part of what makes the Lysandra interaction so fun is just that it opens you up to so many different avenues.
Mm,
Like,
I do
I
agree.
mean, also that's super early Scion unlock too.
I, yeah,
Pick
there's so
up.
many things to be done here. I'm looking at this Ionia here, Path of Blades, which is kind of eh, you know?
Yeah.
Um, but making 10 here for a Crazy Cat, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're going to be opening up again with a Silver Augment here. Um, the Tristana Parent Shop, which is interesting, but we haven't seen Yordles at the forefront of anything recently at all.
Yeah, for sure. I do think that Yordles definitely feels kind of middling. Even when you're hitting, in my opinion, I don't think it's felt super great.
Hmm. Bruiser Emblem over here. There's a lot of things that can be done with the Bruiser Emblem. It's a little bit of the shame that the Ionia path isn't better this game.
Yeah, for
To play
sure.
around
We
the
see.
The Wukong. Jeez.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
but I mean, we do have a rod on bench. There is potential for this to become potentially like maybe a volley bear or something with the Bruiser
Hmm.
emblem. It'd be that much
Right.
easier to unlock him.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Bruiser's just a lot of fun in general. Like seeing those really
Yeah,
big HP bars is always
barcodes.
satisfying. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We've got a lot of interesting openers here. Bastos did take Slice of Life, which I'm curious to see what the units he's going to get later are going to be, because this is a little bit, one of those where you kind of want to survive and you kind of don't want to commit too hard to what you're playing in case you get given something really good,
Right, right.
or maybe you get the unit and you just sell it and it's free money and it just ends
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, for sure.
I will say that amongst the silver augments, there hasn't been that many choosing to go for anything that is combat oriented.
Right.
Obviously, we do have fire hex, but a lot of them seem to be, slice of life. We got the econ, set your win streak to 4.
Definitely.
In 1 gold, need some free
Yeah.
units a little bit left and right. So
Yeah. And I mean, having those things that are going to make sure that you're staying on tempo, especially, I mean, TFT is one of those games where, like, if the rest of the lobby is doing something, if you aren't doing it and you fall behind on tempo,
mm,
you're going to go bot too. And so it's kind of like you can get a little bit of herd mentality. And it's not necessarily that it's bad or like you're picking something that's not as good because the rest of the lobby is doing it, but it's definitely like when something is strong, a lot of the time you feel like you have to play it, otherwise you are going to fall behind.
Yeah, it's kind of limiting, needing to follow the way your lobby is playing, and that's exceptionally true during tournaments where the tempo is inevitably
Yeah,
so high because these are
absolutely.
extremely important games.
Yeah.
We're looking at JOC here with the Nico stuck in the back, which I'm assuming
Yeah,
means that we are some lost streak quests,
probably.
most likely. Although happy to see
Yeah.
some Ishtal.
Yeah, absolutely. Nico survives player combat. Okay.
Oh,
So,
well, that's another way to have Nico survive player combat. Yeah, that's
yeah,
fair.
just keep her locked
Keep
locked in
her
the
locked
back.
away.
She can't get hurt if she can't make it out there. So, fair enough. But I do think that those are the kind of quests that you do want to hit early when you can do shenanigans like that, and you can kind of like lock her in the back and hope that the rest of your comp is strong enough to win combat.
Hmm.
But because hitting that later becomes a little bit more risky.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I'm looking a little bit everywhere at these boards. We're seeing a lot of AP openers for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Very little on the AD side. We have deleted who's got, a GS, which isn't even an AD commit necessarily.
Right.
I do think that, maybe a declaw would be a good investment by anyone who can make one.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, there's a little bit, another half of an AD item.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not entirely aware of where Demacia or Vayne stands currently. I know that,
Mm-hmm.
most of the meta right now is pretty much 3 cost reroll or legendary boards.
Right.
But I wonder if the Vayne reroll has made a return, with the,
Mm-hmm.
what is it, GS Kraken Gunblade. Keep your whole board
Right.
alive and just
Yeah.
shoot him down.
Yeah, for sure. I do love LeBlanc, so I'm just glad that she's getting some more screen time.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Pockygum spot looks great. We've got the early win streak going on. I
Mm-hmm.
am seeing Catherine in chat, Pocky the real streaker. Yeah. Huh? This is interesting as well for Crazy Cat. Playing for this, lost streak with the Bard, but holding onto these Ionia units, not slamming any
Right.
items.
Right. I love the little hot pot portal. It's so cute.
It really is. I had no idea that existed until like last week. I mean, so far, comparatively to last lobby, I'll
Mm-hmm.
say where last game, people were kind of playing for the middle ground to maintain HP and everybody was in a very similar spot. Here you
Yeah.
can see people, very evidently going for the winner, the lost streaks, and doing everything that they can to maintain those,
Yeah,
to obtain the
absolutely.
maximum amount of money.
For sure. I do really like seeing Ishtal, especially in these like early days where I feel like in a lot of the other events that we've watched, there aren't a ton of Ishtal games that you're seeing in the first like couple days of the event because again, Ishtal is a comp that is more up in the air. You don't know for a fact how it's going to go. You don't know what quests you're going to get. And so still
Hmm.
playing that in the early days when getting points is so important instead of those later games where like maybe you're in check and you're like I'm playing Ishtal because I think I can go first if I just get, good quests and that kind of thing. I think that's interesting.
I absolutely agree. I'm looking at JSC here picking up the Zoe and the Malzahar, and I do wonder if that's going to turn into a Malzahar Zoe reroll. Because that has been a really popular board lately, and it is so strong.
Yeah. I mean, this is looking like Some Ari Cannon reroll, I think, is also a fairly strong board
Yeah,
as
like the
well.
Ari Yasuo, and with the Path of Blades, that certainly works.
Right.
Just Ionia reroll in general, it's been moving
Yeah.
away from the Yunara set focus over to
Right.
these lower cost units.
Yeah. Ooh.
And this is a pretty good loss, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, it's wish she killed two, but not bad.
Yeah. Gold augment for the second one over here. Lots of spicier options than the silver augments.
Mm-hmm. I do remember old red buff that used to do like 25% HP burn.
Oof, yeah. Imagine. Yeah, looking at Crazy Cat, this certainly looks like a Ari reroll, and we
Ooh.
see the Golem come out here.
Yeah, that's so fun.
That is super fun. Got some good units in, got good
Yeah.
money, and now we can
Yeah.
start putting some items down. This is perfect, actually. It was probably one of the best kind of situations to collect the Golem.
Yeah. I mean, that's so fun.
Imagine if you could put the Bruiser emblem on the Golem.
I know, that's what I was just thinking about.
That would be so fun.
Oh my gosh. He's getting blocked out. Let him in. There he goes.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's super strong for evasion, for sure.
Really satisfying to hit that augment and then just buy out your whole shop and don't even have to think about your board.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the times you'll buy out your whole shop like that, and it's not enough, right? Because you get no upgrades, you got no nothing, but that Golem certainly is big enough, and having all of our items unmade at that point kind of just allows you to strengthen yourself a little bit.
Absolutely. Oh, another.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple
I know.
golems.
Whoa, that's a Belveth.
Yeah.
Okay,
wow.
Pocky.
Oh my gosh.
And we had the right items for a Belveth and a Rek'Sai. This looks wonderful, really.
I mean, if you're definitely really happy if this is your board for sure.
Yeah, agreed. Deleted did choose to build the gunblade in the end.
Yeah. Yep. So we do see, like you were talking about, with that.
Potentially, yeah. Something along those lines. I mean, many things work, but the Kraken is pretty bis on Vayne, in my opinion.
Really high prio on that.
I think that it's taking that spat is inherently, especially if we're choosing to play potentially for the Malzahar Zoe kind of reroll, giving Zoe a disruptor emblem might be it's interesting. I don't know. There's a lot of things that you can do with this spat. We'll see what happens. Yeah, looking at the Sonnet, I mean, this is kind of a straight line towards the Lux, potentially. I mean, putting this Demacia and it's catered items, basically, you know? I think in a lobby like this, with these kinds of players and these kinds of augments, it's really nice to have clear direction. I mean, even if you're losing some HP because you're you're running a Sona carry, right? But
Yeah.
you know that once you get there, you're going to be strong.
Yeah, and I mean, not losing that round, so even
That
even
is
on the
true.
Sona, it's not too bad.
Can't be that bad.
This Tristana is, I mean, 273 stacks on that Rage Blade. She was smacking.
Oh yeah, she goes fast. I mean, looking over here, still at Pocky is just an amazing looking board. Bosco's got, is that care package or vampiric vitality? I'm not too sure. It is care package. Care package with loot and 3 gold. I mean, that's always nice. Just a
Yeah,
little kind of stimmy.
yeah, for sure.
Um, especially when you're in a spot where you know what you're doing. You don't particularly need anything apart from getting there.
We do have this
You
Nidalee.
can. Oh wow, yeah. We do have the Nidalee online.
I love Nidalee. Such a fun unit to play. And super strong.
I agree. I think the way that they built the interaction between Nidalee and Nico is very interesting and very fun.
Yeah,
And I hope
absolutely.
that, you know, in future sets we're gonna get more of that like duo
Yeah,
unit
for
interactions,
sure.
you know?
She had some trouble making it through that front line and it wasn't enough, but obviously you're kind of looking at this 1-star Nidalee. We're not too upset about that.
Yeah. That is going to be a lot of unlocked units on that board.
Yeah.
What with the Skarner coming out as well. I mean, gotta love Ishtal for that purpose.
Absolutely. It feels really good because like it's hard. You can't contest Ishtal if nobody else is playing Ishtal. You know, it's not like something that's just gonna happen to randomly show up in someone else's shop who can kind of stand in the way of you hitting this
No.
like Skarner, this Nidalee that you need.
Yeah, I mean, we remember that exactly being how Weijin won one
Yep,
of the tournaments, right? That
absolutely.
three-star in Italy. I believe it was you and me as well on the cast on that game.
It
And we were
was,
like,
yeah,
what is
yeah.
happening?
That one, that was such a good game. That game was kind of insane. Oh, the
Yeah, absolutely.
bruiser emblem on that singed though
Yeah.
feels. I mean, 3-item Nidalee now.
It is going to be a strong Nidalee, and it's always nice to have that little bit of extra healing
Yeah, for
on
sure.
her. We did do some unit changes from the last
That
time
was
we saw this
so
board,
good.
right?
Yeah, and
Um,
both of the entire board, both boards were just stunned for the first what, like 2 seconds of that combat.
yeah. Just training dummies on both ends.
Yeah.
Certainly one way to do it.
Yeah. I mean,
As strong as that Nidalee is, the Vayne really just mows through the Nico too fast.
yeah. It's getting really low and it's kind of scary if
Yeah.
you're that Ishtal board, but I mean,
I mean, yeah, JOC is 16 HP, but he has like 80 gold.
yeah,
So
exactly.
hopefully, you know, it is 4-2. It is time.
Yeah. Hopefully you can actually hit what you're
Hit
looking
some
for.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
That's
think
a
what
couple of upgrades.
that's hella upgrades, but it's kind of the wrong ones to some
Yeah.
extent.
There's a second
Um,
Italy, but it's not an Italy too, so
yeah, it isn't. Yeah.
yeah, I mean I
I
think
mean,
that
at this
that's
point, you
yeah, for sure.
gotta make some items and hope for the
Oh,
best, right?
this is a what was that? That was Wasian with
Yeah,
the oh my gosh.
the Warwick.
Yeah. I don't know why I couldn't
Yes.
get a single name of any of the units out there.
You are good. I think this Nidalee is in a really good spot though. Because CMBQAQ has a
Yeah,
lot of good
she
units, but they're not. It's like they survive, but they're not necessarily like massive with health. So,
Oh wow.
and look at that money, that malicious monetization coming
Yeah,
in.
wow.
It's a lot.
Yeah, here we go with a little bit of a Zon board.
Oh, and SamBQAQ did hit the Lux, but Weijin's got a wonderful setup with this
Yeah.
Singed and the Jinx. I mean, we're certainly missing Warwick items, which are going
Yeah,
to be important down the line, but I think that,
definitely.
for mid stage 4, this looks pretty good.
Yeah, you're definitely pretty happy. Getting pretty close to that Draven 3 here though.
That's true. No items for him, though, which is a
Yeah, he's
little
just
bit.
got Morellos.
I mean, it kind of looks like Pocky's playing for the. It's like wanting to reroll, but also kind of trying to play for the Mel, but not hitting any
Right.
Ambessas. This looks like a weird kind of middle ground. And like, if we've been rolling so much that we've hit all of these Dravens, it's unbelievably unlucky that we don't have LeBlanc 2 at this point.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if we just naturaled into a bunch of Dravens and then it was kind of like, oh, well, I'm so close, maybe I'll roll a little, and then you're just not hitting it.
It's entirely possible, yeah.
Yeah. Tibbers.
Tibbers. Looking at HPs here, we have JRC that is on, barely one life.
Yeah.
Basso's
However,
not too far behind, along with Crazy Cat.
yeah, I think he was still at 7 HP like at least a round ago, so he won that last one.
Yeah.
And does have the Nidalee too, so maybe things are turning around a little bit. But even when you look at that board and then you look at like some of these top 3 boards, it's an uphill battle.
It's an uphill battle, absolutely. I do think, however, that like a Pocky's board is gonna start fall. Never mind, it's not gonna start falling off. I was gonna say, like, if you can't hit that Nidalee 2, you're not getting anywhere.
Ooh, an Aesol.
Oh!
Almost
Wait
an
a
Aesol
minute.
too. Okay. Yeah, I mean,
First
we
of
haven't
all,
even been over
it's
here for a hot
shocking to
minute.
see an Aesol
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
the first place. Okay, wonderful. See, again with these players with 3 unlock units on their board instead of 4. It's unbelievable. Yeah. But I'm excited to see how this Invoker Aesol is going to perform because that is truly one of the best
for sure. I feel like
unit emblem combinations.
When Aesol was in every single lobby, I had a lot of trouble just getting him to stack. And it was like every Aesol that I ever ran into, he would stack immediately. But then as soon as I tried to play it, no chance.
Not happening.
Yeah. I think he was out to get me, and that's okay. You know what? I respect it. Didn't want me to play it. I got the message and I stopped.
Super fair.
Yeah.
Looking at CMB over here, we did hit the Zillion. We do have the Galio online. I mean, this looks good.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of
currently
your standard Demacia board is what we're looking at, and like it's classic for a reason. It definitely performs.
Yep.
Ooh, a Xerath.
Xerath. We've got the Xerath Malazir.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Now I'm really sad that Bustle Skills is on 12 HP because I think unfortunately, I think it's going to get beat out by someone because this board is not quite fully ready and quite upgraded. Yeah. But this could have absolutely been a winning board given a little bit more time and HP.
Yeah. It's just the front line is not quite enough, and that really sucks because it definitely could have been.
Did we cast our curse instead of interview book?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Well, we don't know how he did game 1. Maybe he did really well game 1. Maybe.
My fingers are crossed. I am backing Bustle Skills with all my might for this weekend.
Oh, wow. We've got that 3-star window plus the 2-star Warwick and everything. That's
got the Quick Striker emblem as well.
Yeah.
Which I wonder if once we do have any Warwick items, potentially the QSS on the Jinx will go to the Warwick and then the Quick Striker emblem onto the Jinx, potentially.
Right. I am really happy that we've still got an Ishtal board in. Like, hit the
JSC is hanging on.
Yeah. And I mean, if we see that 2-star on like any of those other frontline units, I think that the comp starts to become a lot scarier.
Yeah, I think what is a little scary though is the fact that like we never got to the 3-star Nico. We chose
Yeah,
against the 3-star Nico, so we are putting the Nico in the back line to just, hope and pray that she stays alive as long as possible for the Nidalee passive.
absolutely.
It's just not the same as having her, 3-starred and filled with items.
Definitely.
It is 2-star Asol.
Oh yeah. Actually hit it. Wow.
Yes, it is.
At level 8 too.
That is level 8 2-star 7 cost unit.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Wow. Okay.
This is a really, really tanky Mundo though. Wow, the
It
Jinx
doesn't matter because
disappears. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that Asol
Are
too.
we able to take a look at that Asol's current stacks on Crazy Cat's board?
I mean, an Asol in this patch? What's he at? Oh yeah.
We're getting there. We are getting there.
Yeah, they do have that really big jump from the 300 to the 550, but I mean, 2-star Asol is just he does a lot.
And 2-star Asol with a fairly healthy lobby, like we will probably make it to the end of stage 5.
He's definitely got time to farm for sure.
Callie in chat. Mundo goes where he pleases. Unfortunately, Asol deleted where Mundo was. I love that.
Very, very true.
Absolutely accurate. I mean, yeah.
Oh, look, she's doing flips.
She is, and I mean, JRC has stuck the Nico in the back corner between the Seraphine and the Soldier, which is super innovative and a great idea, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if this is something that, like, because when we saw it earlier about make sure that Nico survives combat, and then you kind of get to this point and it's still only a 2-star Nico, and you go, well, I know that she'll survive combat here. I mean, some of these HP bars are getting barcodey.
Oh, yeah. We're looking for Jinx 3 out here. Close but not quite.
Yeah,
sitting on the Kindred pair as well.
Yeah, we are, like, probably realistically, even if we lose one, we're not losing so hard that we're dead, so I don't think we're...
Unless, if we start LeBlanc.
That's true.
We went from not being able to hit a single LeBlanc to selling the Dravens to play 3-star LeBlanc, which I think was exactly what Pocky needed to do.
Yeah, I mean, LeBlanc is
no Draven items. There's no point.
Absolutely. Yeah. This Jinx is crazy.
Yeah, and that Mundo tanky.
Oh, wow. She just takes so long to cast, she couldn't get a final cast off.
I mean, Pocky was win streaking with so far ahead on HP for so long, and the drop was incredibly fast.
I mean, we're looking, everybody is super, super low. This, like, 3rd through 7th place is all below 20 HP.
Yep. And JSC is holding on to that 6-win streak, though.
Yeah.
The Estral does look good. I mean, I'm sure that we've...
Yeah, it's...
I'm sure we've cashed out and... I'm not sure we're getting a Brock or anything, but...
Right.
Certainly looks good for the time being.
I mean, the Nidalee is just really strong. Also, I think that we need a moment to appreciate this Nidalee, which is what the Runeterra one from Legends of Runeterra. Like, that's the art from this Nidalee. And she's gorgeous, and I think that she could use a little VGU in game. I think that maybe any Nidalee fans, we could get a little bit of a Nidalee upgrade. Yeah, exactly.
That is a very big Annie, but somehow the Tarek has made his way up in her face.
In the back line.
She's healing so much though, or she was.
Oh. Oh, wow. I haven't seen this execute before.
It
That's
is
cute.
certainly one of the more dramatic ones.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think this was a good direction for Deleted to take his board towards the Kaisa over the Vayne. I think the hesitation
Right.
was probably there to reroll the Vayne, but
Right. We did hit
yeah.
our Jinx here, though.
Ah, finally. Very good. I think the only thing that hurts me about Wei Zhen's board is the no Warwick items.
Right. It
We're
is
like
definitely unfortunate.
we're compensating by having the 3-star Mundo, by having the Bruiser emblem, but
It's just...
those things are being used to compensate instead of
Oh.
being bonuses. Although,
Yeah,
you know,
wow. That was
holy moly.
scary for a second, and then Jinx really took off.
Yeah.
Oh, another one. Another execute. Wow.
That's gonna be
Okay.
Crazy Cat out.
Yeah. And we're looking at this Ishtal top 4 that we were concerned about them kind of going 8th not all that long ago.
We made it to the Brock, y'all.
Yeah. Made it to the Brock. I mean, just hitting that Nidalee too really, really stabilized so much.
Yeah, I think between that and actually properly itemizing the Seraphine
Yeah,
just made a huge difference.
absolutely. Holy Bear unlock.
Hmm.
Ooh, there's our Azir 2. Another Brock. Oh,
Oh.
uh-oh, a pause.
Oh dear.
I don't know if we know what's going on yet, but hopefully it will not be too long because I am very invested in this Ishtal board.
I know, right? Or at least we're staring at it.
True, true.
I mean, what does JRC need? Brock 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like
Option 1?
you hit the Brock 2 is super strong. We just upgraded our Azir, which feels really good. Also this being able to hit that I'm staring at him. Swain 2 always feels really good. And just having that solid front line. Oh, we're back. Okay.
Right, we are back on. Yeah, Swain 2 would be good. It's tough because we are playing a useless unit on our board, right? In the Nico.
Yeah.
In the sense that, you know, we're
Right.
4 out of 5 Ishtal. This Nico's only use is to keep the Nidalee alive, as it is.
She is strictly here for the passive, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
and
it is...
Yeah.
It's enough, you know?
3 executes is a lot, too.
A lot of cutscenes.
Yeah, I hope you like your animation. Look at that. Wow. The 7 and 2. Like, it's really close on all of these players, the HP. I do have 7 HP in a dream, though, because I mean, that Ishtal board is really putting in work. We did upgrade our Swain.
We did manage to hit the 2-star, which is a big upgrade. I mean, everything on our board is 2-starred apart from the vibe, which
which we don't
does not matter.
Really care. Yeah, we don't.
Yeah,
care that much.
it's okay.
There's so many units on that board, though. Just like with the training dummies, with the Azir soldiers, it's a very full board. Oh wow. And Nidalee's just jumping around. She didn't even really get stuck on that Mundo, which was huge.
Yeah.
But
Wow. Hey.
yeah, to Ghost. So
Maybe
not another
Legion out as
cutscene,
well.
but yeah, I mean, it's looking like we're just gonna
JRC
be able
wants
to
to
win out
away
with
with it,
it.
probably.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. I can't be
yeah, this
mad. I
board
am
looks
happy
absolutely gorgeous.
anytime that we get Ishtal. And I mean, this is just, again, like we were saying, this is a really classic, really strong Demacia board. Like, just playing that 5 Demacia, you know that even if you're not going to win this lobby, you're going top 2. And it's because
Yeah.
you have, like, we saw those really early Lux items. You know exactly what you're playing into. There's no question about, like, what your final board is going to look like for the most part. And you're able to just, like, play it straight through. That was a really, really good positioning on the Nidalee, too. She just immediately assassinates the Lux.
Yeah.
And there's not really any other damage threats on this board.
And I think that's kind of the difference between these two lines is that yes, the Demacia is strong, and yes, you're gonna get a top 2, but you didn't take the risk that the Ishtar line did, and you didn't sit at 7 HP through the whole lobby.
Yeah.
So that is a massive win for JRC.
Yeah, I'm really curious
Absolutely
how many
incredible
players they specifically knocked out, because it felt like every single, like the last 5 of them was that
I think
Orianna
at least
cutscene.
4, yeah,
There were
something like that.
definitely quite a few.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a beautiful final board as you look at it. I mean, you've got all the upgrades that you need. I mean, getting the Brock 2 would have been absolutely incredible, but I mean, that's rare in the first place, getting a 2-star 7 cost. Which Crazy Cat did do with the
For sure, absolutely.
the ASOL and still went 5th, so
yeah. I mean, with the sub 50 top 4 rate, but still that like 16% win rate, really impressive. And I assume it's because you're playing like that and you're playing these comps that really, really you have to be confident in, and you have to take that risk because it's so easy. It could have so easily been you go out 7th in that game. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we saw JRC with, you know, his 7 HP just kind of sitting and waiting
exactly
to see what could be done and run away with it, take the win streak from there, upgrade your board, hit your units. That's the age-old TFT saying, right? It's just hit.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
I think we saw kind of the performance from Weijin that we were expecting, where he's playing these like comps that are more standard and that we feel good about playing them. It's not like we're taking huge risks. And he's going top 4, he's getting the points that he needs, and so I mean, seems right on track to kind of make it to that finals lobby and then have another insane crazy game and just go first and win everything.
We will see about that. I mean, there's no way. 4 for 4 would be absolutely incredible. Never seen before. But, oh man, that was some incredible game. And I think I was really happy to see, like, the ASOL. I think specifically the ASOL. I was so happy to see it because, like, you need such a specific spot to play the ASOL.
For sure.
Which makes it so much more difficult. But, you know, I think it was a great thing to be able to take a look at.
Absolutely. Especially being able to hit that 2-star ASOL that is already so difficult to do, and then doing it in a lobby where, again, everybody is super competitive. These are really serious games. Everybody is playing their absolute hardest, and still being able to get your ASOL 2-starred and finish out the game like that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be able to take a little bit of a look at the score sheet here after the first 2 games. So let's see. I mean, wow. Okay, JRC.
Yeah.
2-1.
We didn't get to see that first game, but it seems like it went really well. Wow.
Weijin as well.
Yeah.
1-3.
Mm-hmm.
Along with me for 8th. Same kind of score line.
Yeah.
Which is looking absolutely wonderful. On the other end of the spectrum, we have Quintanilla, who seems to have gotten two unfortunate games. Same thing with
Yeah.
Dish Soap, really. This is unfortunate. Our current bottom bracket is players that always give us super entertaining games, and I am so sad
Yeah.
to see them at the bottom. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Absolutely. I mean, to be fair, we've got a couple more games to turn things around, but
Got
it's
quite a few more games.
definitely a disappointing start to the weekend for quite a few
Yeah.
players.
I think it's gonna be a mental game, you know, of it doesn't matter that I went 7 and 8.
Yep.
I can go 1 and 2 next game, and I
Exactly.
can catch it all back up tomorrow. You know.
Yeah, for sure. Because
So
I mean,
let's,
players aren't cut until after game 6, so you got 4 games to make up that difference. Just having solid performances through the rest of those, and I mean that really goes a long way for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're gonna have some interesting stuff coming up for sure. I do know that we have a little bit of time before the next game, as lobbies are being mixed up and remade. So we are going to take another small break here, but we will be back very soon. And we're
Alright.
in. Oh,
Yeah.
got new layouts.
Okay. So going into this lobby, we swapped lobbies a little bit. They got shuffled up after our first two games. So this is completely new lobby, players who haven't played together today, and I'm hoping for some more fun comps. I think that both of our first two games have been pretty exciting. We've had some players that were playing kind of like funky comps a little bit, and I love that.
Absolutely. And I think that I don't know. We've had some funkier comps, and I think this is the advantage of the current meta. Also, of like, there's a lot more options. Of
Absolutely.
I feel like there's a bigger range right now that they may have been in the recent couple of weeks.
Yeah, for sure.
Looking at these,
Oh, we got some
openers.
Yordles.
We do got some Yordles.
That's a couple of Yordles
finally.
with the Tristana on the bench too.
Broseph, if I'm not mistaken, does have a Loris opener, which is interesting.
Yeah, yeah. We got that Yorick and the Viego pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was pretty immediate, and we have the Viego 2 in shop as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we like really. I'm not sure how good Shadow Isles is right now, in all honesty, like to fully play the vertical, but I mean, having the option is always really nice. And
Yeah.
if you just happen to hit it, I mean, might as well. Playing the lone Kiana to keep that 10 eco.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, so when we were picking this lobby, we did want to see me first or eighth because he is in that top 3 players right now currently. Had really good performance in his first 2 games, so we wanted to kind of see what's going on.
Oh yeah. And I mean, be first or eighth, I need to see go first.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, we missed it. He
His
did
name
game
is
1.
Me first or eighth.
He went
He did
first
game
game
1, we
1.
missed it.
Yeah.
Do it again.
Exactly.
You know?
Do it
Just
while
do it
we're
again.
watching. Let me see it. Yeah. Okay. Got a couple of Zon units that we are not interested in, but they're there nonetheless.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this 2 Shadow Isles, kind of interesting. I am curious. We've got a bow. We've got some AD items that, like, if we wanted to, could turn into a Callista, but I'm just not sure if it's really that strong.
I do like seeing the Zon emblem here on the other side. There's a lot of fun stuff that you can do with the Zon emblem.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Especially going for that, like, that Singed and that Warwick, which I feel like a lot of the time you're unlocking both of them at the same time, just if you're playing Zon in general, and super fun comp, really strong. Oh. I mean, we could have had a lot of Zon if we had just bought that Echo earlier.
That is very true.
Really not interested. Checking the Ishtal quests. Gonna see if it's something that we actually want to play.
That's interesting.
Okay, what did we end up picking? Oh, it is the 15
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is a good one, right? And this also means that, like, you can play a real board.
Yeah, for sure.
Win. And I think having that Viego with some good items on it too, like, there's a decent chance that we're actually going to make it to the end and obtain that rock.
15 player combats is a lot. And, like, sometimes as you're playing through it, you don't really realize how many that is.
Yeah.
But when it's only 3 units that you have to keep fielded, which isn't insignificant, but also isn't, like, an entire board. You can play around it. You can play, like, a really strong board around it, especially because, like, Nico, just as a unit in general, is a really strong unit. The Melio is a pretty good unit as well. So it's not asking you to play, like, these out of nowhere trash units that you're not trying to play anywhere else. So
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And I mean, and it's also the fact that it doesn't have to be the same units. It just has to be the
Yeah,
trait. So like you could
absolutely.
upgrade, to the Starner, to the Nidalee, to anything that's gonna keep your board running, really.
Right, yeah. There's I mean, pretty early LeBlanc. I guess since they did make some of the unlocks easier, it's not necessarily early anymore, but still that LeBlanc and that Scion combo, especially in this like 2-3 all the way up until you start like round 3 is really strong.
Yeah,
Their damage output is so high.
yeah, I agree. And we also have we do have the Syrinx and the Titans online already, which is
Yeah, for
wonderful
sure.
for a potential Ambessa later as well.
Yeah, definitely. We've got quite a few bards out as well.
That's true. Three boards playing Bard currently.
Yeah.
I mean, it is just one of those units that can kind of give you, at the same time, a boost of damage and print you money later on if
Yeah.
you're
I
kind
mean,
of just got an empty slot.
definitely a good unit, but with his unlock, it's not you do have to put in some effort to unlock Bard. You know, like you're not really
Mm-hmm.
generally accidentally unlocking it. You're making the conscious choice to unlock Bard. And
Yeah.
in general, it's just always good to do. But like if you had this really strong line otherwise where you know that you're not going to play Bard, you just wouldn't opt to do it.
No, I agree completely.
I do like this Zaun emblem. I think we've seen quite a bit of Zaun, especially with this like the Jinx reroll is looking pretty strong in a lot of these games, and so I think that hitting that Zaun emblem, especially like getting it as your first augment, you feel pretty happy because like this is an actual you can actually play this. This is a real comp. It's a good comp. It's been like top 3, top 4 in the other lobbies today, if not top 1 and 2. I haven't
Yeah.
seen the other one, so I think you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think this is if you're a player who's been having kind of like good but not amazing games, this is a pretty stable looking comp that you can use to just continue kind of riding the.
Yeah, for sure. Because, like we were saying, there's 6 games today. There's a lot to go. We've only gotten through 2. We're about to hit our halfway point after this game. And
Mhm.
having something like Zon that you feel like is stable, you have this clear path forward. You know exactly what you're going to do. And it's a very clear indicator to everybody else in your lobby this is what I'm playing. Like,
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think you feel pretty good.
I'm
I
excited
feel
to
like,
see what we're going to be getting for augments here.
yeah, and we have this Freljord with like we're playing the Tryndamere also, which is not very common. We're not seeing a whole lot of
Mm,
Tryndamere.
yeah.
But we've got this like 3-item Ash. We've got this Tryndamere. I don't think that they stay in by any means, but I do like seeing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Tryndamere is a decent unit. It's so rare that it's
Yeah,
needed in
exactly.
any way, but it's not a bad unit by any means, and it's in and of itself, right? So if you have the spot for it,
Yeah, for sure.
why not?
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if Ego here is going to be playing for a Mel later on. I really would like to see a little bit more Mel. We kind of got to see it a tiny bit with Boswell Skills last game, but he kind of
Yeah,
perished as
yeah.
soon as he got it.
I do know that it's been appearing in other lobbies. We've just kind of been missing her, so I do think that there's a pretty good
Hmm.
chance that we will see these Noxus players like really playing for that Mel.
The Ori unlock over here for Canvilier.
Yeah. Got some
That is
pretty
an
nice,
Ari too.
yeah, and some pretty good items on her too.
Oh
Ooh,
yeah.
okay. Double Nashers.
Double Nashers. Just wanna go fast.
Absolutely. Oh, that's a lot of We're the champion duplicators now. I always want to call them Nikos. I'm ancient.
I know, me too.
I'm really dating myself. Sometimes like when I look at the stuff now in TFT and I'm like, back in my day, and I just
Yeah.
I feel ancient. I remember 90-minute queue times when the game launched. Like it's, it's so bad.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, here we are now.
Yeah.
All these TPC tournaments and augments and encounters and what have you.
Yeah, I am really happy to see how far TFT has come.
Yeah, me too.
I'm so glad that
It's
there's
such a
like
good game.
such a supportive community too. And then obviously like on Riot side, I think that like Mort being so open to the community about like
Active.
what's
Yeah.
going on and everything, that's something that you don't see in a lot of games, and I feel very, very grateful to have that for TFT.
Yeah, I cannot disagree with you in the slightest. It all looks good.
Yeah,
And I mean, I'm sure that there is much more coming up for TFT. I'm just excited to see it, you know?
for sure. Oh, the double was this the double Nashers tier?
Yeah.
Was this our
Got two
double
people
Nashers?
running double
Yeah, I was
Nashers.
gonna say,
No,
like,
it's
am I
not the
going
same
crazy?
person. It's just it's just
Okay.
other people.
It is, okay. I thought I was going crazy for a second, but it is this. And there's another Nashers there, so just super high prio on Nashers in general. It's just like really strong
Yeah,
item,
it
and
just seems to be a very loved.
everybody recognizes that, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean this Ari is doing a lot.
This
She's
is
got-
rough for Reddy. Taking advanced alone and losing.
Yeah, it's definitely
It
not. It
sucks.
doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
Oh, she didn't even get a final
Broseph
class
is
off. It's kind of
real good
unfortunate.
here.
Yeah, super healthy.
I mean, we're seeing Precedent, Broseph, and Marcel P, who have been in our previously watched lobbies, taking
Yeah,
over this
yeah.
current one. Happy to see that they're still doing great.
For sure. Me first to rate is a little bit lower than some of the other players that we've been looking out for, but I'm hoping that we still
They're
get.
very rich, though.
Yeah, exactly.
This could absolutely be going places.
Yeah. Oh, we do have that cinched unlock on the board with our little Zaun emblems, so I think we're feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Like all tier 1 board, and that's never ideal, but even if we're losing, like you just so many upgrades. I mean, it's a good loss too. Like
It's a great loss, to be honest. Right at the last second, the Jinx popping off.
yeah,
She's getting all those kills.
She got her takedowns. Can't be mad about that.
Looking over at these boards over here, I am curious to see. I mean, Camberley seems to be doing well HP wise, winning
Right.
on those 15 fights
Yeah.
with Ishtal. I will say I am kind of surprised that this is what his board looks like, in the sense
Yeah.
that
Absolutely.
feel that you could be playing better units.
Here's that Malzahar Zoe reroll that you were talking about earlier.
Yes.
I haven't
This
really
board is
seen
super
that, so
strong.
I'm super excited to see
I
that kind of take shape.
Yeah, and I mean, the first time I saw it, I was watching someone streaming TFT. I
Right.
cannot remember who, but they were playing, this board, and I was like, "What is this? What? I have not seen this. What am I
Yeah.
looking at?" And they had,
sure.
the disruptor emblem on the Zoe as well, and it was super nasty.
Right.
And the two of them together just kind of melt everything.
I like that. I haven't played much ranked recently because unfortunately work has been so busy, but I love a good like 3-star, oh my gosh, 3-cost reroll that I can play. So
Yeah.
I'm intrigued.
I mean, 3-star 3 costs have definitely been taking over the meta recently. We have the Malzahar Zoe, we have the
Right.
Jinx, we have
Yeah,
the
for sure.
Vayne even, or the LeBlanc, the Draven. Like, there's so many
Yeah.
options right now if that is your play style.
Yeah, I know
Certainly
that.
not lucked out.
Yeah, our previous kind of events we were seeing like really really heavy focus on that 3-star 4 cost, which
Mm.
is so much gold. And like you hit that like level 7, level 8, you have your board, and then you just kind of sit there and you re-roll, which is it's fun to watch, but it's not necessarily as fun as some of those other comps that are like continuously evolving throughout the game.
Yeah, and I think that to some extent, like, it made the players focus so much on scouting. And mind you, scouting is an important part of this
Yeah,
game,
absolutely.
but there is such a thing as too much, right?
Yeah, yeah. Wow. I mean, yeah, the Zon is looking really, really strong in basically every single matchup that we've seen it in. Big Nico.
Big Nico.
She got big. I mean, I'm super, super impressed with again, this board that we were looking at earlier, like even when it was last carousel, it was all 1-star units still, and
Yeah,
still like healthy. You're not necessarily in the top 4, but 55 HP for being forced to like keep these units in, you're definitely not that mad.
certainly not. And I mean, we're slowly but surely making it to,
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
know,
Because like
we're making it to those 15
15 is a
combats.
lot. And there's our Nidalee Skarner. Like that's really 55 HP. I'm feeling pretty good about this. And I think that this is going to be like this board
Yeah.
only gets stronger.
And I was gonna say, like, playing 5 Ishtal here certainly makes sense and is likely worth it purely for the
Right.
healing that you do get on every round.
Mhm.
And looking at this board over here, I mean, they're just gonna get stronger, right?
Yeah,
There's no.
absolutely. Being 55 HP with what was arguably such a weak looking board with like your 1-star units and everything into this board that has 2-item Nidalee, that has this Skarner, which is just a really strong unit in general. Like you're definitely feeling pretty good. Do we know how many player combats are left in that 15? 59. Ooh, that's still 6
That's
is
far, but
still a
it's not
lot.
that bad.
Yeah.
I think it's 5 now after this one.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I It is a little bit worrying just because like this is when the losses, when you start losing, you start taking a lot more HP in this like
It's a lot more punishing,
yeah, like
yeah.
stage 4, stage 5. And so it does get a little worrying if you can't stabilize. But again, you just hit the Nidalee, you just hit the Skarner. You haven't had the chance to kind of look to 2-star those units. And so you have to
Mm.
feel like it still feels like a pretty good position to be playing from.
Yeah. I mean, we're looking at Brissif here on the 4-2 roll down. Putting items on this Nidalee, as we should. Ooh. Darkened staff, I believe. And this is a 3-star cannon and a 3-star Ari.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Yone unlocked as well. This looks pretty good for me for Wraith, to be honest.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Also, I like that Kennen HP bar.
Oh yeah.
It was looking a little crazy. We've got some more defined lines now, but at first, oh my gosh, that was just straight green all the way. Yeah, wow. This just
Just
tears
mowing through
everything. Yeah.
everything. The
Wow.
chinks just
Yeah,
stopping for
yeah,
a split
yeah.
second. Just a little jitter.
Yeah. I mean, there we go. Three
Yeah.
3-item Nidalee. She just
Putting in
she
some
does
work.
a lot. Yeah.
We're back up to 50 gold.
I
4
do think it's
combats left.
kind of funny to have the Titans on Italy. Obviously, she stacks it with her own attacks, but just like she's not
Yeah.
getting hit.
She's
So,
not
yeah.
taking damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
Technically taking AoE damage, but
Right.
I just think that the Nidalee, like we've talked about, and I'll say it every time, just that Nico and Nidalee like passive interaction is so fun, and it's so fun to play with.
We are hitting the Driven 3 here, but
Yeah.
I think this is a little bit like last round where
Right.
you're hitting all these Dravens, you're not hitting the LeBlancs, but you have items for the LeBlanc, not for the Draven.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, this... Oh, Nasus unlock. Okay. This Aryan cannon is just looking so strong.
Oh, yeah.
Which I think is something that I had mentioned, like, in a previous lobby that we didn't end up seeing. So I'm really glad that we are seeing it here because, like, it's really performing. Especially because a couple of rounds ago, as we were looking, the first Wraith was down there, like, in 7th, had low HP compared to the rest of the lobby. But you get this online, you have, like, you hit your units, you have your items, and it just...
Yeah.
It all comes together.
It really does. And I think it's only going to get better from here, honestly. I think First Wraith is in such a good spot, and other people are starting to catch up, but it's not quite up there just yet. RSLP seems to be going for this Freljord Shurima kind of angle, which I do love. Opting into the Lost Streak to unlock the Nasus there.
Yeah.
There's a part of me that wants to be greedy.
Yeah, I want to see more
tell him to go for the Xerath as well.
Yes, yes, 100%.
With that HP though, I don't think it's possible.
No, not. You're like, yeah, it's greedy for sure to ask for that.
It's greedy. It's very
but
greedy.
I still want to see it.
I know. Me too. Oh, and all the HP bonuses the Nasus is getting from Freljord Emblem, even being in the first place such a tanky unit, is incredible.
Yeah.
It seems like the Draven and the LeBlanc are just mowing through this.
It is definitely not enough, but I love seeing Nasus. I feel like we definitely don't see very much of him, so even having him in feels really good. I would really love to see, like, just... I mean, you're already here. You've already got the Nasus in. Just, like, a little bit more commitment to Shurima. Let's just see what happens, you know?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that is another loss, so, like... we don't have enough HP anymore, right? If we win the next one, lose the next one, win the one after, and then the loss we'd unlock Xerath on is the one we die. Inevitably.
Yeah, unfortunately, but...
yeah.
A girl can dream.
A girl can dream. Certainly. We do have the Galio online over here on the Demacia board, and I wonder how this is gonna go, but I feel like... ooh.
Wow. Yeah.
That Zillion is putting in so much work.
Yeah, for
Those
sure.
are big bombs.
Definitely. We have another Zillion over here.
Galio pair as well for Brosip. That's a lot of gloves.
That is... yeah. So, yeah, we're really, really behind on trying to hit this LeBlanc.
Yeah.
We hit the Draven, but with no Draven items, it just doesn't feel as good. And it looks like we're fairly close to our Malzahar, but, like, a little ways off our... no, that's a tier 2 Zoe, never mind. We're pretty close to both, but with the HP and 13 gold, it's definitely a little bit spooky.
Yeah, and we're not too close to the Leona either, so it's gonna be a case of, like... can we make it on time? Can we not?
Yeah. It's definitely spooky at this point.
Okay. This is looking pretty unlucky.
Yeah, that's definitely not ideal. Well, we're like 2 off of everything now, but...
choosing to sell the Zoes.
Yeah,
okay.
Malzahar. Okay. I mean, that definitely... that's something for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, this triple on the What's the item? So wait,
Gargoyles,
oh
yeah.
oh my gosh! I said it and then I could not get there. The triple gargoyles is like, it's not enough here, but on a Leona, like, in a lot of other matchups, that feels pretty scary.
I think unfortunately Ego just has so much damage output with the 3-star Draven.
Absolutely.
And that...
especially with the Sunder that's on that. He just shreds the armor, and it's too much
the triple gargoyles just doesn't feel all that strong anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Fortunately, that is going to be the end of Reti, who is going to be the first person out of this lobby. But Cambulee, we got the Brock, we got the Annie online.
Yeah, there's our Mel.
We got the Mel. We've got anvils to pop.
This is also honestly the unlocks that we've been looking for. We've been looking for
the unlocks we've been looking for. We have been searching for them.
Garner, got our Nasus, got our Brock, got our Mel. That's all we can ask for.
Everything we need. We forgot to unblock our Nico after taking out the Nidalee, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not gonna matter because this board is massive.
Oh my gosh! Even though your 5-costs are still like only 1 star, you just the damage output is so high. Oh wow! There we go. We're down to our top 5.
Yep. I mean, Cambulee's sitting on that 1 HP. But I believe.
Yeah.
After seeing JRC last game, especially.
True. Absolutely.
Belief. Total belief. And honestly, we are, 20 gold.
That last... Oh, there's an Aatrox unlock also. Not that we're, like, necessarily interested in it, but still.
I mean, isn't there an argument to, like, play the Tibbers and the Aatrox over the Vi and the Nico? Because we do not care about Ishtal anymore?
Probably, I would assume.
Or certainly something, maybe we're looking for the Shyvana, maybe we're looking for
it's very bold to at least not roll our 27 gold, but I guess it's just, maybe just fine.
Come on, big dog.
Fine. It's fine. Yeah. Never punished, never worried.
Never punished. That got scary, though. It did.
It got a little. I think that probably got a little bit closer than
we would have liked.
Yeah, than we were maybe expecting it to get, but it's still a win, and that's all that matters.
And then there's also the consideration of Cambulee does have Golden Dragon.
Oh yeah.
Is it worth it at this point to discard that item to be able to play an extra unit? Oh, wait. It got reforged.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here for that.
Oh, we're buying a couple Nidalees again. Maybe we're selling them. Never mind.
We are looking
just holding our forecast. Yeah, we want to hit.
Why we're holding forecasts? Yes, the Seraphine's a good addition, but
it's just Okay.
I mean, I guess we are waiting for the Renekton at this point, right? Of getting the 4 wins. And we just kind of gotta, fingers crossed, make it there.
Really scary, though. Yeah, going into some of these comps are so very strong. And, like, even though you're winning, but they're really, really close wins. It's kind of scary.
It is scary, especially when you see, like, that was a close win on Precedent. Precedent has 60 gold. You know? He is not in his final form yet.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, and Ghost win.
My.
Okay.
It was exceedingly close.
Oh, we have a Yordle emblem. That's kind of funny.
I swear it's the best emblem out there.
Oh, Galio 2? Okay. I'm really, really waiting for us to hit any 2-star 5 costs on
Honestly, right.
on that board.
Shyvana would be great. I mean, we got the Galio too, which is
Yeah.
already something.
Galio is definitely good.
The first Wraith
But we
is
are
still
still
looking extremely strong here. 13 win
Absolutely.
streak.
13-game win streak is crazy.
Oh yeah.
I think this comp is just, it's doing so much. And I think that we've jinxed it immediately.
I think
but...
so, yeah. This, you know, this is... We haven't looked at Me First Wraith's fight for 13 rounds, and we proceeded to cast a curse.
Yeah, you know...
Apologies.
Yeah. All good, all good.
It's fine, it's fine.
Oh, and we sell the Zillion immediately as soon as we hit that Zillion XP.
Yeah.
Silas unlocked too?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I love this.
Right. We're people comping.
We are people comping.
Like, that's so much. We've got the Rise, we've got the Silas, we've got the Fiddle. And we've got the Shyvana. We've got so many 5-costs in.
And, I mean, please, after this round, I hope we roll and we hit the 2-star Silas.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got, like, what, like 30 gold probably after this about? That's not nothing. We could hit some 2-stars here. There we go. There's one. There's another Rise. Okay. Oh, there's our Silas too. All right.
There we go. Did we get greedy and ask for a Rise too as well? No more money.
Absolutely. Boo. All good. We've got so much on the bench that we can just kind of drop on these units also that... Yeah, exactly. And the Shojin still. Trying to kind of decide what we want. There is that Declaw. There's a lot of AP units in this game.
Yep. Spin to win.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, Rises.
I mean, the hitbox on Luxalt is
for
just
real.
as problematic in TFT than in actual League, I swear.
True. I mean, this... Oh, she's dead now, though, and that's the important part. But this Garen is super tanky. Seeing this is so cute.
I do like this.
Oh my gosh, she's got a little tiger. Oh, that's so sweet. Okay.
Swing 2
Swing
and
2.
shock, which is a
That always
great
feels
tank.
good. Yeah, for
Right?
sure. We are to our top 3.
Yeah.
Me first or 8th after that one loss that we watched. He is back to winning again, so...
Does have a decent HP advantage though, which is nice. I think the
we're-
hope here is probably to have Pressed Event die to the Zon board.
Right. And we
then
are
to
at
have-
7 Zon, which is... Definitely feels pretty good. This Singed is kind of getting stunned and not really able to hit as many units as maybe he'd like. Warwick is fully itemized though, and he's definitely doing a lot. I don't think it's going to be enough, but he's definitely putting in the work. Wow. Yeah.
Okay. Down to 7 HP.
All right.
Got some last fight rolls coming in. Unable to get any upgrades for the time being. Any changes you would make here?
I don't know, honestly. Like, this feels pretty capped out for this board. Like, obviously you want to hit your Senna, but no gold, what are you going to do? I think that a lot of this is... Positioning is really all that you can do here.
I tend to agree. I think at this point it's kind of just hoping that the Yoni doesn't get onto the Jinx. That the Ahri doesn't get onto the Warwick.
Yeah, and I mean that Kennen ult just hits everything in the front line.
Yeah, that's tough.
Absolutely. The Jinx getting CC'd is definitely not ideal, but she's kind of opening up now, and maybe she can get...
It's too late.
Yeah, it's not enough.
It is not enough. Me first, sorry, that did win the Ghost fight, but I wonder who it was against. We
Yeah.
are going to see our final top 2 here, though, with Me First Wraith and Precedent. I'm curious, honestly. Me First Wraith has
Absolutely.
had a consistently, good board.
Yeah.
But Precedent is level 10.
Yeah. I mean,
That's a
like,
two-star set.
this Ionia board, we just, like, he had it pretty early on. We had that RE2, and we just kind of built from there. And it was fairly straightforward. There wasn't, like, a big pivot or anything that we did later on to fit in these 5-cost champs. We just... It felt very natural. It felt very smooth, which I think is kind of important when you're playing these, like, such high-tension games. And if you can play, like, this really smooth transition where you're still not dropping HP, obviously he was 13-game win streak. Like, there wasn't a lapse where he wasn't winning.
Okay, let's see this final fight. The set is back. The set is jumping.
We've got that
right
rise
onto the
too,
rise, though.
But oh wow. Oh my gosh, yeah. Wow. I mean, that rise too is huge.
Yeah.
To be fair, going into like 6-6, about to be going into stage 7, it really is like one loss.
That's all it takes.
Yeah.
That is a full stage 6.
Yeah, that's
incredible.
Crazy.
It doesn't happen very often.
Players, absolutely. They have been performing incredibly well. Also, still securing that second place with on... I guess it's a 4-win streak now, so he wasn't like super win streaking before. And again, just the player damage is so high that it gets hard in these later stages to like keep your HP up even if you are taking losses.
But at the same time, I feel like this could be winning with Me First Wraith with the correct positioning. It's hard and it's a little RNG, but there's a world, right? It's...
Wow, that rise just really tore through everything.
Yeah. I mean, what can Me First Wraith possibly change? How does that board beat out the other one, right? That's the question right now.
At this point, I don't know what you do. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what we're looking for going 9.
Set. We're gonna be 50 gold. Are we going 10 for something? Or are we gonna try to like...
Yeah, I mean, what happens if you do go 10?
Speedy roll down.
Yeah, roll everything?
We're rolling for Yone 3.
I mean...
Is that the plan?
For something, I guess. Oh, there's just...
Oh, that's tough.
The speed on the reroll is crazy. My brain is very slow, is what I'm learning. Wow. Yeah, that was...
Selling units. We missed the Yone.
Yeah, we missed the Yone.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, wow.
I mean, obviously Precedent gets away with this one for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that...
Unfortunately.
Yeah, when you're...
Just not enough time.
When you're in that position and, like, you know that your win condition is, like, I hit 3-star 4 cost or 3-star 5 cost, then what else is there to do? Like, that's the only thing to do. And so I respect, like, you take the chance. And a second place is still really, really solid.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You're definitely happy with that,
definitely.
Outcome, right? I mean, you know, now that we've made it through a third game, that we've looked at a different lobby as well, I do want to take a moment to, like, because I'm looking at Precedent Sports, I'm looking at Me First Wraith, I'm looking at, you know, what we've seen in the past couple games. Just talk a little bit about how the meta has changed, right? What have we seen win so far? It's been Silas here, it's been Rise, we've seen Ayone over here, we saw some Ishtal, I don't know. But I'm curious to see what chat thinks. What are we going to be seeing more of? How do you feel that this current meta has kind of been interacting with the tournament, right?
Yeah. I agree. Always more Ishtal. I always want to see more Ishtal.
Yeah. 100%.
That, like we had mentioned, there is kind of the shift, like, back into kind of that Peepa comp of playing something strong, hitting 7, hitting 8, even going level 9, and then just, like, playing your 5 costs and seeing where you end up, seeing what happens, seeing what you end up hitting. And it seems like it's paying off. Obviously, there's a bit more thought that's going into it than just go 8, go 9, hit 5 costs.
Sure, there's a whole reflection there, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it definitely feels like a lot more 5 cost focus than I feel like we've seen in some of these previous events that we've been looking at.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And I think it's almost kind of opposite in the sense that, you know, the past couple of patches, it was very 4 cost centered, along with some 2 cost reroll. And now we're seeing it completely flipped to the 3 cost reroll and the 5 cost, you know, like the people comp, like the Bill Gates comps that we've seen in past sets, you know, be completely incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely dating myself by calling it Peepa comp, but
same. Don't worry about
it. There's no way that I ever call it anything else.
Yeah. Absolutely heard.
I think that chat absolutely agrees that we want more Ishtal. Ishtal is just so fun to watch, and the variance is just so high that like sometimes you have players that are hitting Ishtal and completely losing out, and it just like feels horrible. Somebody just like throws out their whole board to stop you from loss streaking, and then it's just rough. So that is it for us. We are hopping off. Domino and I are both done.
Yes.
Thank you so much for sitting with us and watching. We are passing it off to our fantastic casters for the next game.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome, everyone. Hold on. Hello. No, we're live. Hey, Al. Welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
Sorry for the impromptu switch real quick. But what have you seen today? How are you excited for games today?
I am. We're having fun so far. A couple of players got off some pretty hot starts in the first 3. I've already gotten at least 1 RE reroll for the day, so that's my main criteria for a good day, so everything else is a cherry on top.
Perfect. Yeah, I feel like after casting last week and then this week again, just every game just feels completely different. We see different comps. We see, as Twonky and Domino were talking about earlier about the meta shifts. We've seen like a lot of 3 cost reroll. We see a lot of 5 cost, but it's not a lot of times in the same lobby. So it's all these players trying to match what the other players are doing. So it makes every game look completely different, which I feel like we haven't had in TFT a lot recently since since set 10. So it's cool to see again.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely feels now more than it has for a long time, where you might feel like you have a good spot for a 3 cost reroll, but if nobody else is touching it, you kind of have to give up because they're not going to dilute the pool enough. But even earlier this set, that wasn't happening as much with the 2 costs, or when you were playing Demacia, Sona, Jarvan, you could kind of do that whenever you wanted to. But now it's a little bit like, all right, well, nobody else is playing 3 costs, so I'm going to sell this Malzahar and get on with my day.
Yeah, and with all the like insane buffs that all these 3 cost units that have got over the last like 4 patches, where they're like, please play this, and everyone's like, I'm a player that's played it a bit. I'm like, here, I'm playing it, but nobody else is. I'm like, I'll hit my units and I'll go first, or I don't hit because nobody else is playing, and then I go 7th, and it's like, I feel like it's not even my control. It's just, did the lobby also recognize it that, hey, this is strong again? So it's cool that like as you see this getting picked up and more like in the tournaments and in pro players as they're streaming and scrimming, we see like more of it. It like filters down throughout the rank ladder. But here we go. We're jumping into our next game. We saw Gwen encounter, so we'll see a lot of those like salvagers, people slamming items more quickly, and just you get more items in general. So we'll see like more carries as the game goes on.
Definitely. It's always fun to play a Gwen encounter and just slam items like a sicko. Anytime you have components, just make something and deal with it later.
Yeah, and then we see here Robo who getting the double Jinx shop. It's always rare to get two the same, and it's one of those like, it's.
Yeah.
I just want to call it out. It's one of those you see both, and you're like, oh, I got the pair. Like I'm so like close to it, but it feels like 9 out of 10 times it's like, well, that's minus like 6 gold because you end up holding it. That's 3 gold.
Yeah.
And then it takes forever to hit it. You miss all your econ breakpoints, and you're like, well. This is one of those where it's like you get that Soju moment of this isn't even high roll. This is technically a low roll.
Right, like this has been inflicted upon me. This isn't a gift.
But and yeah, so as we look at, we didn't get a chance to go over who's in this lobby. We see a lot of like the like a lot of our OG members or like the strong players that we've seen a lot of, which we'll see a lot because it is week 2 of regionals, but we have, you know, our Dish Soap, our Wasian, Robin Songs, like a lot of these like players that have been to Worlds multiple times. And so I feel like this is one of those where like we have just a lot of experience in this lobby. We'll see a lot of like, I always tend to see like higher tempo, it feels like. And as we're hovering right now, we have a Prosperous Ionia. What is your take on this this version of Ionia in the current meta?
This one's tricky to me because it's a good one. It's not like the most power necessarily, but you're kind of always happy to have a little bit more extra money coming in. So it can kind of tempo you through, you know, stage 2 and stage 3 if it's not your full commitment.
Yeah, and we're starting out here with we get our gold augments to start off of. Fairly standard game, like I said, Gwen encounter, nothing too crazy. You get a little bit more perfect items, but nothing like too insane. No prismatic start, so it's one of those just like middle of the road start games that, in my opinion, is what I like the best. Feels good.
Yeah. And if we stick with the Jinx here, I mean, bodyguard training is going to be pretty nice for your front line later in the game. Mundo will be thrilled to have it. Warwick is happy to get any extra power he can, so we'll keep an eye on these Jinxes. Just watching him shift around units, deciding, like, what are we really going to do here? Am I going to commit to this Jinx? I do have a Rage Blade on the bench, so we'll at least keep one for now. We'll keep an eye on this and see if this is the angle or not.
Yeah, and I feel like the Jinx drop is always one where it's like, okay, I can play this Warwick line and play around the Jinx, because a lot of times it's like, if you don't get that Jinx drop before, like, even stage 2 carousel, you're like worried that it's like, well, what if I miss the Jinx on my roll to then unlock the Warwick later, and then you miss extra rolls that could have had shops in Warwicks, but they weren't unlocked yet. So it's like you never want to play this like angle without it. And then it feels like when you get 2 of them, you feel like you're almost like forced to go it because it's like such a rare occasion to hit.
Yeah, I would definitely do it, and regardless of, you know, where I was financially with my augments and stuff, I would hold on to them no matter what. As somebody who's not playing in this game against the best players, don't do as I do. Pay more attention to them than the things that I might say.
I think it just definitely comes down to, it's one where I like the hold for it regardless, and then take like you kind of wait, you pick your augment, you can base around that a bit. Maybe you get a duplicator, maybe not. You look at the rest of the lobby, are others angling 3 costs? Like, just by holding it, if you miss the one like econ breakpoint, you gain like so much more in like information, gives you more options and outs. Instead of like instant selling for that econ. But if you kind of look, your augment doesn't play towards it, you have another like angle you can go, the lobby's not really meeting your 3-cost reroll like we talked about, then it's like, okay, well, let's just sell this, let's make econ, let's play for others.
Yeah, definitely. You can keep it open, and you don't have to full commit right away necessarily as I might do.
And then looking here, we have a couple others here. We see another Jinx. Oh no, this is the same Jinx. I didn't see the other one on bench there. But once we get up to carousel, we'll take a look at everyone's augments and items. We'll get a idea of what everyone's angling for. But I feel like it's a lot of standard stuff. Changsha Lee on the other side, I'll point out with the Cooking Pot Vanquisher. It's pretty interesting. Playing into that Shadow Isles line for that Callisto later. We have the Bard unlocked to hit more of those rerolls, which you don't normally see for a Shadow Isles board, I feel like. But it'll help to just tempo collect some of those rolls now. And just make that unit so much stronger, because you don't need that Fiddlesticks to find that Vanquisher right away to buff it up, since you have the spot. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Thresh is really good with that item in the stats.
I haven't seen the stats, but just how he works, I imagine you're probably right.
And then I also want to point out, since we've seen a lot of the Jinx, Robin Songs has he got from his birthday present an Echo 2 there, also playing towards that Zon line, has the Jinx already, has a Titan Slam that could go towards either the Warwick or the Jinx. Both of them like that unit. So we might see a contest here.
Yeah, and he just picked up the cloak as well, so he might just slam a BT as soon as possible. Echo is a really good holder of Warwick items, so he can tempo this for a while. Doesn't have to do anything too wild on his board in the meantime until he gets that Warwick.
Yeah, we don't see the Echo reroll that was like plaguing solo queue early on in the set anymore, because like we've replaced 2-cost reroll with 3-cost reroll.
Yeah,
but he's still a fantastic holder, especially when you just get gifted a 2-star for free. I still think, regardless of whether he's good reroll or not, Echo's one of like the best item holders that kind of gets overlooked a lot.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like there is a tendency, I think, when something that's so powerful kind of gets knocked down a peg, people might forget that it's just a really good item holder for the mid game, if nothing else. So he'll be happy here for a while. Meanwhile, I'm curious how Dish Soap's game is going to go. He has a Legion of Threes with a long shot. Maybe a couple ways that he could go with that. I'm curious to see what he does right now, just kind of keeping pace with Noxus. And yeah, I don't know if that's going to play into... Vayne is the one you would think of for Legion of Threes, but she's a little bit out of favor at the moment.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a whole lot of like good long shot holders late outside of like Belveth. Yeah. And even then, not necessarily like... I think the long shot's just been in that weird spot where it's been like Kaisa Vayne and you don't ever play anything more than that. So it feels kind of bad to like get your Legion of Threes buff for it, because like you don't ever want multiple long shots on your team. It feels like you're always too long shot. Nobody's going into like deeper in that. So that's a rough one to be able to get value out of, and then getting a like +1 long shot, like, because there's not good holders for it. I feel like that might be the worst one to get from Legion of 3.
It might be. I wouldn't really be happy about it. I mean, I guess what he might do is just kind of play a standard 3-cost board and just use that emblem to get the extra stats and not try to cook too hard in terms of his traits.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what his board turns into as we get later into the game. Because yeah, right now it feels like, okay, like you see, he doesn't even have another long shot in. It's like, yeah, just give me the 5 Noxus, give Draven 1 extra hex range.
just put the hex in the bag.
It's like, here, throw it on Draven. I got my Darius. That's the real carry. That's what it did. It gave me a Darius without having to use removers.
He's the star of the show now.
Which, I mean, as we've all seen between regionals last week and this, like, Darius is like one of the best units in the game right now, it feels like.
Yeah, and I think none of us are really over it yet either, because at any time we see a Darius on the board, we're like, oh man, remember 2 weeks ago when you would never buy him under any circumstances, and now he's a unit.
Unless you're me, I was trying so hard to make Darius work last patch, because I was like, I know this unit is so good. The problem was I have to play Draven on my board for so many rounds. If I don't find the Draven, like, there were several times I took Draven off stage 2 carousel just to be like, all right, cool. I can hopefully farm up a few kills at the end of the stage and get a few in the next one to unlock, like, get my Darius ideally at like 3-2, and then I can just sell the Draven and just roll for the Darius and play around that. But it's like so hard to, because like I don't want Draven units because I'm playing Darius LeBlanc, so I want LeBlanc, but I need Darius to get the kills, and it's just like, this is such a like difficult way. So I think it's one of the best changes they made with all of, like, it's my favorite unlock change they made, because I'm like, finally I can play this unit, I can play boards around it, because I feel like he makes so many different trait webs like work, and it was just like he was gated by, hey, he's hard to get, and nobody knew how good he was, because it's like nobody put the effort in to unlock him because it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, if you didn't get like, if for so long that if you didn't get a Draven for free during creep rounds and some attack speed items, you would just never dream of it.
Yeah. As we come into our second augment, we have gold. Gold augment yet again, double gold. So, like I said, tourney always my favorite to see as a player. A little bit less exciting as like a caster or whatever, but like I lean more towards player enjoyment for it. So it's like you don't ever feel necessarily cheated by something. And taking a while to decide here, we do end up going with the Crown's Will, the
Okay.
extra rod, and it gives the chain vest now too, right? It gave 2 items. Yeah, so I think that was another one of those item augments I got buffed a bit because nobody was taking it because you could see
Yeah.
stuff like Staffsmith. Here's 2 full rod items, and then this one's like, here's a rod. So a lot of like good balance changes recently that open up a lot more options.
Oh, and that is a big Yorick on the board. I love this augment. You get your Mogul's Mail, you have a ginormous tank in the front line, and you just start printing money every round.
Yeah, this is, and it's only getting bigger because it's Cooking Pot Golden Dragon. So
Oh my
it'd
gosh.
be funny if
oh,
like
geez.
just stick with it, where it's like that was always one of my favorites. Like you do like a Scion or something to just see how big it
Yeah.
can get by the end of the game. You high roll one of the, it's like loot sub, you get dropped like a fawn, and then you get Cooking Pot. It's like, okay, I'm just feeding all of these. You get like a giant unit, take up the entire board. And it's like, I don't care, win, lose, whatever. Throw on a Titans on it, make it even bigger. Just like that's all we care about.
Definitely, like in those situations, I feel like I'm playing ARAM Mayhem, where I'm like, I don't actually
Yes.
care how good any of this is. I know it looks ridiculous and it's fun, so I'm clicking it.
That's the luxury of just playing solo queue, not in tourney. Because in tourney, I'd be like, oh, I want to do this so bad, but I know I can't. Whereas I'm in like playing ranked, I'm like, oh, whatever. If it, you know, if I lose, doesn't matter. Got a big boy. It was
Yeah.
fun.
Oh, we do have a Yasuo with 3 items. He's 1 star, but we'll look for an upgrade soon and get a Yone, and we'll see if it's going to be an RE reroll. I think with the JG slam, you would think it might be, except for the fact that it might just get snipped later. So we'll see if that board leans more towards the RE reroll or just to pick up the Yone and get moving on some more expensive units.
Yeah, and as we see, Robin dropped a little bit throughout the Echo. Mentioned that Echo's like a great item holder, but it's like all that's on the board at the moment. It has all of the items, so it's like doesn't really have backup from the rest of the team. So starting to lose out a bit, but took the epic roll down. So going for that quick level 8. Still needs to find that Vi to be able to unlock the Warwick, and then be able to go for like, hopefully, you know, just on level 8, unlock everything. But it does mean not doing like the level 7 reroll most likely for like a Jinx Mundo.
Yeah.
So there's like that small variation that I think is interesting in that Zon comp that you can do. Like it gives you either the Warwick angle or the Jinx angle to go for. So even though it's like all the same units, it's all the same, it plays very differently.
Yeah. And that, I feel like that's kind of been a fun variation just for the sake of the meta, where we've been talking about playing 3-cost reroll if nobody else is playing it and how bad that feels. And the Jinx Warwick position is very interesting, where you can kind of plan to play for Warwick or play for Jinx, and then depending on how the lobby goes, you can adapt that build to give yourself better odds with your rolls.
Agreed. I did notice something as we quickly saw on Dishop's board. He did take, I think it was Spreading Roots. It got more emblem augments for his Legion of Threes. However, he also reforged the long shot. So it's like he won't be getting Legion of Threes for other long shot units, but it still applies to. I can't remember. Does it apply to anything holding a spatula, or is it only ones with long shot spatula? I think it's any.
Yeah, I think it's all 3 costs in anything with any emblem. Actually, it'll be good to check if it's emblems or spatula items, because I think it's all emblems.
Yeah, because I think I'm mixing up with. There's Legion of Threes. Okay, so Legion of Three is all emblems and 3 cost. I was getting mixed up. I was thinking of the other one where it's I forget who. I think it was it Dish Soap's actually like World's Champion augment? I forget whose it is. Where it's you get an emblem and then any of that trait. So I got that mixed up with Legion of Threes. So that's one I was thinking of before.
Yeah.
So it's buffing all long shots. So this one's Legion of Threes. It's 3 cost. It's units. The actual trait does not matter. So much better. As you say, very interesting. The heaviest crown Jinx has one of been the few users
I
that's
love
been
it.
fantastic with this item, even when Jinx wasn't that great. And now Jinx is really good and has one of like the best items. So it'll be fun to see.
Yeah.
This Jinx pop off as the game goes on. It just feels
Yeah,
like there's so
there was
many
a time when
playing this angle.
Yeah. There was a time when this was the only way you could play Jinx. It was if you get this augment, then you can play her. If not, there's no reason to buy her at all. So it's fun to actually have it now when she's good on her own merits.
Yeah. I do like that we still see like some Aphelios being played. It feels like Aphelios is the only 2-cost reroll that exists anymore. Which is kind of sad
Yeah.
considering like Bard is a unit and that like Bard should enable like 2-cost reroll the most of all. And like I tried playing around a lot of Bard comps earlier on in the set. And it just feels like Aphelios is the only one that ever like really took off besides like the Echo that had its moment.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see that there's been a couple variations of this Aphelios and to be able to like still have some staying power in the right scenarios. So it's always cool to see some of these comps come through again.
Yeah, definitely.
And that is quite a
There
few
he is.
upgrades in, what was that, 2-3 shops?
Yeah, those are a good few shops. Yeah, Darthan will be thrilled to have that. A few away on the Bard and the Nico still, but still in a pretty good spot. And with Aphelios having most of your items anyway, you're glad it's at least that one that you hit.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see. I always love in these salvage games with like Gwen to see what like players end up making is like, because these are where you can make best in slot. And as these are the pro players, I feel like these are the games to learn the most from, because it's like, okay, they can slam whatever, knowing that like later they will have the best possible items they can make. It's not the like, oh well, I had to make this because it's the items I had to slam for tempo or whatever. It's more of the like, no, this is ideally what I want. So I feel like that's where you can learn a lot from like pro players and like what they consider is actually the best. And it may not have been our encounter, but we got a golden gala, so triple golden augments to end out this game here as we pick our going into stage 4.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he was
And
quick
yet
to click
another
this one.
spatula
Another
for just-
emblem. Oh, so
That's
he's
the best
spreading
one to
those
follow it
stats
up, 'cause
really
it
well.
gives-
Yeah.
Yeah, it gives even more stats to the other units. We make yet another Demacia one. We're gonna unlock Galio super fast because we've got 2 spats on units that we're already playing. Don't even have to like really go into the Demacia units themselves. And I think Galio is like one of the best units right now. Basically a free fun. You throw on a couple of adaptives on him, he'll wipe out half the board, do tons of damage as an extra unit. So I think fantastic, one of the big winners of the unlock changes they made too.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels good to like have angles for him that's not just as much Demacia as you possibly can. Especially because there was a phase where the best way of doing that was to reroll 1 costs, which imagine doing that right now, it would be just the most miserable time possible.
Yeah, it was either you roll the like Jarvan Sona board so that you have multiple star upgrades, or you have to play 7 Demacia to be able to have enough star levels to even unlock it.
Yeah.
So no like in between. Now you can kind of play that middle of the road that you play like the 5 Demacia, you can drop down, throw in other like we saw last game where it's like you just have the Garen and the Jarvan giving you defender, and then you have Galio for the 3 Demacia to come in while you just fill out with a bunch of legendary units. You do have to, for players, you can't drop below 3 Demacia. If you only have 1 or 2 Demacia, your Galio will never jump in, because he only jumps in when Demacians rally after losing HP. You don't have Demacians in, they can't rally, so that's a note to anyone that's trying to like, oh, why don't they just get rid of all the other units? Why doesn't everyone just get a free Galio on their board? Well, you do have to keep some of the units in. But when you have like Garen Jarvan that give you free synergy trades, or you can play like the Garen and the Lux as like good units. There's so many defenders. You can throw in a Nico there to round out both of their trades. You could high roll more Garens, get a Silas who's very, very strong right now. There's like those traits are very easy to find, and almost every board has them. So A lot of good options there.
Ooh, Diana unlock. What are we up to? I don't think she's gonna be on the board, but
No, it's just the Malzahar Zoe line.
but somebody, I don't know if it was game 1 or 2, somebody was actually playing Diana sincerely on a Aurelian Soul board. I think it might have ended up 5th or something, but that's one of my units that it's probably for the best that Diana's not strong anymore. She had a really powerful moment in the middle of this set. But I love the champion, so it would be nice to see her come back.
Yeah, and
here's
I
something
would like to
fun I didn't notice. Wei Jin defeated before stage 4 carousel.
Yeah, that's he had the Yone, had everything, and yeah, we didn't really see much of his board to see what necessarily happened there. But yeah, that's crazy to be knocked out middle of stage 4, even before carousel.
Yeah, that's a tough one. He's in a pretty good spot points-wise going into this game, so there might have been a bit of an angle where he's, playing really fast and loose, kind of a nice edge style of gameplay that, in this instance, just didn't pay off.
Yeah, but thankfully, like, he had a lot of points. I think he's 5th in standings, so hopefully 1/8 doesn't knock out too far, able to come back. Like, that's one of those where he has plenty of experience, has the mental, has been here before, that it's like, it becomes a lot easier to shake it off when you've been in that spot before. So always curious to see how players come back in the games after, though.
Yeah, I'm always scouring scoreboards looking at, who got 1 point followed by an immediate 8 points. Like, how well do you bounce back? How quickly do you reclaim those points that got away from you?
And as, like, TFT's getting older and older, like, we see a lot more of these players become experienced. Like, some of these players, like Chunnington, who, like, only people became familiar with, like, I feel like a few sets ago, but now it's like they're starting to, like, they're a mainstay in the TFT now. Like, you see them all the time. May not be as well known as some of the others, but as we go more and more sets and you keep putting up good tourney performances, you start to be considered as these other top players. Players recognize you, and you get more of that, like, to go on the experience. Like, okay, I've been here. I can make comebacks. This isn't like, there's more of a, like, not necessarily like an expectation, but it's just like, I've been here before, I can do this.
Yeah, it definitely makes it a lot easier to absorb an 8th when you know how strong you can play in these kinds of tournaments. Even if that game, for example, wasn't your best, you know how good your best is. This is, Dish Soap had some really nice rolls leading into this round. Got his 2-star Braum as well as a Ornn on the board as well. So with this Volibear unlock, gonna be able to get 5 Freljord, and in a few more rounds, start printing artifacts from Ornn. Ornn is off the board, so my bad for even looking at him. But we have the Volibear nonetheless to start bringing in some extra damage.
Yeah, Ornn's definitely one of those units where it's like, I always wanted in, I want the artifact, but it's always like so hard to like not lose HP trying to go for it. And then when you're in a spot like this, especially when it's like Gwen encounter, or like here where Dish Soap's gotten what, 2 emblems, 3 emblems, 3.5 emblems from Augment, and the 3 items from Gwen, it's like, you even have room to put an artifact on a unit? So, like, is it giving much value there? So...
That's a great point.
The Warden is nice when you're playing the Freljord for, like, a tankier Braum as well, so it's like, it is one of those boards that can use the unit for the unit without the artifact necessarily, but it's still like, it can be hard to place everything in when you're trying to complete all your trait webs and all these additional units to match all your emblems.
Yeah, and there's always like that little bit of a chance where the artifact he prints does absolutely nothing on any of your units. And it's like, okay, sure, like I'll take the extra HP on Ornn, but I would have really loved to have a Dawn Core or something, and you just get some stuff that you can't really use.
Yeah, agreed. And looking over here at Chunnington's board, we saw he just hit the Shyvana too. We haven't seen a whole lot of Kaisa, I feel like. I feel like every other game, like maybe we see a Kaisa, and to me it's never looked impressive. And I feel like this board though that Chunnington has, he's hit a lot of upgrades, but it's still like not quite enough to get through like this Malzahar Zoe reroll. They haven't even like hit all the units. It just like feels... That Jinx got down to like 1 HP healing up, whereas that Jinx would have died. The Mundo dies with it with that having the crown augment, so it's like That was kind of crazy how much it was able to heal right there at the end to be able to survive and win that fight.
Especially like to switch into that fight in the last few seconds when Jinx is 100 HP. Like we got here and my heart immediately stopped.
And then we rolled down and we hit quite the few upgrades. We picked up, I think, 3 Jinxes there. We got our Warwick too. So like this board will start to be a lot stronger and be able to hopefully not get your Jinx that low in HP where it is that risky.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit better to be that much closer to the Jinx. It's a little scary when your 8 Jinx is 0 gold, but you know that there's a chance that you finally hit in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, and as we can see, like here, it's still like these are one of those where the Jinx doesn't do anything until she's able to cast and then deletes the board. So that sometimes like here where it's like the Jinx was taking a lot of like random AoE damage from like throughout the fight in the early, but she doesn't have the attack speed from her cast yet to be able to lifesteal it back up. So by the time she's able to cast, she's already down to like 10% HP, and then just wasn't enough to get back live and like wipes the whole board. And we haven't checked in on this one in a bit, but here's our big Yorick. From some of the kicking bot stats, the Golden Dragon. So that's definitely the biggest Yorick I've seen, and it's a 2-star.
Yeah, that's a big Yorick 2-star with the Mogul's Mail. 5 Warden. He's very beefy. I'm interested to see if we actually are feeding HP now into Callista. Just give her a little bit more survivability from the extra chip damage and AoE that she might get. At this point, you're pretty happy with the state of your Yorick's HP, so you have a little extra room to spread the love to your carry and make sure that she keeps dishing out damage from the backline.
Yeah, agreed. I was thinking the exact same thing. I was gonna make that point as well, that it's like, especially when it's only the Thresh 1, so it's like, it can't really tank quite yet on the front line, so it's like, oh, I can still move it back here. I can beef up my Callista a little bit until I 2-star it, so my Callista will have a little bit more HP. Like, right now that's the only unit that matters until the Thresh 2. And the Yorick has gained enough HP that it's not gonna, like, make a difference in, here's an extra 40, 80, 120 HP over the couple of thousand it has already. So it's like, oh, let me beef it up just in case like it gets hit by something. There's a bunch of Singed running around, like Seraphine ults going over the top. It's like, if this survives, this could be the real difference maker. And I always like that when you're able to throw a little bit of that HP onto your carry as the game goes on, even though it is more fun to make the big unit even bigger as we talk about.
It's so hard to overcome that temptation of like, what if he had more HP? Like, no, he doesn't need it. Oh, this is a sigh of relief for Brobra. Unlocking the Jinx. We've seen in a couple of games so far in week 1 and week 2 that Jinx at the 2-star level can still dish out a lot of damage, but when you have the Crown of Demacia, you need to just make sure she stays alive. Like, you know she's going to dish out damage, but if she is dying to AoE because she's 2-star, it just makes the board feel so miserable.
Yeah, and that's why you always see any unit that can use heavy as the crown, the first item you're slamming is a gunblade, like 9 out of 10 times, because you don't want that item if like your carry can't lifesteal through some of the damage, because there's just so much AoE damage as fights go on and get later into the game. These backliners start taking tick damage. It's like you can't risk that unit dying, otherwise you will just take the worst losses, take 20 damage from a fight if your unit gets picked off, and you just cannot afford that ever.
Yeah, I think we're pretty lucky, or he's pretty lucky that we're not seeing Annie as much in this game.
And we missed it, but Brother hit the Jinx 3 and just went out.
Oh, it hurts.
That's one of those where it's like you try so hard, they're like trying to hit this unit, you're like, I'd be winning all these fights if I hit it, and then you hit it, and then you just face the wrong person and still lose, and it's like, okay, like, what was I supposed to do?
Yeah, and this kind of situation too, it's like, you even wonder, like, sure, that might be a fight that you were going to lose anyway, but you do start to think like, okay, but if I hit earlier, if I won a couple extra rounds, then I wouldn't have cared about this one at all.
Yeah. And that's why it's always like, that's what makes 3-cost reroll so risky, because you can get those where you're like, oh, I'm so close. I have a bunch of Jinxes. Like, I have the right opener. I have the spot. Like, I should be able to hit this on pace. but then the rolls just don't go your way, and you're like 1-2
Yeah.
off, and then you spend 30 gold, and it's like, I didn't hit it. Like, statistically, I should have, but I just missed out. And then you're
Oof.
like, I'm never playing 3-cost reroll again.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. We just had two more players go down in that last combat, Chong Shin Lee and Darth Nub. So we are down to our top 4 for this lobby. We'll change in CMBQAQ and just Soap and Robin Songs.
Yeah,
So
and
this
I don't know.
is. Go ahead. Sorry.
Robin Songs was like, Robin Songs, I noticed when Weijin got knocked out, Robin Songs was also pretty low and starting to look kind of risky.
Yeah.
To, like, if he lost like 1 or 2 fights, I think he was technically like 3 lives. I think he did end up losing 1 or 2 after, but it was one of those where it's like, we might see him going out soon and not quite sure on the strength of his board to be able to make that comeback. So props to Robin for being able to like transition this board a little bit, hit the Zillion 2 and be able to like upgrade enough around to survive up into a top 4. And he is towards like the top of our standings.
Mhm.
But it's like one of those two where it's just like calm under pressure, able to hit all these units and survive up to the top 4 and still fighting to get every position. Like his board is incredibly strong right now. But I feel like that's goes for everyone that's still alive right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like if 2 rises in the shop. Hello. Yeah, it's like if Robin Songs can, pull into a first or a second, he takes a pretty commanding spot in the top of the standings. Then on the other hand, everybody else with 9, 10, 13 points, a top 2 placement gives them a pretty big jump to start flying into that top setting.
Yeah, and for anyone that doesn't know, nobody's getting knocked out like throughout the games today. Tomorrow, I think every 2 games we knock out another 8. But if I'm not mistaken, the bottom 8 after the end of today will be eliminated. So some of those that are at the bottoms are fighting for each of those points to survive. But it's still like you get to play every game today. It's not like tomorrow where it's like every single game or every lobby where it's like, okay, if I don't do well in this one, I'm going to be knocked out after the next game. So you have like a little bit more breathing room as we're only halfway through the day, but you start after game 4, it feels like when you start to worry, it's like, can I get enough points to make sure I survive till tomorrow? Get that mental reset overnight, and then come back strong tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's there's almost a temptation to look at having 6 games and being like, okay, like I'm playing for points. It's not too doom and gloom. But once you start getting into the middle, you do start doing some mental math and looking at actually how well do I need to play in these next 2 games.
Yeah, and as you see, Robin gets knocked out here, going out in the 4th. Chunnington following right behind with the 3rd. And this board from Dish Soap, Nelly has got the Rise 2, just looks incredibly hard to beat.
Yeah, hitting the Rise 2, getting the Disruptor, and that's some beefy frontliners ahead of him with the Freljord, Garen, I think it was Demacia Braum as well. You buy a lot of time for Rise to just start cranking out damage with all these extra stats.
Yeah, so how often do you see a 5 Demacia, 5 Freljord board?
This would probably be the first time.
So we're coming down to what is likely to be our last fight. I don't see this Zoe Malzahar being able to survive this. This Leona probably not going to last like the longest. So we'll see here. Crazy from that long shot opener. We were a little bit worried about.
Yeah.
But played it really well. Got the Reforgers. Just took more and more spatulas. And I think that is something that we've seen kind of from this like meta in this patch like recently, ever since they buffed emblems. We see pro players like always valuing these like spreading roots units to be able to like take more and more emblems, just throw them everywhere. You can Trait Web is so flexible. You can play so many different units around it. It's easy to like make a roadmap from one emblem to another and like get to your late game boards, especially when you have things like Rise that can like really cap it out. So very well played.
Yeah, it was really savvy. You called the Spreading Roots pick at 3-2. Really good move for that position. Just to be in Legion of Threes and, if nothing else, just get some extra stats with the emblems, but to also make some good decisions on the Reforge and build a nice Demacia Freljord board around it. Really savvy gameplay with something that's kind of empowered in this patch.
Yeah, and we'll see. We've got 2 more games to go for the end of the day. This is where, like, as scores get updated, and we start looking more at standings. We'll see like who's in contention to like or playing on that bubble of who really needs these games to go into to win these next few. We already have like some players towards the top that are probably like, okay, well they're at least making tomorrow, even if like they perform kind of poorly in these last 2. But like, are you expecting like any changes from some of these players, like going into games like 5 and 6, changing up playstyle, or it's just like you just keep doing what you're doing and hope it's enough to get you through if you're at that bottom?
I think if you're at the bottom, you might be willing to make some big swings. If you've gone for a couple of lines in the first couple games that just haven't panned out, it might be time to, even play something that's a little bit more straightforward, less variance, just to secure, kind of middle of the pack standings in some of these last couple of games. But it's gonna be tricky, I think, in these last couple for people that are towards the bottom.
Yeah, and so we're gonna go ahead and head to a break as we load up for get ready for our next games. So we'll see everyone back shortly. All right, welcome back, everyone, as we jump straight into our 5th game. 2 games left to go. These are where you really got to lock in, get your last points if you're there on the bubble. Make sure you make it to tomorrow. So we'll see how our players do as we start to round out the day.
Definitely. I'm trying to take a quick look at the scores, see kind of who in here is a little bit on the bubble, trying to make a really good performance here as we get the scores up on the side. So Millennium Fox, for example, Ego, QAQ, all kind of in that kind of bottom range right now. Actually, I don't think QAQ's points are updated, but Ego and Millennium Fox, I was just looking at the spreadsheet, are a little bit on the lower side at the moment, so they're especially looking for a good bounce back game here.
Yeah, and I think you throw David Ace in there too, who's like just above his like 1 point above cutoff right now. So it's one of those where it's like also one of those bubble players that you have to like make sure to perform like above average to be able to survive till tomorrow. And it's also not just about surviving, because points carry over to tomorrow. So you still want to put up those players that are like right there on that cutoff. You still want to play for like those top 2 positions, because you don't want to be playing tomorrow where every single game you feel like, well, I have to go top 2 in order to survive to the next cut, to then survive to the next cut, to survive the next one. So if you can get a little bit of a point lead here to like give you a little bit of that buffer, you can like breathe a little bit in some of your games and not have to be stressed out the entire time and be like, okay, I have that little bit of breathing room. I can like stop, slow down, think, and like maybe go able to like eke out an extra position because you have that time.
For sure. David is getting a quick Yorick unlock as we go into the augments. One quick roll, we're taking a look at Slammin', Salvage Bin, and we're done looking, we're picking Slammin'.
Yeah, I think Slammin' is one of those where it's like one of the best augments you can always take. It plays into so many lines. You can play fast 8. You get an extra component early. And especially at the high elo, they're all slamming their items anyways. Once you like hit high enough rank, like you see everyone doing it. If you have items on bench, they're not doing anything, and you need all the power you can get. So hey, an augment that rewards you for what you should be doing anyways, is something where it's like, yeah, I'll take that one every time.
Yeah, definitely.
We see
it's
Ionia
high
with
value.
Prosperous yet
Ooh.
again. I feel like Prosperous is one of those where like early on in the set it felt like one of the best, and I feel like players see it now and just kind of don't lean into it near as much anymore, which to me is interesting considering we have things like Ari reroll that kind of exist. And I feel like whenever you're like, I was playing some Ari reroll like early on in the set, and I would only play it if I saw Prosperous. I didn't see Prosperous, so like, I'm not bothering. I'm not gonna click it. Like, it doesn't matter because I won't have the gold to hit my 3-star. And now that it's like 3-stars kind of meta, it's interesting that it's like, well, Prosperous is fallen by the wayside a bit.
Definitely. Like now it's kind of at the point where if I see Path of Spirits, I'm golden. Like I've already made up my mind. Regardless of the spot I'm in, if I see spirits, I'm like, I can make Ari work here.
Speaking of Ari, we have one right here. We have our Jewel Gauntlet already. And it's one of those two, taking the hard bargain, you're not going to make the, like, pick your items from carousel. So I feel like it's one of those that's like, well, you have the Jewel Gauntlet. You have, like, what is arguably the most important item.
Yeah.
Because it allows you to play Nashers. You can't play Nashers if you don't have crit. If you don't have that Jewel Gauntlet, don't bother. Interesting there, looking over Millennium Fox. We do have a 2-star Kindred and nothing else.
Nothing else.
Where it's just like one of those. I feel like with the buffs to the aura farming, where it's like you get it at, what is it, 4-2, 4-3 now? That augment has changed back and forth so many times. Where it's like, okay, it's back, it's early, you can get it, you can sack for it. You're basically guaranteed to survive long enough to get it. So it's like, let me just get as much gold as I can. Already. Let me determine a plan. So where I'm in team planner, I'm like, okay, here's what my level 8 board's gonna be. Nothing else matters because I'm just gonna sack everything till I can get there. Then I have a 2-star Kindred that's gonna like win me all the fights. But it's interesting. We have a lot of players like trying to lose here.
Gosh.
And for those that don't know, if like this has changed a few sets ago, and it was one of those like not everyone knows. If CMBQ was able to like sell that Jinx and that fight Michael with like no units either. If there's no units on either side, they both lose, so they take damage. However, it does not count for your loss streak. It would reset your streak, so it ruins it for both players. So you can't do like in the olden days when like full open was a thing for a lot more often. You would see both players do it and they're like, all right, cool. One of us 50-50s loss streak. One of us like benefits from it still. Now no one benefits. Like it hurts both of you. So you don't see people doing it as much. And there's not that added benefit of like, well, everyone's opening. I might as well open too. So you kind of like have to play one unit on your board to not get completely screwed, because getting the 1 win streak is better than getting reset back to 0 regardless.
Yeah, it's a good change ultimately. Like it feels so miserable if you do still try to gamble it and lose, but it is a better way, I think, for the game to operate.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, is that 3 aura farmings that we have in the lobby?
Yeah, so we have there's a Fiddlesticks with a Spark, Azir with a Void Staff, and Kindred with Infinity Edge.
That's crazy. So that's one of those, okay, kind of take back what I said, that it's like, okay, you just kind of suck until you hit it. Well, if everyone else is doing it, you might fight one of those other players that also has it. So you can't just like guarantee, all right, cool, I got my 2-star legendary. Well, there's 2 other players that also got it. So you have to be able to beat them too. So it's like, this is where it changes, in my opinion, where I'm looking, it was like, okay, I was gonna like kind of lost streak, just try and survive till then. Now it's like, okay, I want to preserve as much HP as I can now. Like,
yeah,
I'd rather like try and win till I have that HP to then play around it, and not get forced into somebody else that just like, well, they hit all of it because they sucked it all and I missed on my roll. So it completely changes, like, I feel like how that augment is played. And these players may not have experience with that, because that is one of those like very rare scenarios. So it's like, how many times have they scrimmed or like played in some high like lobbies where like that's been a thing?
Yeah.
So it's always interesting when you get these like one-off games, how these players react and how they change their play style.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm curious to see like the direction, especially of this board actually, where, you know, there are some boards where Fiddlesticks is like a dream come true, but there's also a lot of boards where it's still really strong, even if it doesn't really fit your traits necessarily. Like if you're not playing Vanquisher, a 2-star Fiddlesticks is still going to bring a ton of value to your board. You know, similarly with like Azir, where there's kind of a lot of ways where you can make Shurima work, and getting him on the board and then starting to unlock the frontline jinx, my god. Where if you have an Azir at 4-2, then you can start getting, you know, maybe a Renekton or a Nasus online pretty soon after.
Yeah, and it feels like it's one of those where it's like, oh, with Fiddle, it's like, okay, like the best line is probably like Shadow Isles, but if you don't have the Shadow Isles opener, you can't really play it. I know they made some changes to how that trait works, but I don't think it's changed how players play it, where it's like, well, if I don't have it before stage 2 carousel, I'm not playing it. Like, I don't think that necessarily changed. Nobody's trying to like later in the game be able to like, okay, can I unlock these Shadow Isle units a bit later to be able to get some of these? And I feel like the only other like Vanquisher board that's played is like the Mbessa Belveth that kind of exists, but it's more of a Belveth comp and not Mbessa, and it's like she just kind of gets leftovers, so you're not really playing. All of that said, Fiddle's a fantastic unit still to throw on any board, regardless if he is Vanquisher. He's just like not contributing that trait, but then just giving board wide MR and armor shred is huge for so many of these units. And as the Fear CC does a lot of damage, you can throw items on it, because especially with it being a 2-star. So it's still one of those, like, probably one of the better ones still to see from aura farming, because I think it is one of the ones that gives like immediate power strength. Eventually Azir, I think Azir gives less immediate power strength, but you already know that you can plan to like play around unlocking those other Shurima units, because you know you have it guaranteed right away. So it's like difference in how some of these legendaries that you know you're guaranteed to get can change. Same with the Kindred that we saw too. Kindred, it's like, okay, as long as I have a quick striker on my board, she'll gain that trait. I can itemize her over like trying to play around like a Draven or Yunar or one of the others. Like you can just immediately itemize the Kindred, which means you can play a different board around that quick striker. You can play like all these other just strong frontline units and just have that unit ready to go.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be worth keeping an eye on kind of all the directions that they go, and um, for each of these 2-star 5 costs, kind of how they build a board around it. And then, like we were saying, Fiddlesticks really could be anything. So that's kind of the one that I'm most curious to keep poking back to in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, we still got a whole stage to go before you get there. We're
Yeah.
coming up on our second augment. See how things change here. We get a silver, so not a whole lot of like. I think if you're one of the aura farming players, you're glad to see a silver here because other boards won't be getting that much stronger, and you already know like when that 4-2 augment hits, even if it's a stronger one, you can play it around your actual legendary and go. This feels like an augment where it's like, it's just like a little bit more to just get towards that next unit, so nobody's gonna like overpower you and do that damage while you're still waiting to get it. Higo taking the hard bargain
my
into Tiny
gosh.
Titans. That is so
Gross.
much HP that you get from both of these augments, where it's just like, all right, cool. You guarantee like pretty much a top 4 just based off the health alone. Which, when Ego, who's one of those players that is towards the bottom of our standings, that's one of those where it's like, top 4 is great to be able to move on to tomorrow to like you get that and then do that in the next game. Like I said, you kind of need to play for those higher positions to even set you up to do well tomorrow too.
Yeah.
You're doing well. Top of the leaderboard, does have the bonus HP, but still would be second without it. So it's like one of those where it's like, will he be able to find the units to play around that? And because it's going to be hard to outcap these aura farming players that already have their upgrades that don't need to roll for it. And I imagine once those players hit, you're just going to start taking a lot of HP, but it might be enough to survive while all the aura farming players knock out each other.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because it is one of those augments where it kind of feels like you can scam a placement or two. And definitely anytime I pick that, when it starts getting people being eliminated or I get eliminated and I see, okay, well, I have negative 12 HP and you have negative 15. So I'm a genius for picking that augment. It's a little bit different stakes, you know, when I'm playing ranked versus them playing the TPC, but but it does feel pretty good to just buy yourself a little bit more time. And hopefully cap around it while you live for a couple extra rounds.
Yeah, I think in ladder play, if you're looking just to climb and like improve your rank, just, you know, find some LP, I think it's like one of the best combos you can get. Like you're basically guaranteeing plus LP. Like it's so easy to play around that it's just like, okay, yep, I'll take my free LP this game. Like see how we can cap it out, whether we do or not. Like it's one of those, like it gives you that power to do that. But in tourney, you're playing like across multiple games, getting point standing, getting that, so it like changes that where it's not like, it's not just a plus LP here and move on. You like, there's so much more that goes into it. So I'm curious to see how players like necessarily play around it. Do they play more for like that last streak around it? They play to just win and get as much HP and be like, all right, cool, I have enough HP that I'm like guaranteed top 2 just because of it, not just like, all right, I got top 4, played risky, tried to get like be able to cap out, not be able to hit or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. We have a
we see here going to the carousel,
fans.
triple spat.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Millennium Fox, David Ace, and let me move my. Oh, and QAQ, I'll pick up a pan or a spat. What do we have here? Who's cooking right now?
Yeah, I think it's like we said, we saw last game with Dish Soap taking multiple spats, being able to like cap out that board there. I feel like a lot of times getting one singular spat's not quite as strong. Getting like the multiple, like something like Dish Soap's board last game is. So I was curious because I feel like sometimes you see like everyone rush towards these spats and emblems, and then you play a next game and nobody picks it.
No one wants
and
it. Yeah.
I've had before where it's like you have hard bargain as like in this, and it's like, I really don't want that spat, and nobody else wanted it, and it's like, okay, cool, I gotta use the spat.
Great, thanks.
But here, everyone, it seemed like everyone in this lobby wanted one of them. So see how they all end up capping around it. Millennium Fox, we see mid the Vanquisher on the other side, playing around this early. Rek'Sai 2, give a lot of immediate power strength. They can play around it later, but it's one of those also we mentioned before where it's like, Vanquisher is kind of whatever outside of Callista, and like Fiddlesticks likes it but doesn't really care, so it's just like I think it's one of those where it's just like slamming right now for immediate strength to play around that Rek'Sai, and then like whatever happens with it later happens. And you could even reforge it. So yeah, we'll see what happens. And then looking over on the right, David Ace, I don't know if he had the Bruiser or the Vanquisher before, but made one of the other ones. And then CMB QQ made a Zon spatula for his Jinx to be able to play more. I think Zon's a little bit interesting. I feel like in that board, typically, like you want, like spat-wise, you would prefer like a Juggernaut on Warwick. However, this was a spatula, not a pan, so you can't do that with Auto Reforger. I feel like I don't see this line go Zon spat often, but it does give you that option that if you are able to hit the units, you can play around like Ziggs later too as well, that you can't normally play around, but it's hard to do that while also being 7 to reroll for Jinx. So I'm curious how they end up playing this board.
Yeah, it's interesting because I believe QQ would have been first pick on the carousel, so would have had the option for a pan if that was a preferred angle. So maybe just leaning more into the Zon because not as confident of hitting Warwick items. I've already slammed a couple of swords. But very interested to see kind of what the out is for the Zon spat.
It's also one of those though that like you can slam right now. Like this gave immediate strength. We immediately got 3 Zon from it. It might have even been enough to, we didn't see them unlock the Singed, but that might have been like the thing to be able to unlock the Singed now versus later. And we see they already have Singed pair. So that's one of those with these like 4-cost unlocks where it's like, yes, you're guaranteed, you know, it's like, okay, I just meet this requirement. I get my 1-star 4-cost, like I immediately got it. However, you can't start working towards that 2-star until you've gotten it. So it's one of those, like the earlier you get it, the more you can find in your shop, like high rolling very quickly after finding a second Singed. Whereas like if had waited maybe a round to unlock it, maybe you don't have that pair of it. And who knows how long before you end up finding that 2-star. So I feel like getting those unlocks early is always like huge.
Yeah, it's definitely a savvy move. And it's going to feel incredible if that Singe comes the next round or two.
And we see also hitting a Wukong 2 here. We have the Singe 2,
beautiful roll down.
the Wukong 2, and we don't even have our next augment yet. So it's one of those where it's like, that feels really good as next stage. Everyone's going to, you know, put their 2-star legendaries on. This feels like a board that can like kind of compete around it too, having hit all these upgrades that it's like, okay, I can like survive through that. I think that's why we saw they probably chose to roll down quite a bit. They had a bunch of pairs to go for, and then hope to just like build it all back up based off the, like maybe get an econ trait next augment to recover from that, to be able to continue rolling.
Definitely. Broseph now on an 11 streak as we go into the augments, so keep an eye on him for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking here. We round out with final gold augment. No prismatics yet while I've been here.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Maybe
Mort Dog.
Which I'm okay with from a player standpoint, but you know, those are more fun to cast.
For sure.
We see Soju taking has the 2-star Fiddlesticks and then takes 2 more legendaries, gets a Zillion and a Nazir. Potentially play for like Shurima's, but we know there's a Nazir 2 in the lobby. Probably not necessarily trying to play around.
Yeah.
The Zillion, I think, is one of those where it's fantastic. We see he has these putting in all these Demacia units will unlock the Galio. If I don't know if he necessarily needs that Vayne 2. At 4 or 5. What is Galio now? Is it 5 stars?
I think it's. I want to say it's
7?
like 8.
8?
Oh, it is 8.
It's 8 stars.
So it's not. Yeah, it's not too crazy to like star up a couple and throw in a couple other ones, but.
Yeah. So I think he needs his Vayne 2 to be able to upgrade. We see some of the other Demacia units on the board. It's one of those where it's like, I don't know, but doesn't want to break the econ.
Yeah.
But I feel like you kind of want that Galio as soon as you can get it.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in because like you're looking for the upgrades, and you really would have loved it if it was the Garen, maybe. You know, you'll take a Vayne if you need to take a Vayne, but you'd rather it can be.
I'll take whatever I need that gets me my Galio, and then I'll just sell it right after. 1 gold. We see Kyokyo on the side that just hit the Jinx 3. I feel like last time we looked, we saw him hit the Wukong in the Singed, but did not have the jinxes. Had 3 jinx, so
Yeah.
to be able to immediately hit. I'm curious what they took as their third augment to be able to hit it. But as we looked around at some of the other boards, yeah, so they hit the heroic grab bag helps here a lot to be able to finish off that. So they still had
That's
to
a good
find
pick.
3 more jinxes during that time. We see on the
Yeah.
right, Michael hitting Leona as well. Like everyone's hitting their units here. Didn't need a heroic grab bag here, but enough to hit.
Oh, I like the Eternal Pact
so-
on Zoe.
So yeah, I'm still not like. I think that's one of the items that I'm not super sold on because this Leona is not gonna die, so you're not gonna get like the crazy value from it. I think the shielding it gives to Leona is kind of like negligible.
Mhm.
So I think it does give like a decent amount of AP, but I feel like it's not the artifact you want to see ideally.
Yeah, I wonder if it's the type
It
of
just
thing
feels
where
weird when your tank's never gonna die. If your tank dies,
Yeah.
you lose.
like the only way that you can get sort of like the most value out of the artifact, so to speak, is if you have it on your Malzahar, because that's how Malzahar wins a lot of his fights anyway. Is like both boards are almost dead, and then you have 30 voidlings just chowing down.
Yeah.
And that's gonna look really cool if it's the last second Leona dying and then Malzahar cooking the backline. But with
Yeah,
so
get a
far
few
just
more
2-star
crabs
Mals,
out.
we're not quite there.
Yeah, and not quite the items there to be able to carry both the Zoe and the Malzahar yet.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of those where like you just take the artifact because it's like, okay, well I need more items at the moment. So it's like it's +1 full item so that I can start working towards itemizing both. And they did have Pandora's if like they got a really bad one. Who knows? Maybe they try and reroll it later. Maybe they just stick with it. But it's one of those where it's like you can't really risk sitting stuff on Pandora's forever. You're just like, plus AP. All right, I have to take it. That's what
Yeah,
I need.
deal.
I need a backline unit. You can't take a frontline unit or frontline item. So but as we see here, who knows if we'll be able to see. We can see, like you said, moved it over to the Malzahar. We found triple item for the Zoe, so it's like not prioritizing it over one of the other items for immediate strength until get more. I'm sure those items will move around if we're able to survive through this. We have the continuum cogs. This Leona's not dying. A lot of strength. However, Zillion bombs have bounced onto our backline, and they're gonna kill that before this Leona ever goes down. So this may be the exit here for Michael. Not quite able to hit like that Malzahar 3, and like I said, the 3-cost reroll is not hitting the one that you want. You hit some of the others. Sometimes feels kind of a bit rough there.
It's tough. I mean, 3-cost
here.
reroll, it feels so good when you hit. And until you do, it's so scary. I've played some where stage 4, stage 5, I still haven't quite hit my units, and I'm like, am I like a fool? Is this comp actually terrible? And then you hit and you're like, oh no, it's amazing. Sorry.
Yeah, I think if you look at my match history from my ranked games, my last I think it's like 12 games. I'd have to go double check. I think it was 12 games in a row. Every game, 3-cost reroll, was either a 1st or a 7th. No other position. I'm good enough to not go 8th on the ones I missed, but it's either I hit the 3-star and I went 1st, or I missed the 3-star and went 7th. There's literally no other position across like 12 games.
Oh, that's so real.
It's one of those where it's just like, that's where it's like, it's hard to sometimes, knowing that's how that is, to play that in tourney. Like some players you see just like, I'm just gonna play towards like the fast 8 angles every time, kind of like shy away from the rerolls, and others like, nope, I'll play for that reroll, I'll play for that first. And I'm curious as like we get into our day 3 on Sunday, do players like in checkmate formula, I'm really curious to see if they're gonna like value these reroll more or less in checkmate, and how that like shakes out. But we still got to determine who our 8 players are for Sunday. We've still got a long ways before we get to that point. So
Broseph is hitting a devious pivot right now. Sold a ton of the board, hung on to the Swain and a couple Skarners, but burned through a little bit of gold to get some expensive units on the board to start building around, and in the next round is going to be rolling a good bit more.
Yeah, I do like the play doing that on neutrals. You'll see a lot of players where it's like, I think you'll see it in lower elo too, where players will sit on that gold and hold. It's like, no, I can get more gold, I can get interest. But that's a lot to do in one turn. To be able to recognize, okay, I can pretty much sell my board here to get the econ back, so I don't have to then next turn like sell half of these units to do this whole transition. Like you already start that. And you can see he's done here we have 10 seconds left to decide our item, move all our items around. Like, I think this is a really heads up play, and like that you don't necessarily see as much, to not value getting every like min-max every last gold that you can, and to like value that time there so you can make like the best decisions.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he played it off really well too, of just like, it's not that he you know, burned all his gold last turn to be ready now, and he also didn't do what you said of like not spending any of the gold and then having no time here. He spent about half of it or a little bit more, and then sat at 30 gold and said, I know I have enough time to do all my rolls, hit all my units, and then fix my items, and did it just in time.
Yeah, it's that perfect middle ground, especially because like did it before the round started, so it sold all the board and put like the 1 star of like his board. It's like, okay, I've got an Annie on here, this is gonna go on my board, or like here's the Shyvana that's thrown on there, and now I just have to roll and then upgrade the units. And when the units upgrade, they're already on the board to go there, so I also don't have to worry about what units on my bench, what's on my board, what am I missing, what goes there. The board's already planned out, they're just not upgraded yet. So to take that turn to do that, and then round 2 is, okay, now let me just hit all the upgrades. So then they're all ready to go. So very heads up play. I like it a lot. Like to see.
For sure.
And then we see Soju, the fiddlesticks that we mentioned from before. We said being able to go into like the Demacia, hit that Zillion off that third augment that we saw. So had that plan, go into the Demacia, play around these like strong 5-house units. I feel like we've seen this comp do really well today. When you're able to hit the Zillion there enough and get all of the added value from the different Demacia units to stand up. Like, it's very hard board. This Garen is very, very difficult to kill. You have the Galio that comes in and helps and assists. The Demacia stats coming through, and then you just have Zillion chucking bombs over everything in the back.
Zillion's been a lot of fun this patch. I feel like for a long time he was exclusively a pickup to get some free XP out of his passive, but now he is kind of in his element, just dishing out bombs onto everybody and cooking boards.
Yeah, I like this the Zillion unit, like his design, a lot. We've seen Zillion across a lot of the sets. You know, we're 16 sets in. We've seen a lot of these units do a lot of different things. I think this is one of my like favorite versions of Zillion, where it's just like, you can watch that time bomb tick down for something like these super tanks and be like, okay, can it survive long enough to just watch it pop? But it's also doing a lot of damage. I feel like that gets overlooked by some players, and I think players like finally realizing like if you itemize this unit to do damage, he will do damage and pump it out. It's just hard to see because it's that like damage over time. There's no animation for it besides just the ticking time bomb. So I think people realize how strong he really is as a carry.
Yeah, that's kind of true in a league itself as well.
Yeah, see, David A is getting knocked out here. We saw with the Vanquisher Slam earlier, playing for tempo, and I feel like wasn't quite like enough to get there. Didn't quite hit some of those units that wanted to, unfortunately. Ego, I want to point out, our hard bargain Tiny Titans, maybe not a guaranteed top 4 when, like I said, when everyone else is getting this aura farming, wasn't able to quite cap out. We're sitting on a Rise 1, a Silas 1, or with Silas pair on the board. Actually, we have 2 Silases, so it feels like we weren't able to like hit on our roll down, rolling, like not getting any extra, not too much econ from the different traits. We'll get another hard bargain proc here, get a little bit more econ and HP, but the HP doesn't matter because it's still 1 life. Going from 6 to 11 HP, it's not going to change anything. You lose, you're out. So we'll see if it ends up being enough. Me first rate hitting that Azir 2 to be able to then play into like the Rise units, get the Nidalee, play around a lot. Like, I don't see Ego beating any of these boards. I think all these players just capped out so much higher that even having that enormous health lead over the rest was just not enough.
Yeah, definitely still scary to be on the lower side of the standings. You know, kind of using your augments to get from an 8th to, you know, a 6th or a 5th doesn't feel quite as good when all your points count and you need a lot more the next 2 games.
Yeah, and on the other side, we say QQ that made that Zonspat. I'm not quite sure how many that was, but it looks like it was enough. Even with the Warwick one, the Zon board strong enough to survive for this Jinx to hit that cast and then just wipe out what looked like was about to be a very hard loss. Turns into like the win for this Jinx. I feel like there's so many of these Jinx fights that you see. It's all the time. Like we saw earlier, like the 100 HP Jinx, then life stealing up to win through. To go through. I want to point out me first or eighth here, taking the Eastral quest have exactly one. We've seen a few, like I've
love
seen in
it.
scrims, some players like perfectly calculate, move units like across, like take their carries out to be like, all right, I'm not going to kill a single unit because the math checks out. I will lose by 1. This is one of those where it's like, it's high enough HP at the moment where it's still 2 lives. You can't quite do that yet. However,
Yeah.
it does give the option, hey, none of the other quests were good. If you're able to get that huge cash out of that huge influx where it's just like, hey, I might hit it, I might not. It's always fun to go for. But like, we've seen that these players will play around it if in the exact spot, and it gives that option. So I'm very curious to see as soon as Me First Eighth loses another fight, do they change their board up to be able to go for it? So it's something we'll have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of those plays where, like, if you're in that position, you kind of feel like, you know what, maybe something amazing will happen, maybe not.
Yeah.
And as the people watching it, it's like, please, something amazing happen. Like, I would love to see it.
And we saw there, I thought they were about to win that fight, but the Zillion just able to do so much damage, and Gunblade heal the team back up through it, knocking Me First Eighth into that 1. And if I'm doing stage 6 is 12 damage. So in order for Me First Eighth to proc that, needs a 2-unit loss. And a 2-unit loss, pretty hard to play around and like make your board up to specifically go for it. So it's definitely in that realm right now of like, well, if I hit it, I hit it. If not, I don't. So I think it's one where if they would have won that fight and go into this next stage, you could potentially play around it where it's like, oh, a 9-unit loss gives it to me or something. But because we lost that one, it's not quite enough to go for.
He hits the level 9 and starts doing some rolls, but hasn't really seen anything super appealing. We'll put another Swain on the board, maybe, you know, scam another stun, but not much of a power spike there.
Yeah, and I just point out, we saw QQ on the side hit his Warwick 2 on his onboard. That should give the Jinx a little bit more time to be able to scale up and potentially win that. So I think, and then here too, we have another Warwick on the other side. Probably was a bit late to hit. We have the Ziggs too. Both these boards look very strong. It's a bunch of aura farming players, just everyone being able to cap around these high cost legendary boards.
And I like this Vanquisher Ziggs. Just, you know, at this point, it's kind of, even if you're not like getting the most value out of the thing, you are getting the ability to crit on Ziggs to dish out a bunch of damage.
Yeah, Me First or Eighth getting knocked out there, just missing the 1 HP loss. I think he lost to, I think it was 4 units left because the dummy doesn't count. I think I counted 4, so it was like, it was kind of close. We almost had it. But not quite strong enough, not hitting necessarily the upgrades to quite get there. But yeah, looking back over this Jinx now that we have the Warwick 2, this board, this on like Jinx board is just so interesting to me because like, especially in the fights too, it feels the same way where it does not look good towards the start of the fight. This Jinx unit just becomes a monster. It kills everything. Yeah. But it's like this board is missing a lot of upgrades still, but we have it on our key upgrades, so it's still strong enough to beat out a lot of these. But as we go up here against Soju with the Zillion that we've seen just lifesteal through everything, heal up our units, chunk through damage, pick off some of these backliners with how fast it's casting. Not sure if the Jinx will be quite enough to get there just in time, but it is close. The front line is falling, and the Jinx is still alive and able to quite get through just enough to survive. And I couldn't quite tell if that was enough HP to kill there at the end or not. That's the top of the, like, you know, the leaderboard covers it up a bit. I was like, I can't tell how much HP that is there. I thought it was like more than it was. But this is, I feel like we see this a lot in regionals, in these boards where you're like, a lot of these, where you see these boards and be like, oh, any one of these 4 boards could win a normal lobby. But these players are just so good at playing. They're all so strong. We have, how many of our aura farming players are still alive that survived? I forget who everyone was that had one. I think we have 2 of the 3 alive. The Kindred and the Fiddlestick survived. Oh, and the Azir. I'm pretty sure. Oh no, it's just Millennium Fox and Soju. We lost one of them. So yeah, that's one of those where like you're not able to sack the aura farming because of it, because other players have it too. So you have to be able to preserve that HP to get there to fight all of these capped wards. And we see it's
There's
crazy to me. I feel like
two.
Soju's board is just so strong, and
Yeah.
then these other ones just Jinx able to contend with it. So I love that, like, how diverse the meta has been, that you can play these different types of boards and all of them have like a chance to like cap out and win in different ways. This is when like TF to me is in its like its best form, and how you can approach the game in a bunch of different ways from game to game based off how it is and adapt to it. And I feel like this is how you see who truly the best players are, that can adapt to every single like way to play the game.
For sure. And it's like, you can look at tier lists and stuff. You can look at TFT Academy or Tactical Schools or whatever and see kind of what the strongest comps are. And some of these games, you will not see those characters at all. Like, there's no Mel in this top 2. You would look at a tier list and think she's going to be in every game, but there's just so many things that are good and can cap in their own ways depending on the state of the game that every game you're going to see different stuff.
Yeah, and as we come down to our final 2 aura farming players able to duke it out for our final fight, but Soju Zillion, it's so hard to tell, but the Ziggs bomb's enough to come through and win the fight. And we see Kindred aura farming better than Fiddlesticks.
Those are the 2 aura farmings that I would have picked if I had to pick my top 2. Much love to Azir, but I'd rather have a Kindred or a Fiddlesticks for sure.
Those two.
Sorry, go ahead.
Those 2 are just definitely the 2 like best like flexible units to throw on any board. It gives you options to play around what other units you get. Yeah. The Azir feels like one of those. It's like, okay, I have to play around the Azir specifically. I really want to use that to power up and level up, like get the Renekton, get the Nasus, maybe play for Xerath. But it's like, it's so hard to play for those in a tourney format, because it's really hard to like adjust your board to go for like the win-loss, keep streaks alive when everyone's like hitting different spikes throughout. Because like you could go up against the other aura farming and lose. Yeah. You could go up against like one of these other players that was sacking a bit, hasn't upgraded your Warwick yet, trying to get some of the... So it's like really hard, as there's like everyone hits their spikes at different levels. So I feel like it's just that much harder to play around, and it just takes much more like mental to be able to do that I feel like can be hard in a tourney format.
Yeah, absolutely. These players are good enough where they can make a lot of things work, but you definitely rather have the Kindred or the Fiddlesticks. We've seen some good aura farming plays with Shyvana, for example. These units that are really strong and can slot into your board immediately, whether or not you have the traits for them. So it's a little bit of a tough role, but there is some kind of angle for it if kind of other things fall your way.
Yeah, but I do like that as one of, in general, legendaries this set. I do like that we've kind of gone back more towards the, hey, these legendaries are units where like you see it in your shop, every single one, it's like, okay, let me stop, think, can I fit this on my board? Is there a way to get it? Versus like we've seen in some previous sets where it's like, all right, well, I'm not playing that vertical, I'm not playing that origin, it's a useless dead shop slot to me. Now it's just like, it feels like almost every single one is like, is it possible to fit here? And like, just all of them getting these extra auras, the Shyvana giving damage reduction, the Senna toggling between the damage amp and damage reduction, the Annie giving your entire team burn wide. Like, that's one where it's like, do I have the items for it? Not necessarily do I have the units. Do I have a ton of mana gen? Do I have this Kindred that can keep my team alive and give my team some attack speed? Do I have Fiddlesticks to give armor to more? Like, they all do something for your team regardless of traits, it feels like, which I like seeing a lot more. Rewards is flexible. Go fast 8, fast 9, play a bunch of legendaries. That is always fun to see how players get there.
Yeah, for sure. We have most of the scores coming in after game 5. JRC has been maintaining a really nice spot up in that top 4. In the past 2 games, a first and a second. Robin Song's got a first in that last game as well, so also hang out in the second spot. Meanwhile, if we kind of take a peek at the other end, a lot of these people on the bottom we're still waiting on some scores, so can't look too deeply at it, but there are some like Changshan Li, for example, whose score is in from game 5, sitting at 13 points, so very much in a pickle.
Yeah, and I want to call it Dish Soap, who we saw in the previous game went first, falling over with an 8th. So he really needed that first to get out of that bubble, because he was in the bot 8. got first, like, all right,
Yeah.
cool, got breathing room, able to keep going, and then following up with an 8th to be like, all right, right back to where you were before, to be able to like play right there on that edge to be able to get enough points to advance. I feel like Dish Soap is always like a fan favorite, so it's one of those to hope to see if he can pull it out or not. Go to Worlds yet again,
Yeah.
as one of our few 2-time winners. So, but we're gonna go ahead and head to a break here shortly, and we'll come back for our final game. Welcome back, everyone. We're pulling up our scores for before we go into our final game here. We'll be jumping into lobby 3, which has a lot of these players that are right there on that bubble. We have Spencer, Cambuli, Crazy Cat. They're all like right on the edge. So it should be really like close game, high stakes. Who's able to make that cut? Because as a reminder, everyone that's in that bottom 8 after this game will not have a chance to play tomorrow to improve their standings to be able to try and play to move into that day 3. If you don't place in the top 24 today, you're out. No more chances. So this might be the last game for some of these players, but everyone there feels like they're so close. We see a lot of these players. David A's there in 30th at the 18, all the way up to all these players that are like boss of skills at 20. I feel like that's the range you're looking at of who's going to be able to survive to the next. But you still have like the outside, like if you have like Setsuko, Retied Dorthnope here, like if they take an 8th, they're also at risk. So it's like there's a very large range of players here that like might not be able to make it.
Yeah, it's really crazy to just be in a position where it's like, okay, I'm definitely in danger of elimination, but if I have a great game and somebody 10 spots above me has a terrible game, I can jump into really the middle of the pack. It's a wild place to be in to have just, you know, across a 4-point difference to have, you know, 10 or 12 players. It's a little bit more dicey if you're at the very bottom, but you know, if you're in the bottom 8 and you're, you know, deleted or Quintanilla, for example, it's like, you know what, I'm actually really still right there.
Yeah, and I feel like this is one of those where it's like the reason we're seeing how close all these are is because if we go all the way and look at the top, at our top 4 players, they're kind of running away with it. With JRC, Kaiwing, Robin Songs, and me first or 8th, all have a sizable lead over like 5th place, especially JRC up there at the top with multiple first and seconds, because they're like they're taking all of the points from everyone. So everyone that's towards the bottom, we're like sharing the scraps. So it's like all kind of there where it's like, all right, who's gonna get the last few to move on? And so when like you get a top heavy lobby like that, that's when you see like how close all these cuts can be. So it may just seem like one of those where it's like, oh, all these players are not really. No, it's just these top players are taking all the points from them. All performing really well on the day. It's Citadel Gaming, always popping off like Robin and Kaiwing there at the top. So it's always interesting to see. But we jump in here with TF as our first, as our final encounter for the day. But as we see here, we see Crazy Cat getting the Vein Drop. One of our, like, probably not the best 3 costs that you're wanting to see here.
Yeah, it's definitely not the top, you know, 3 or 5 or 6 or 7 that I would want. But it is worth at least hanging on to for a minute here. See if maybe you can do a quick angle for something. Taking a peek at the Ionia, we have Path of the Transcendent. So it definitely has some angles for a couple of the big Ionia comps here. So worth keeping an eye on if anybody's holding onto these Ionia units for a potential Ari or Yone angle.
Yeah, I think Transcendent's definitely the one where it's like, okay, I can play for like the Ari Ishtal like reroll angle because like I can hit it a lot. It's like a lot of strength going for the 3-star, and you don't normally like necessarily want to play around like some of these lines around it without the Transcendent. But we've seen Prosperous most of the games today, it feels like. So we're seeing if this changes how players view this comp and want to go towards a different like angle on Ionia.
Oh, did Marcel scam 1 unit stage 1-4?
Yeah, playing the Kiana with the belt. Not that the belt necessarily made a difference there, but able to go ahead and make 10 before even seeing the first augment. We get gold yet again today. No prismatics.
Not a gold. No prismatic starts for us.
So
yeah, quick roll on no scout, no pivot. You don't see that one a lot.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time I saw somebody take it. We saw Kondo on the side there already taking the aura farming that we saw a lot of last game. We'll see if there's any others joining them, but as everyone here taking our time, scouting the lobby, seeing what's available. Infinity Protection I feel like is interesting because I feel like early on in the set there wasn't a whole lot of angles to go for it, but I feel like now like you have some options. There's a lot of strong 4 and 5 costs that a lot will just take like free item, extra stats, You could play a lot of frontline units in general, being able to give these high HP shields to all of them. And instead, we just full lump in here. We sell all of our units. We're playing for that late game board. We don't have an augment at all right now, so it makes sense. Sell it, get as much. Maybe grief some of the other players, like Cambulate, if you go up against who's playing the calculated loss, kind of like ruin that start for them when you got nothing else. From the aura farming condo, just want to point out we have the Annie here with a gunblade. Not necessarily the item you want for Annie, but I'm sure
Not quite.
that fantastic Silas item later if you're playing around that board. You can start planning for it already.
Yeah, it does feel good in this patch to get an Annie on aura farming. Swing over to your team planner, start clicking on Arcanists, and having a pretty good sense of what your late game board's going to look like.
Yeah, I want to call it Spencer's board here. Getting the Bilgewater opener. I feel like we've seen like very little Bilgewater today. I feel like it is one of those boards that is like there in the right scenarios, and I feel like Spencer recognizes this is like getting the Spirit of Redemption there on this Alawi is going to make this Alawi so much tankier, even though it's only 1 star. Like I feel like normally you want that 2-star to be able to play the Bilgewater, but this kind of makes it that already and able to survive a bit and be able to like start farming up some of these stacks. And then once you get that on like a 3-star Nautilus or your Tom Kench, that unit's never gonna die.
Exactly. Wajan also so far angling for the Bilgewater had a Nautilus on 2-1, so with any luck we'll have 2 scary Bilgewater yeah. So yeah, with any luck we'll have some scary Bilgewater boards later, or at least one. I won't be too greedy and have double max cap Bilgewater, but I'd be happy with one.
I think it's always funny when the meta's like this, where it's like there's so many that can play it. Like, oh, we haven't seen any Bilgewater, and then we go up immediately. There's 2 Bilgewater players.
There's 2.
It's just like normally you're trying not to contest others in it, and it's just like, oh, we both got the opener for it. But like, I feel like that happens a lot when you have a lot of these comps that like require specific units to start, where it's like, okay, well, sometimes you just hit, and it's like, okay, I finally got this opener that you would play from this spot. You see it like 1 in 5 games, and then it's like, oh, somebody else also hit the same thing. Then it's like, do you hold the line or like try and force the other player off? Do you both end up doing that? Do you both pivot out and look for something else? Like it's like the mind games that come into it.
Yeah, I'm so like contest averse, where the second I see somebody playing my stuff, I'm like, goodbye. It was so nice that I had the chance, but I am going to run away from it and do something else.
Yeah, if I were to, I would expect probably Wajan to pivot out of it more, having slammed the Shojin, versus taking that Spirit of Redemption on the Alawi earlier. Like that just plays so well into it. So
yeah,
we'll see who ends up like winning out the Bilgewater battle. And then I just want to point out on Cabulate's board too, has the Ionia open with the calculate loss and the Bard. Got the free rerolls from that. It looks like Marcel also kind of taking that too, who we saw full open before to play it, kind of going to the same line. So that's one of those where like we saw Transcendent hitting the Yasuo too here,
Yasuo,
and taking the Ari off Carousel. So it's like, okay, now it's like, okay,
there's Ionia.
Now we can start probably just winning from this board, not risk like streaking, like being interrupted by Cambulate. So we'll see where like who decides to like stay and reroll for like either the Ari or the Yasuo. Are they gonna just try and push for the Yone? This Yone is probably a fantastic user of the Trinity Force, giving that whole front line the big shield. So I kind of expect that just to go there. And you have the Yasuo too. Like you don't need to stop and roll for it to be able to hit the Yone. It's just as soon as you hit level 7, now you have Yone. No rolls needed. So I think that's a fantastic spot to be in.
Definitely, it's definitely anybody watching, don't make the mistake of looking at his HP in these first 2 stages and worrying about what it looks like. He is going to get the Infinity Infinity Force, and that front line is going to be very beefy. I mean, the Yone Ari comps are mostly frontline, so you're getting a ton of value out of that shield.
Yeah, and they're all like higher cost units too for the most part. And high HP, like our Wukong, our Tarek, our Kennen, our Set, potential, like all of these, and like the Yone Yasuo who are also carried getting shield on top of, like there's so much added value on all like are key units. So I think it is probably one of the best comps for that item. And then with it being the Transcendent too, Transcendent giving them all even more HP to take even more value out of it. So I like seeing that angle, seeing the Transcendent playing for it, being able to full open and be like, oh, and then just hitting the Yasuo. So it's like, all right, we're no longer open. We can start trying to win with this and just get to that Yone as fast as we can.
Absolutely.
I am curious too to see if they do. I've seen some players on 3-2 when they have the Yasuo at 2 just instantly go level 7. Destroy your econ, go level 7, hit the Yone, and then just guarantee you streak out in stage 3. And just do like as much damage as you can to the lobby. Like you're trading your gold to be able to like do like 3-4 more damage to some of these players. And like put the pressure on the lobby that it's like it might stop somebody later from going like, oh, well, I have to roll at 8 versus being able to go 9 to upgrade some of my legendaries, forcing them to miss some of those because you like did some of that damage. So it's like a very heavy investment that sometimes gets overshadowed and people don't notice because of doing something like that. So I'm really curious to see at 3-2 what we end up doing there to see if we get that early Yone.
Yeah, it's definitely something that on the Yone comps, on Warwick, for example, as well, if you do that really high tempo play and just coast through stage 3, you know, you have the moment, of course, just like feeling really powerful, but it does have such a lasting impact, especially if you already know you're getting the infinity protection and you're going to hit another spike anyway.
Yeah, and looking at our wages board, we have crazy upgrades here. We already have the Nautilus 2, the Gangplank 2. We did have to use one of the Bilgewater duplicators, but I think you're not worried about that at all. You just take the 2 stars and streak for a bit. And then Cambula here, going into this Malzahar Zoe reroll that we've seen quite a bit. We have what players consider the best Void augment for this one, getting the Adrenaline module. However, I think people value it way more when you have the double Nashers, because the Nashers gives the attack speed so that you can actually amp up the Adrenaline. I feel like players don't like it without the Nashers, and we don't have either. We do have like, I was gonna say we have 2 belts, but we just turned it into Warmog, so it's not gonna be the Nashers build. But the Nashers felt so far off because you don't have JG, you don't have any of the bows either. So I do like the Warmog slam there and not valuing it. It did change that fight to be able to make sure that win that. So great, like recognize that play to be able to change that there and not be able to greet it.
So we already had Spencer pick up forward thinking, and we're going to see if Crazy Cat does the same and does not do it.
If we had 2 players go for it. Which could have potentially done it already level 6, but I feel like it's hard to do when you're like putting in some of the Eastall units. So many of them require you to use your gold to beat some of those quests. I feel like it's really hard to take unless you have something where it's like, hey, you just took a quest, lose 4 rounds. All right, cool. I don't need gold for that. All right, gone. And then spike insanely hard after.
I can lose for free.
But as we look back over here at Marcel, the Sea did not go for like the quick level 7. We don't have quite enough gold to get there, it looks like. Instead we're going to build items for our Ari. We don't have Yone items yet anyways. Since we don't have Yone items, no need to push for it. We're not getting the Trinity Force yet for a few rounds, so instead play for the Ari for now. We'll like stack up a few more of like these rerolls from Bard, just slowly go level 7, and then once we go 7, then we can unlock it, get our Trinity Force on the same time, and get it all together, and not play to like punish some of these other players.
Definitely. It doesn't have the items ready yet, but does have the QSS that that Yone is going to like later, and an open chain vest, which can go into a couple items that Warwick might like, or just something like a Sunfire to get your anti-heal on the board. So he definitely has his outs for the items he has, and like you said, no rush at all to get the Yone just yet.
Yeah, agreed. And then as we kind of look around at some of these other players, we see like we know has the Annie's there already trying to slam like mana. We've got our Shojin item, so it's like it's still not quite like enough mana that we're looking for. You typically want the triple mana item, but we definitely see we're picking up like around these Demacia units to be able to play towards that Demacia, unlock the Galio, sell the Garen, unlock Silas. So I feel like we definitely know where this board is like trying to go, but it's a matter of do we hit those upgrades to be able to actually get those units to be able to like swap out that board for the very strong like legendary boards.
Yeah, there's definitely always kind of a moment in this sort of position where you see the vision, you know what it looks like, but it is a little worrying when your whole board is like 1 cost and 2 costs that are 1 star, you know, and there's maybe like a spare, you know, a Loris in there or something where you're like, okay, this is a little more power, but I am a little afraid of feeling weak just now.
Yeah, but we did double down with like I forget the name of that augment now. It's not growth explosion, whatever.
Explosive
getting
growth.
that. Yes, the words were there. Just
they were there.
I was mixing it up with growth mindset, and I was like, I know it's not that one because that one's not. But yeah, so getting that extra XP to get there, once we get that Annie, expect that roll down to swap out a lot of those units to be able to play for that. And I feel like this is what we talked about last game with aura farming. You see a lot of players just kind of sack to be able to, until they can get to that unit, just save up. Sometimes they'll throw in a bard just to collect rerolls over time for when they do go for their roll down. But we didn't see that last game because there were other players that also had the aura farming, so you weren't able to do it because you can't go down to low HP because there's others. This time, one aura farming player, you can play the more standard, what they have experience with, and going for, all right, I'll just wait for the big roll down, hit all my upgrades, and then just win out from there.
Definitely. And Kanda did go to level 7 there, and picked up a pan off the carousel, so we'll keep an eye on that and see what that becomes. I think components open would have made Bruiser or Quick Striker, which maybe don't go quite as well with an Annie build, at least not a Quick Striker anyway. So we'll keep an eye on what that pan becomes.
Yeah, and I want to point out Pokegum here with the full streak, 112 HP. You don't normally see it, but getting that extra hard bargain HP. But, you know, Caster Curse, we swap over, watch our first loss. But, hey, we've gotten the bonus HP. We're still above 100. So, still looking good that, okay, you can sack a few rounds. You can be able to go and then try and tempo it, like, match the tempo of these other players going, like, when we unlock that Annie. We know the Yone's coming soon with the Trinity Force. So, trying to like kind of spike around there. We see right here a Yone 2. Yep. That's insane.
Wow.
Yone 2 at 3-6.
That's gross.
Missed the roll down, but like being able to like, and now having it ended up taking Pilfer. So it's going to take a while before it can unlock that Thieves Glove, but it's like, hey, we can get some gold back to kind of farm this back up. Once we get like the Thieves Glove, you can throw it on like Yasuo for more strength. You can throw it on Kennen. Like there's a lot of good users here. But we see throwing the Nashers on there for now. I'm sure that'll come off as soon as we hit the Trinity Force. Move it back to Ari. Just wants that immediate strength right now that we can get. And just, you know, back to what I thought we would do earlier sometimes is punish the lobby. Hey, why roll for a Yone 1 and unlock early when you can wait 2 rounds and get a Yone 2? Some of us can see the code.
The vision was there. It was behind some noise, but you knew.
And we see Cambuli's board here coming together. I feel like we see this with calculated loss a lot. I know I saw it for sure last week in some of the games casted, but I feel like we see taking this calculated loss and then playing for the 3-5 roll down and pivot this board into the Leona Zoe Malzahar. I feel like that's the angle I see most often go for, because you get so many rolls, you have the extra gold that is, and that 3-5 roll, it's so easy to just hit all these upgrades. Your board on the 2 stars is very strong through like the middle of stage 4. You kind of want to see towards like at the end of stage 4, like you've at least like hit some of the 3 stars. Like ideally you want the Leona and probably either the Malza or the Zoe. But it's kind of hard to hit all of them. So, but it's very easy at 3-5 to get some of those. And like we see, we already have all of our 2-star upgrades. And now it's just a matter of, hey, I'm at 50. Can I collect enough gold and rolls over the next like 3 rounds to be able to maintain 6 Leonas, 5 Zoes. So like they're in a good position.
Yeah, and that PvE round was very friendly with the components. Had a needlessly large rod already, but got a full Nashers out of it, another bow to spare, and then a glove for the jeweled gauntlet. So, you know, we were talking earlier about how there really weren't Malzahar items, and just got 2 out of the 3 from that creep round.
Agreed. And I'd like, after this round, if we were able to go back to Kona's board, because I saw they just did their roll down, they'll hit the Annie 2 and next shot, but I feel like they didn't really hit a lot of the other units for the board around it to be able to upgrade with it. So I'm curious, but they rolled all the way down to 0 gold, it looked like. So Didn't quite fully see it was there, but yeah, it'll be interesting if it's enough to keep it up and to be able to survive. But when you're down to 1 life, do you get the augment that's gonna save you and recover from that, or is it just like this? I don't think the Annie is enough to save when you don't have enough mana for it. We have a couple of options here for Econ, the 3/3s.
Yeah.
I don't think maybe the reinforcement then is requiring you lucky to roll down for it too. Malicious, I feel like
Might just be
is
exclusive.
an option.
Yeah.
But exclusive just for the guaranteed 10 gold right away. We throw it on the Annie to get yet another item for her because we're missing. Or we save it before rolling. We're looking for, we move these items.
Oh, a Tibbers
over to
item.
Tibbers.
Fair enough.
But it's also like we have 3 front lines, but I guess you don't necessarily want the Sterix. I don't know. I feel like you want another mana item there for Annie.
Yeah.
But it's also weird because then who's gonna hold like the Gunblade?
Right.
Without having the Lux 2. We'll see if this Annie 2, Tibbers 2 is good. But like even if you don't have perfect items for Annie, getting this aura farming Annie that you kind of miss also gives you a Tibbers 2. So you have 2 2-star 5 costs. This unit is going to be very tanky. Even if Annie doesn't have the mana that you would ideally want, the Tibbers will stall long enough because with the upgrade that it's not too big of a problem right now, and then you can look to move these items later.
Definitely. And we did see last carousel picking up the pan, and that became a Juggernaut emblem for the Tibbers. So Tibbers is lasting quite a long time at 2 stars with a Juggernaut and 2 tank items. So it does get you quite a lot of frontline to give your Annie a little extra time to cast.
Yeah, just a little unfortunate. Didn't really hit any of the other units that you would like to see on that roll down. And it's gonna be hard to econ back up without like a real econ augment. Like exclusive customization is like 10 gold, but like not really. When you're at 0 gold, it's like okay, like the 10's nice, but hey, it was enough for a Lux 2 here, but
we'll take
don't
that.
have the items there because we went for more items on our front line to be able to stall out long enough for this Annie. So I feel like probably good for the rest of stage 4, but if we don't hit something big, I feel like stage 5 is gonna be kind of rough.
Yeah, it's you're looking at this carousel in the next PvE round and really hoping that your items line up really well for your second carry, and that you can get a couple lucky shots and upgrade your front line a little bit more too.
Yeah, and I'm curious when Cambule decides to roll down further, because we still are sitting on the 50 gold. We are fairly healthy, but it's also like you don't want to lose too much HP because you're going to start taking losses like that if you don't make your upgrade soon. So I kind of expect Cambule to probably roll down in the next turn or two. I feel like it's one where it's like, especially with Cambule, who's one of those players that is on that bubble at the bottom. And it's like, you can't afford to go like bottom 2, bottom 3. And just call out in our scores too. Spencer's also one of those that is like on that cutoff being low HP. Because I think it was Spencer, Cambule, and Crazy Cat were like kind of the 3. Oh, and Konda that kind of all looking at. So we had 4 of those players here that were on that bubble. And we might see some of them being knocked out here pretty soon and not like enough to be able to move on.
Weijin doing the classic, stand right by your unit for a good 10 seconds before you take it. Might have actually, probably was making sincere decisions, but I'm so used to seeing it in my rank games where I know someone's just trying to get under my skin because they can tell that I want it.
Oh, I do it all the time because it's definitely one of those where it's like, if you can take the extra time, like it doesn't hurt you at all. Like you kind of like, it gives you more time to think because you're there where it's like, yes, this is definitely what I want, but it's like, you can like quickly scout at other boards and look and see is like, is this the right choice? Am I missing something? Do I need to deny something? Or am I missing something on my board? Oh, I do have this other item that I can move off another unit. Did I miss something? Oh, I have a bow on this unit. I thought it was fully itemized. I need something there. So it like gives you a few time to like kind of stop and think.
Yeah.
But I totally, when you're the player on the other side where it's like, hey, I want that. They're just BMing me. And it's like, oh no, they're not. No, they didn't even realize that you wanted that. But I'm one of those players that kind of hovers it quite a bit sometimes. Just is like, I want to use every second I can to think. Sometimes which is not good.
It's the right way to play.
Think too much, but it doesn't hurt anything. until there's like a tiny Titan or something, or what the other that like runs by
The
and zooms
turbo
by. You don't
speed?
expect
Yeah.
he yoinks it.
I never should click that because so often I do, and then I forget, and then I go too fast into the wrong unit. I'm like, oh great, a 4-cost bow. Oh, I got a 1-cost belt. My bad. That's my fault.
I definitely take very wide turns as I'm running around when I have.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was the name of the augment that used to have that you released immediately? I would always forget that one and be like, oh,
yeah.
because always trying to like push myself to the edge of like where I'm locked in, be like, I got that.
Yeah.
Like, oops, I had this augment. I walked in. Yeah, Young, Wild, and Free. Thank you, Catherine, in our ear.
Oh my gosh. That's a shout.
That's one we haven't seen.
I was not going to think of that name.
That was always one of my... It's a favorite augment, but it probably hurt me more than it helped me.
That
but
one
Cambule's
was
board here to
unclickable
go
for
back
me.
to this game. Cambule did end up rolling down here, hit the Leona upgrade, hit the Malzahar upgrade, able to win that fight. We're missing 2 Zoes, but we're almost close. But that's one of those, like I said before, it's like you're looking for the Leona plus one of the other 2, and then you'll hit the third one, able to like you come back up, you'll be stable enough. So in a very good spot. But Spencer here going down to the 1 HP. This is where it's like, I wish I had the Ishtal quest.
In another life.
Yeah, and this is one where it said Spencer really needs to be able to take a top 4 placement to be able to move on, and not sure that this board will be able to do it. We have a lot of like the legendaries, we have a lot of the board there, but none of the upgrades for him yet. And we don't have pairs for him either, which is what makes it really difficult. So it's not like, what am I gonna do? Roll down my 20 gold and find 2 of one of these upgrades? That's where it feels really rough, where it's like trying to make a decision.
Scary.
How do I like salvage this, and not quite there able to.
We did see Cambule just pick up the 8th Zoe, so now rolling down looking for the last one.
Yeah.
I mean, well, Spencer, yeah, like you said, looking for those rolls and just not finding much.
Yeah, and that's where it's the hard thing of like, okay, well, there's a Darius too that upgrades my board, but I can't click it because I need to be able to roll for one of the, like, it's not enough to be able to win, and like that's minus 6 gold if you end up taking it. That could be used for rerolls, and it's like, it's hard to like, you really kind of want that to. You need every bit of power you need on your board, and you just like can't take it. Feels rough.
Yeah, it's very, very scary position to be in.
As you see Cambule's board, hitting the Zoe there, as mentioned before, hitting the Leona, like this board comes together so strong when hit all the 3 costs. We've seen like these boards win out this Leona, Malzahar, Zoe. Very strong board that's like made a resurgence as like a lot of these 3-cost units have all been massive upgrades patch after patch. We see both Konda and Spencer both go out in this turn. I don't think it matters who's 7th, who's 8th here in terms of standings. I expect both of them not to be able to move on tomorrow, so it's rough. Both of them, like, not being able to hit their upgrades there when needing it to be able to get that top 4 to move on to tomorrow. And like I said, get that, like, mental reset overnight. Stop, breathe. You can go back, analyze games. Now it's like, okay, now you just can't. You're out until next set. So it's a rough way to, like, end your set, but somebody has to. It, like, feels bad. So... I don't know.
Yeah.
You're just kind of like, yeah, feels rough way to end it. But we'll see who else is able to move on. Crazy Cat, like I said, one of those others that was in contention, like on that borderline, looking like I'll probably move on unless takes a couple of bad losses here. But that's one of those where like you can sigh a breath of relief because 2 of the other ones you're directly competing for to be able to move on. Are out. That gives you that little bit more. And we see Weijin getting knocked out here as well.
Wow.
Weijin, who is also one of those that was close.
Also on the bubble.
That missed. So maybe this lobby's doomed. Maybe we just took the lobby where everyone is not going to make it.
Oh my goodness.
So all of these players,
That's
I feel
rough.
like needed something at the top. So
yeah, we just still have a couple here that need a good placement and still have a chance at it. Crazy Cat at 31 HP and Cambule at 42. Cambule on a 4 win streak, so definitely got a good bit of board strength ending stage 4 and into stage 5. Marcel P, meanwhile, on a 9 streak, which I shouldn't have said out loud because I've cursed a lot in the past week and 2 games, so We'll see how that round goes. Meanwhile, we have Kaiwing up against Cambuly in this combat. Kaiwing has, a Kaisa that would have looked really good in the last patch, but right now against this Leona with the Malzahar and Zoe, it just doesn't measure up.
Yeah, Kaisa's just never going to be able to get through this Leona unit. Yeah, and I do want to point out too, because we didn't comment too much on Weijin. Weijin, even though he's probably not going to move on to tomorrow, doesn't feel as bad because Weijin has absolutely like dominated this set. I think he has, what is it, 7 technically of the world spots for this, so you can only have 1, so all the other spots get distributed against how these other players do in regional. So all these other regional players are having like, oh hey, more positions here to fight for because Weijin took all of them but can only have 1 of them. So he's going to worlds no matter what, so it doesn't like necessarily matter here, but it's still playing for like prizing and pride itself in regionals, having like being able to dominate this set so much. So we'll see how he's able to come back when it comes to worlds in a few weeks.
Here we got a good old-fashioned Noxus Azir.
Yeah, I feel like we've not seen Mel a lot today, actually. And
no,
Mel,
really
who
haven't.
is like, especially at the beginning of the patch, was seen as like the S tier, is like you can flex this unit around so many different units. I'm surprised like we've not seen as much Mel, but I think it's like kind of fallen down a bit as other players have figured out more of like the 3-cost reroll or some of these more like 4-cost flags and how to hit around like the Silas Annie, how strong Galio is to hit some of these others.
Yeah.
So still it's like Mel's kind of fallen by the wayside, but Mel's still a fairly good unit. It's just like not strong enough here at the 1-star.
Yeah, she might start becoming something where it definitely remains playable, but is a little bit more, not necessarily niche, but you have to be a little bit more selective maybe of when you do or don't play her.
Yeah, and then we see Cambuly here too, also hitting the Shyvana that didn't have before. Like I mentioned before, Shyvana, you don't really care if you have Juggernaut. You just want team-wide damage reduction. This Leona becomes even tankier just because you have a Shyvana on the board. Especially getting the healing from the Gunblade. The Zoe able to like, the Zoe and the Malzahar are able to just like take a little bit less damage from like these Seraphine casts that go over the top. However, now there's a Scorpion right in their face. You see them and stunning them. To delay a lot. And that's the problem with these solo front lines. Sometimes these units can just sneak on by. However, it's unitemized. Skarner, it's not a Yone, it's not something you're really too worried about. Just kind of delays a bit. But that delay might be enough for this Leona to actually fall, since it wasn't getting Gunblade healing. But as we've talked about before,
and that's
there's
a
lot of
Malzahar
crabs
fight
that are just stacked up. As soon as the front line falls, your backline is getting attacked by 12 different crabs.
Exactly. And Cambuly made a really good last-minute item change there as well. Did have, at the time, the Bramble Vest on Leona, but was going into an AP matchup, so last second, swapped the items, just got her more HP and gave the resistances to Shyvana. And it looked like it may have, helped buy a little bit of extra time for Malzahar and Zoe to clutch the round.
Yeah, and I think regardless of, even if it was an AD matchup, you probably still want the Warmogs, considering you have double Stone Plate. You have a ton of resistances already, so you kind of want to like spread how your damage reduction is, whether it is actually damage reduction or your resistances or your health. Like everything is multiplicative, so like you want a little bit of everything, and so being able to swap that out, I think is a huge change to allow this Leona to survive that little bit longer, so that we could get more crabs spawned up. We end up dropping here the Shyvana that we had for Eteric too. More of these like magic lobby or like these magic damage players will survive a bit longer. And then we move our items yet again around.
I love it.
That is something where I like this set a lot, that you can get extra removers, that you can do some of these plays to like play around your matchups. And kind of like wait and see who you're fighting, move the items around to play for it. Like when you've got this Yone, hey, I want the Bramble to stop the auto attack. Hey, I'm not fighting Yone, I just want more like health. So very quick itemization changes that is nice to do as you're able to greed those removers.
Yeah, absolutely.
We see on the other side, this Ari is kind of a menace, backing up that Yone. That Yone survived at 1 HP for so long, just destroying while Ari takes down the front line. Very strong. Also, I don't remember this Mel having the Blighting Jewel before.
Yeah, it must have been an Ornn that
An Ornn
maybe we didn't
artifact.
see for a few rounds. Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe we took the Ornn out and I didn't see it,
Jeez.
but
Yeah, it looks like it must have just
regardless,
been a Ornn, and then
now a
Mel
2-star
printed a
Mel too.
Radiant even shroud for Shyvana as well. So a
Yeah,
lot of
these-
item power on Pakiyam's board.
These are like what we saw of like why Mel became like an S tier, being able to flex all these other
Right.
legendary units around, easy to hit, and then hitting what might be one of the best. You have the Blighting Jewel and the double adaptive. It's gonna cast so fast. Get those orbs, get that explosion a lot sooner. But that's on the other side. We're fighting the Malzahar Zoe versus the Ahri again. Our 3-cost rerolls. But this Yone able to get on the backline, bypass Leona, get back there. Ahri takes down Leona pretty quickly, and it makes quick work of this Leona board.
Yeah, that's easily the fastest we've seen
the double
her go
kill
down.
from the flood. So we come down to our final. This hitting that, playing around that Yone very quickly, knowing the Trinity, hitting that Yasuo and being like, all right, I know when I'm gonna spike, how to play these units around, how to like cap out this board. Playing that Transcendent even and getting the RE3 and the Cannon 3 in Transcendent without needing to stay on 7 and hit the big upgrades. It just feels like everything. This is like the ideal, like when you're playing Ahri Yone, this is like you've hit everything. This is what you're trying to get. This board can't really get any stronger. And I find it really interesting to point out our Trinity protection is on backline. You rarely get to see that when you have like a unit like this, the set that wants to die first, and then come through and the rest of the team comes through and shielded. Be able to do a lot of damage. Two very cap boards, the Mel on the backline, getting these quick casts through the Blighting and the Adaptive, but not enough to get through this front line. Not quite enough to die. We're back down to yet another 1 HP. No Ishtal quest this time. But I don't know if there's any changes they can make to overcome this Ionia board.
Yeah, there's so much power with the Infinity Force. Ahri is obviously a menace, as you said, and it is a really smart move to just Set's gonna want to get knocked out early anyway, so put him in the front by himself, put the shield on everybody in the back line, and just buy a little extra time for Yone and Ahri to terrorize the other board. Oh, Zillion shop, hello.
I don't. Is there anything you even drop for this Zillion? I don't think there is.
There's really not.
Like,
yeah,
it's not gonna have any of the items. Like, you're not moving the Mel items over.
Absolutely not.
But it's all because it's not gonna survive long enough to get through this Yone. I don't think like maybe a Silas 2 here could make a difference, but we'll see. I don't think it's enough here. As the Yone is actually not able to get towards the backline here. Quickly positioning to stop the Yone sit there on like its own backline and just keep hitting the front line casting here. The Mel's been protected this whole time. Mel hasn't been hit, but there's so much HP through that Trinity Force protection. This Kennon's still half HP. These units are not going down. As the Ahri makes quick work of these units too, and we see very well played from Marcel. Early opening, full open to go through, got these units, find the quick Yasuo, and play for this board right from the start. Very well played.
Yeah, that was really a clutch finish. Anybody that wasn't looking in the corner, that was his 16th round win in a row to close out the game. So he hit his spikes and then he kept up the power the entire time. So a really, really big statement game to close out his day 1 of week 2.
Yeah, it's one of those like, hey, give me a Yone on stage 3, and like, I can do this. But really, I say that, but I don't think like it's a difference to be get that Yone too. But these lobbies are all so strong in some of the best players like in the world to be able to go for like you can't just coast off of that. He made all the right decisions. It felt like hit all the big upgrades that needed. And it's one of those like the good players, even when they high roll, know how to fully cap it out and take advantage of that. So it's not as just simple as a, hey, I got it. Like there still is a lot of work to close it out, which we saw very strong ending to it. But as we look here, we have our scores fully updated. Some of our players getting knocked out. Like I said, a lot that were in this lobby. Spencer, Konda, Weijin, all being knocked out there. Unfortunate. Like I said, Weijin still able to go to Worlds, so it's okay. But it feels kind of weird, like dominating this whole set and then getting day 1. but Worlds buff.
Yeah.
You get day 1 to come back stronger. It's like the Masters GM buff in solo queue right before you enter your LP to do well in tourney. So I'm sure he'll come back strong and has that drive to perform well at Worlds and show that this today was a fluke.
Exactly. It's all part of the plan. And if we take kind of a look at some of the other people in the bottom here that are going home after this, Quintanilla at 24 points had just 4 sneak by. So Dish Soap, Millennium Fox, David Ace, and Cambuli all with 25 points. Just 1 placement above to make it into day 2. So them especially, but everybody else nearby as well that has 26, 27, 28 points. Have 2 games tomorrow to grab some placements and start trying to climb and not get cut every 2 games.
Yeah, I definitely point out Dish Soap, who had a rough opening to the game, after 3 games being in that bottom 8, but then following it up with a first, and then going back and following up with an 8th, and I'm like, I need to do it yet again, and that mental fortitude to then follow it up with a second to advance again. So it's one of those, reset for the day, come back tomorrow, VOD review a bit if you need to, or sometimes it's just like, I don't want to think about it, we just go tomorrow, play my game, and see how well it does tomorrow. But these players that are towards that bottom, they're that 25, 26, have a lot of points to catch up to be able to get into that top 8, where we're looking at Broseph, who is in that 8th, who's got that 4-point lead going into tomorrow. So every 2 games we're going to make cuts tomorrow. So you have to perform at every point at this point, unless you're one of those at the very top. JRC, 36 points. Like I said, kind of our front runners. Kai Wing and Robin Song's 35, sizable lead over the rest. So curious from chat, who you think, any contenders that you think, it's been day 1. We've seen a lot of games and a lot of players. Who's going to win, win the entire region? We've got 2 more days to say who's going to make it to day 3 and who's going to end up winning it all. Now that we've seen our first showing for week 2.
Yeah, definitely a lot of players to keep an eye on in here. Especially some of these that had. I'm always kind of curious to see who or where people stand that won in the last couple of games. So Precedent and Marcel P both getting first in their last game. That's got to feel good to close out your day to have a really great game and secure your spot in the top 8 of day 1. Obviously that doesn't mean you're going to stay in the top 8 for day 2, but as you go in knowing that you closed out really strong, it makes it a little bit easier to kind of get your mental in order before these elimination games start happening.
Yeah, I feel looking at the top 8 players, even the top 12, we see a lot of our usual suspects that are all up there that we're expecting to do well. We've seen across the last several sets, so I feel there's a lot of just expected to be there. And we've seen, I always kind of looking at the regional breakdowns, because we see a lot of times where we see in some days where Brazil has a different read on the meta. I think we saw that early on last week in the first week of regionals, where it seemed LATAM was doing really well towards the start, but then as the day went on, more of the NA players kind of took over again. It seems the NA players have a better read on this week. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to 3 of our Brazilian players already in day 1, but we'll see how it comes out, as tomorrow is all about determining who's going to be in our final lobby for day 3 as we narrow it all the way down to 8 players and who's going to compete for the Americas title.
It's going to be fun. If you're a softie like me and you hate to see people go home after 6 games today, you're going to have a rough day tomorrow.
Yeah, every 2 games, who's going home? So expect lots of cuts tomorrow, whereas I'm here for it. I'm the competitive player. I'm no, knock them all out. I want to see who's the best. Let's get there.
More cuts.
More pressure, more stakes. Especially we didn't see it in the games today. We saw all gold and silver. No prismatics from us casting today. Very lower. So we'll see what we get tomorrow. We saved it all for day 2 and day 3. Final lobby, we're going to get our Rise portals, our loot subscriptions, triple prismatics. We're saving it all up. So make sure come back for tomorrow and for day 3, as we see a lot of exciting games to come.
Hi, I'm Domino with Guardian Angel League, and I am here today with Bustle Skills, who is giving us a little bit of his time.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Basso. I've been playing TFT for around 5 years now, and I'm 24 and I live in New York.
I am curious to know a little bit what your gaming background is. what gaming was for you before TFT, before becoming a pro player, and how you kind of got into TFT in the first place.
Yeah, so I have a pretty common background, I would say, for TFT. I played a lot of strategy games growing up, so games like I played Pokemon, I played chess, I played a lot of board games with my family, things like Catan, Dominion, which I guess is more of a card game. I played poker, I played bridge, and then like the really easy connection that a lot of people have is like I played League of Legends.
Yeah.
Which I think is probably where most TFT pros came from. So yeah, pretty common standard, I guess, gaming before TFT.
Yeah, super fair. I mean, the transition from League to TFT is certainly a common one. What kind of pushed you over the edge to becoming a pro player, and if you've been full time since then?
Yeah, for me, it wasn't really like a specific incident. There was no real like eureka moment where I decided like, oh, I can do this. It was kind of something I started when I was in school during COVID. So I just had a lot of time on my hands. I kind of just wanted to do something, right? Like I didn't really
Yeah.
have that much to do. I was just playing a bunch of TFT, and then I got pretty good at it pretty fast. So, I decided to just keep playing and see where that went. But there was no real like light bulb moment for me where I decided, oh, I want to do this. I want to commit myself to a lot of this. It was sort of a convenience thing.
Yeah, that's super cool. I mean, and I think a lot of the timelines for pro players kind of go around COVID as well, where everybody suddenly had a lot of time on their hands to get so much better at this game. And I mean, you said earlier you've been playing for about 5 years at this point, and we've seen you in countless tournaments and events. In your opinion, what do you think separates, a high-ranking ladder player and a pro player that's actively in the circuit?
A lot of stuff just kind of comes down to experience, and then a lot of it also, as kind of cliche as it sounds, just is like how good you are. Generally, like to be high ladder, especially now, doesn't mean as much as it used to. Before, if you were a high ladder, you were pretty much guaranteed to be like a top 10, top 20 player on the server, just because like everyone cared about ladder a lot. But after the release of Pro Circuit, it's a lot harder to kind of get a grasp of where you actually are based on how good you are at ladder. Because a lot of the pros don't really take ladder as seriously anymore, and really are just focused on tournaments. And then the other thing is, a lot of people who are specifically good at ladder, the skills don't completely transition. I think a lot of people actually that were very good at ladder had struggles, or some people had struggles in tournaments because like it was kind of just wired into their brain a different reward system essentially.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think there's a big difference at the end of the day, like what kind of play style you want to adopt, whether you're playing on ladder or you're playing in a tournament. I'm curious to see what on your side kind of like prep looks like when you're coming into these big tournaments like this weekend.
It's like both study group and then both personal things, right? Like I'll trust my study group on info and like general sort of understanding of like what comps are good and what comps are bad, right? And generally, I think it's very hard to prep as a solo player now, especially for like the bigger tournaments. I do think in tier 2 that like if you are, just above I think there's a lot more room for like a skill gap in tier 2. So if you are at like the upper end of that skill gap, I do think it's not actually necessary to prep with a study group. Yeah, at like the higher levels, generally you want to spend like a lot of your own time figuring out like exactly how to play the lines and like what all the OP things that you should be looking for in like stage 2, stage 3 are for like your 4 boss lines, for example. Your study group is not necessarily going to know all of them, and even if they did, they can't give you like a 10-page list of all the details of like the comps
Right.
that you can play are. So a lot of like the study group stuff is like general information, and then you kind of have to go put it into practice, right? A lot of the things are like, if Wei Jin tells me, this comp is good, right? I have to figure out how to play the comp. Right? There's just some things that can't be explained through words, right? And they just have to be explained through experience.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, really. One of the big aspects of TFT is that this prep is never ending with not only how often the sets change, but also how often the patches kind of flip the game upside down.
a lot of people really like that patch, myself included. Like a lot of people are saying, if this was the first patch, it would be the best set of all time, stuff like that. I would say like I'm a little lower on it, not because it's necessarily a bad patch, but it's the classic like if you feel like something wasn't going very well, then like the improvement relative to whatever you were experiencing before feels a lot better. And I quite frankly haven't played I haven't played any ladder this patch. I've only played scrims pretty much. I wonder how my experience and like other people's experience would be different if they went through like the full 2 weeks and were just playing on ladder like people normally do, right? It's just a very different environment. As for me personally, I do really like the patch. I think it's more interesting. I think we basically went too far in the other direction where before like 3 cost reroll was not really a thing and like fast 9 wasn't really a thing versus now I think they're both pretty dominant on the patch. So I'm not necessarily sure that it's better. It's just kind of like the opposite of what we had before.
Yeah, to some extent, the patch is kind of just meant to refresh and play what you couldn't play, earlier on in the set. You were saying that you've played mainly scrims for this last patch and not actually played on ladder. And I think this is something interesting because when a lot of spectators, when we watch these tournaments, we see boards or strategies necessarily that we're not seeing all that much on ladder. It's going to be interesting, I think, to see the second weekend of the tournament. Do you have any strategy planned? How are you feeling about it going into the weekend?
I feel all right. It's definitely I think this is probably the hardest patch to gauge exactly where you are compared to other people and compared to your prep, just because everything is so different. So I think it's very hard for anyone to actually feel like they have a large edge going into this tournament. Like I think if they do, they probably are just like misunderstanding like how confident they are in themselves. Although I wish I could be confident and say like I'm sure I have a huge edge. I just think too many things have changed for that to necessarily be true. I do. Sorry, what was the second part of the question?
It's kind of just how are you feeling about it, and if you have any if you had any strategy going into it, because some people will like go into tournament and be like, I'm playing multi-hard reroll, forcing it every game or almost. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Generally, I feel the least comfortable playing Fast 9 and feel like it's most volatile during tournaments. So I probably won't be playing any Fast 9 except from like the top 5% spots to do so.
Right.
Other than that, I don't really have any sort of plan along the lines of forcing Malzahar reroll or forcing anything else. I don't think anything is that strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of everybody else who's also considering their plans for the weekend, who do you think we should be keeping an eye on?
There's been a lot of interesting discourse, I guess, on like tier lists and like how good people are going into regionals. I do think people that I would look out for just in terms of like narrative, I'm not really sure on. Again, I think it's really hard to know exactly the strength of the field because again, like so much stuff has changed and it's just like a very different patch than it's been in the past. I do think this is the type of patch that favors Setsuko a lot. And there was like, I know there's a lot of discourse about like, whether Setsuko is a fraud, right? And it's like, because his pro circuit results haven't been like up to his standards. Like they've been good for like a normal player, like an average J1 player, but people kind of hold him to a higher standard. So I think the patch favors him a lot, and it's very interesting because I think a lot of people in the community are very divided about where he should be. And then I think the other person would probably be Chunnington, who's had like an amazing set so far. And I myself have personally said that I'm lower on him than a lot of other people have him, right? Because I think a lot of other people have him very, very high going into the set, going into the tournament, sorry, not going into the set. But yeah, he's had a great set so far, but in the past hasn't really been like much of a threat. I'm kind of interested to see how he does. In terms of like people who I would expect to win, I mean honestly, it's hard to say that like you wouldn't expect Weijin to do well, considering like he won 3 tournaments in a row, obviously. And Michael, who had like the second highest, I think if you go through all the regions, he had the second highest pro points after Weijin, like considering all the other regions. So in any other region, he would have gone to Worlds off of the pro point slot. And he has spoken a little bit about Twitter and being a bit unhappy that it just ended up like Wage and Iverson dropped the super nuke this set. So yeah, those are the people I would keep an eye on, which I guess most of them aren't really hot takes.
I think it's always interesting for us, going into tournament, trying to go through our pick'ems, and there's not really a better advice to get them from another pro player. What has your experience been personally, being in a very competitive context with people that you consider friends?
I used to be a lot more of a competitive person. I still am very competitive. You kind of get support from them, and then you kind of have to play against them. So a lot of that is like really helpful motivation wise, because nobody wants to be like the friend who loses any competition in the group, right? Because eventually it's going to get brought up at some point, even if it's like probably in a playful way, but there's definitely that competitive fire to want to win more because you're playing against your friends. I think in terms of like actually forming study groups, when I started playing, it was actually just me and Malala in a call, and we were both able to actually play in, I guess, what would have been tier 2 back then. And he made it to regionals when it was just us in call. We never really got to like the next level of pro play before adding more people, but I do think that like people nowadays, especially in like tier 2 or people who are trying to break in, kind of over index on like having a lot of people helping them and like a lot of voices, where a lot of it just comes from the individual as well, and you just need one guy to look at, or one guy or gal to look at, look over the VODs with you and want to improve with you.
Yeah, and I mean that definitely touches on kind of my last question for today, which was, for anyone who doesn't know, Guardian Angel League is an organization that supports people of marginalized genders and women in the TFT scene, and we have a particular interest in everything competitive. What would be your piece of advice for everyone else who's kind of just knocking at the door and trying to break through?
Like, a lot of it is just going to be like, play a lot of games, make sure you have someone to look at your at least one person to look at stuff with and bounce ideas off of. And then I guess for like marginalized genders, I do actually think TFT is probably like the best chance right now. Like, if you're trying to go pro in any of the games, a lot of it is just like social stuff. I do think generally like we are the most accepting. I hope we are, at least in the spaces I've been in. Quite a few female challenger players. I think Panchi competed in tier 2. Harmony is also trying to get into. Yeah, there's definitely people on the cusp. The great thing is it's an individual game. So like at the end of the day, if you want opportunities and you're able to be good enough to get them, right, there's no like team dynamics or politics or anything that can really stop you for the most part, right? I'm not really sure what the tier 2 scene is like, but it is just like, as far as I'm concerned, it's merit based, and I don't think there's been like any ladder scandals or anything on NA in a while. Yeah, like if you can get there, you can get there, sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really nice for us to be able to do these interviews with players.
Yeah, thanks again for hosting. I had a great time.
Great, thank you so much.